Hello and welcome to the Australia-New Zealand, the AUSNZ PS5 Endurance Series. It's 2025 and we are here for the 6 hours of Silverstone. It is the 20th of July, and a couple of days ago on the 18th, the Friday evening, we had our qualifying session with an absolutely epic top 10 shootout hosted by Trevor Byers and Isaac Fogarty. Today, it's myself bringing you the action in the commentary box. My name is George Cooke, CEO of TrackSpot TV, and I'm going to be joined by a very special guest, a man who knows motorsports in and out, passionate as ever. It is Mike Howe. Mike, welcome into the commentary box. This is going to be a fantastic 6 hours of racing.
Oh, g'day, George. Hey, thanks very much for having me again at TrackSpot TV, and of course the part of the Hooncorp NZ team that really put in the effort here. Great to be part of it. I know in the background we've got such a huge talent of people that help put these events together, George. Just want to shout out to them because all through the week and weeks ahead, there's so much time and effort being going in there, and welcome and well done to all the drivers from a Friday night. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there to watch it, but it sounds like it was an absolute cracking top 10, mate, and it's going to be nothing but sensational racing. It's Silverstone in England here today at 6 hours, so I'll tell you what, it's going to all go pear-shaped in turn number one. They need to really keep their heads on, don't they?
Oh, they certainly do. Silverstone is no track to scoff at all. Some people think it is, a relatively straightforward circuit, but then you get into Farm Village, Abbey. It's tricky. Really, really tough circuit to get used to as well and to find that pace at. Silverstone, of course, Northamptonshire in the United Kingdom. The circuit since 2011 has been the same, a 5.891 kilometre, that's 3.6 miles with 18 corners. The race lap record there still held by Max Verstappen in that RB16 in 2020, a 127.097. We're not going to see times quite as quick as that, of course, out on circuit. In fact, our qualifying top time was done by the number 96 car, Keedon, for BCG3 in the Ford Mustang GT3 for Pro Class. And it was a 157.677, just for comparison there. So about 30 seconds slower than a Formula One car around here. But that takes away nothing from the amount of action that we're going to see on the track, because it was a close qualifying at the top, only 0.280 between Keedon and Matt Donetti, who lines up in second place for Team XV. Then it's Mint Matt in the number one car for BCG1 and the BMW. So this poor lone Ford at the top, and with Keedon in there, has got three BMWs right behind him. It's Noodles in fourth place, Chipperton for TTR East in the Ford Mustang GT3. And then, that's an amazing result as well. He's an AM class driver, Mike, in fifth place today.
That's impressive. That really, really is. And again, it's about that keeping the car, good and fast and straight through those very, very twisty sections of the track, George. But the most important thing really is strategy, isn't it? I mean, you can qualify on a 157, a 158, a 2-minute one, but if you can save yourself a lot of gas and minimise the amount of times you're in the pit, I think that's where this race is truly going to be decided. And it's amazing the amount of strategy so many of these drivers come up with. And we've seen a lot of the practices that go on, but then they also practice outside of this. They're doing the wear and tear on the tires, they're doing the the fuel consumption, they're working out what strategies they can have and how lean and how rich and things like that, George. So really, there's so much to come today. It's going to be an exciting time when we kick off, and not very far down the track at all. And I don't know if the winner's going to come from the front row of the grid, the middle of the grid, or even, dare I say it, from the back of the grid, because everyone's in with a fair chance with 6 hours of racing.
Exactly right. The strategy, you can plan for the battle, Mike, as we all know, but you've got to be able to adjust. You've got to be able to change things up on the fly. That is absolutely essential. Once you get over that 2-3 hour mark in terms of a race, especially when you get to 6, 12 and 24 hours, really you can have the best laid plans that possible, but you're going to have to be able to adjust on the fly and do something different if required, and that's going to be a key thing for the teams to do today. The rest of the grid in terms of your top 10, Geesh for BSR1, who won in round 3 at Paul Ricard, did a really good job in the Aston Martin Vantage. In 6th place, so they line up on the 3rd row of the grid. They got Immortan Nick for TTR West, qualified in 7th place, followed by Hyper for the Hooncorp 1 team, number 37, in 8th place with a 158.672. And then, of course, 9th place was Twitchy for ANC, outplayed in the Mercedes AMG GT3 car. good qualifying from then. Then it's Water Arrow for AGT Motorsport. So a nice little competition starting to occur here. We've got lots of teams from lots of different leagues coming in to join us for the AUSNZ Hooncorp Round 4 at Silverstone. Today we will be going racing in short order. We're getting a few things sorted out for the server, getting things ready in the background. So massive thanks, of course, to Hooncorp Esports and AUSNZ, the guys coming together to take over, as unfortunately we did lose a sort of predominant part of the AUSNZ when things were transferred over at the beginning of the year. Mike, you were there for it as well. So no more Mega Esports, but at Hooncorp have been amazing, and Nathan has picked up a huge amount and worked very, very closely with the AUSNZ guys to keep this series going. And that's so important because this is such a popular event. We have such a high level of driver participating as well. So we wanted to make sure that that keeps going.
Yeah, dead right there, and it's also good that Mega's doing the best they can to still put the prize they offered at the beginning of the season. That is still up for for discussion. And in the background, Nathan's working like he's 25 hours a day at the moment, trying to get it all together, as well as looking for support, financial support and even today had some good news there, which we can't talk about just yet, but there certainly is plenty of passion for esport racing. I call them sim racing nerds, and I say I laugh and I chuckle until I got my backside handed to me a while ago by Monkey Matt in that pit stop we did years ago, the old pit challenge at Hampton Downs with the virtual to reality. And then some young scallywag came along and absolutely kicked my time, and even Monkey Matt and Nathan's time as well, called Liam Lawson. So he certainly does draw, and sim racing does draw, the cream of the drivers right down to the absolute, amateurs who want to get out there and give it a go. And as you said, some of the M teams in the top 10 today. So never say never, and it's such a great start, a good platform for the newbies to get out there and get a bit of a feel. And I don't know how old the youngest drivers are, but there's geriatrics like myself that still like to get out there and turn the steering wheel and feel like they know what they're doing. So welcome to you if you're driving, welcome to you if you're part of the team, and welcome to you if you're tuning in on the various media platforms we have for the AUSNZ series. It really has been cracker, and George, I don't think it's got any signs of letting up at the moment. And of course, thanks very much to you too for TrackSpot TV. And I'll just give you a quick shout out, a couple of minutes or a couple of seconds here to tell us a little bit about TrackSpot TV.
Much appreciated. And yeah, we are coming to everyone live on 3 channels today. It is the Kidbyers Twitch channel, so welcome into those in the Kidbyers Twitch. We've also got the TrackSpot TV Twitch and the TrackSpot TV YouTube coming to you live on multiple platforms today, and that is one of the things that TrackSpot TV does offer. We're here to revolutionize the sim racing broadcasting space here in OCE and of course the world. We operate globally. We are a professional grade broadcaster. We bring commentary as well. We do graphics. We do all sorts. You can check us out on the website trackspot.tv. That's trackspot.tv, and much appreciated. Always happy to have a time to plug the old company. It's been a pleasure getting it set up, and honestly a pleasure working with the team at Hooncorp Esports, AUSNZ, and yourself, Mike, of course. And we'll have to talk about your job application at some point, mate. I need a few more details on what you've been doing in the past. However many years you've been doing commentary, many more than me.
Yeah, well, I tried to send you a CV, but I spelled it wrong, mate. And when you can spell CV wrong, obviously it ends up in the trash. But no, it's been really a eye-opener in the last couple of years, dealing with yourself and with Trev and the professionals that make this happen, and hearing Monkey Matt in the past, with the way he commentates as well, and just so much passion there from sim races, and from myself as a non-sim racer, real-time racer and commentator, from the dirt track and the speedway and the circuits around New Zealand, to actually really enjoy watching and appreciating the craft of these drivers. And again, we don't know if they're tall, short, male, female, brown, white, fat, skinny, whatever. We have no idea. Everyone's the same here in sim racing. Everyone's got the same abilities, what settings you have on your car, when you decide to pit. And one thing you talked about before, George, was tactics. And of course this tactic is, if a safety car comes out, do you stay on the track? Do you know that you should come in and put gas and tyres, do a driver change, or whatever the case may be. So there's so much there that these drivers think about that with the real-time racing, we just don't get a chance to do what the sim racers do. They can practice over and over and over. They make a mess of it, and right off a $450,000 car, they can push reset and do it again. A little bit different when we're playing with our $10,000 little roadies there that they ended up in the wall. It makes me cry into me cornflakes. So really, there's no two races the same, and we've been at Silverstone before together, and obviously these drivers have all raced Silverstone in the past, and I'm certainly looking forward to seeing what's going to happen, and I'm also looking forward to taking the absolute urine out of my old mate Monkey Matt later on today, as he's going to be joining the broadcast a little bit down the line. And of course, you too, George, even though you're a pond mate, we'll still give you credit, and I'm sure you'll stay awake long enough to enjoy yourself. I'm not sure if you're in the same time zone as us, but wherever you are in Scunthorpe or Filthmuck-on-Sea, hopefully you're going to enjoy yourself, mate. And I know you're in the South Island. I'm just having a laugh. But let's get ready for some great racing, eh?
We will indeed. 7 minutes and 30 seconds remaining until we head over to the beginning of the 6-hour race. All the British accent does is bring a modicum of authenticity to the broadcast. That's all I really bring at the end of the day, Mike, as you well know. But no, 100%. I mean, as an example, Taco Sport, I used to drive with a mate. I think we must have racked up several $100 million in damages on cars. I'm very glad that we're not real motorsport drivers at all, and that is the amazing thing that's happening in the world of esports and specifically sim racing at the moment. The worlds of real and digital sim racing coming crashing, or motorsport coming crashing together in recent years. Many real world drivers now coming from the sim world, and many real world drivers going to the sim world, as well as we've seen the likes of Max Verstappen, SVG, many drivers out there. Liam Lawson, obviously, there was a Formula One get your lap time in at the Armageddons throughout New Zealand that Liam Lawson had put a time in for. So all of this is happening, and that's just to name a few. So it's a fantastic time to be in sim sports, and I think honestly one of the great things is actually just being able to come and watch it. And the amount of prep here, my office is starting to look a little bit like a real broadcasting studio, which makes me very happy. I think while we are waiting, a couple of things. We've got the calendar, of course, so coming up for your viewing pleasure today, 6 hours of Silverstone. On the 22nd to the 24th of August, we'll be going to Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit for a 4-hour race there. On the 31st to the 2nd of November, round 6 will be at Spa-Francorchamps for 6 hours. I'm going to be there for that one. And then, of course, the final round that I can see on my sheet here, 5th to the 7th of December, we head to Circuit of the Americas for a 4-hour race. So lots more to come on the 2025 calendar. Prizes still up for grabs, and we will take a little look at the current standings as well and see where some of the teams are at. At the moment, I'm getting reports that we have good conditions on track, 35 degrees Celsius on track, 28 in the atmosphere, a little bit of cloud cover here in England, and don't be too afraid of the rain that will probably come. I can see a bit of a wind coming across the circuit at the moment as we tick now down towards about 5 minutes to go. So let's take a little look at the standings at the moment. ANC outplayed, look to be on top at the moment. And I tell you what, they are looking very strong on the grid, 822 points. But nipping at their heels, BSR1 right there on 816 points, that win in France, really launching them up the table. Then it's BCG2 in third place on 738 points, followed by BCG1. So the number 2 team doing better than their higher numbered counterparts at the moment. The gap between the two, about 48 points currently. Then it is in the Pro-Am category, I believe, the TTR West Side team coming in with 636 points, followed closely by Kings One Racing on 635, or 612, I should say. And then it's Hooncorp 1 in 7th place on 570 points, followed by FTSC 1 on 498 points. The BCG4 team on 492 points. Very close battle going on there. And your 10th place is Cactus Racing 1 on 450. So lots to play for. And Mike, 6 points between P1 and P2 in the championship so far. This is going to be the halfway mark of the season. It's critical to get across the line ahead.
Really is, isn't it? And again, it goes without saying that these drivers will be starting to think, you know, that the turn 1, lap 1, well, we just need to be a little bit sensible going through it. I also wonder too, George, on qualifying, how hard did some of these cars push? You know, how hard did they really think it mattered and they cared about getting on the front row? Or you push really hard to stay in front of all of the traffic because, again, unlike real-time racing, we're not worried about wearing out real engines, although I know we can still have mechanical failures happen, but it's a little bit of a different situation. Clear traffic means less issues, but having said that, in the middle of the field, that's mid-pack is where it can all really, really become and get unstuck in the nastiest sense of the word. So looking forward to seeing how this one is going to start. And it's down to the drivers, it's down to the teams, and I know sometimes even the drivers do literally have a team manager in their ear. They really take this seriously, and it's exciting to watch and be part of. So, and I can tell you right now that I'm actually literally in the same building as the Hooncorp team there with Nismo and Tim as well. He's ready to get out there and have a bit of a go. They did well in the previous practice race just before, but George, that means absolutely nothing. So I'll try and get a bit of a chance to pop in, have a bit of a look and see how things will tick along for them. But other than that, well, crikey, there'll be some nerves, there'll be some drivers there. There's plenty on the line, and as you said, there's the points gap there, plenty to make, plenty of room to make it up.
Absolutely right. No, this is very, very good. And obviously good luck to all the teams out there. Just keep it calm on that first lap. No overtaking at Cops, please. That's not the place to go for a lunge early on in this race, but we shall see. Ticking down towards 2 minutes to go before we get out on the grid. We are now going to go to a little bit of a track walk. Most of us are familiar with Silverstone, but it's time for us to give a little bit of coverage over to this fantastic circuit. Of course, a huge amount of history here. Opened in 1948, former World War II airfield. Got the likes of the Hangar Straight and the Wellington Straight, where they used to put the Wellington Bombers. But the first corner for us is going to be Cops. Excuse the spelling there. It is Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel as we barrel down into Sector 2. Stowe, that really tricky, beautiful left right-hander going through into Club. Tricky area to get through, though. Then it's Abbey, the fast right-hander, down into Farm Village. And then, of course, now we go into the final sector here. Luffield, fantastic place to go racing, into Woodcote, and that is going to be your lap. It's a tricky one, Mike. It's a difficult one to deal with, but at the end of the day, if you get it right, you're going to be going very, very quick at this. British Racing Drivers Club, of course, are the owner. The circuit, as I said before, 5.8 kilometers, not the shortest on the track, but a great place to go racing nonetheless here in England.
Yeah, dead right, and there are quite a few tricky little sections on that track walk, as you can see. There's some flip-flops here. You've really, really turned to custard. There's some long, long corners, and then, of course, a little bit of time for a cup of tea and the lie down as the straight will come in front of you as well. So you've just got to make sure that you're not too, not too keen to jump on the gas, getting onto the straights, and not too late into the braking for some of those very, very tricky little sections here, George. So it's down to the drivers on this one and getting heat in those tyres for the start too. That's the biggest thing, isn't it? Of course, you don't want to have a car, that isn't up to the braking that you require. You don't want to chirp the rears. You don't want to put the thing around. And most of all, too, of course, it's a right-hand turn track, this one, and the left front tyre gets an absolute hiding here on more than one occasion. Those few right-handers there, those few left-handers here that give the left front a little bit of reprieve. They're not enough, and you can see there's 2, 3, 4 psi sometimes difference in the left-hand front tyre to the right-hand front, and even the left rear gets a good old fashion thrashing as well. So they'll be well and truly versed on this one, though, George, as we start to count down to the race start, and boy, oh boy, it's getting pretty exciting. Let's get ready to rumble. What do you reckon?
Yep, and we're just hearing that we are now down on the grid, so let's head over there now. Okay, fantastic. So we are getting ready. Of course, we've got the session start timer, 4 minutes and 40 seconds, counting down to this. Let us know in chat. Who do you think is going to win it? We've got Keaton on pole position, of course, and LJ Sandwith for Team XV going to be starting in P2 there. They think they do need to be marked as a pro category driver, but they've got the silver tag against their name today. Then it's going to be Simon Bishop in third place, followed by Norm in fourth for BCG2. And we've got Chipperton, our AM-class surprise. Honestly, great work by Chipperton getting that car up into fifth place. Great work, of course. And then Captain Muffin for BSR 1 team. They are our championship leaders at the moment. So they have got a bit of work to do today. They are second place in the championship, I should say. But they are one of the teams who will be competing for that top place today. Then, of course, we've got Immortant Nick in seventh place in the Ford. He's Pro-Am class driver, of course, for TTR West. Hyper will be there for Hooncorp 1, but Smitty's going to be in the car first of all, and he's going to be holding off Mr. Twitchy there. So the OP car, of course, the 726 Mercedes, going to be a bit of a wild one today for them. Stone Harbour for the AGT1 team in 10th place. That's your top 10. The key thing, of course, we do have ANC Outplay. That's Twitchy's car in 9th place, looking to finish ahead of the BSR1 team, who are starting in 6th place, Mike. So there's a bit of work for our championship leaders to really solidify their status in this race.
Yeah, they're going to have their work cut out for them, all right, with just over 3 minutes until the race does start. But look, as we've said before, though, George, this is a very seasoned group of campaigners, and you know, we can't say that the domination here is really down to one particular make or model, because I don't think we've seen everything being laid down on the table on this one. But you know, from the front to the back of the field, we've got 19 contenders, and by crikey, all of them are in with a very, very good chance of taking away the points here at Silverstone. But again, it's been adaptable, it's been flexible, and it's been consistent, and those are easy to say, aren't they? The words that, you know, I can get out there and churn out a reasonably decent lap within half an hour, one lap, but you know, you've got to be able to do a much better time than that, and you've got to do it lap after lap after lap. And George, the other thing too is the weather, which comes into this. You know, at the moment conditions are very favourable, but we know, I mean, you know more than anybody else what it's like over there in Blighty. It can change at a moment's notice.
Oh yeah, it'll snap. I mean, we saw that with Silverstone at Formula One as well. It was raining, then it wasn't, and then it rained, and then it wasn't, and then it torrentially rained, then it decided to back off for a little bit, and then decided to rain again. So it is one of those things where things are very changeable at Silverstone, which is good. That's exciting for us as viewers, not so exciting for the engineers who are going to be planning things and trying to get a strategy to work. The drivers switching onto the wet compound tires. If it does start to rain, it's going to be fascinating in this race. A few little bits of housekeeping items. We have the number 15 car, who are P2, Matt Donetti, paired with LJ Samwith. They were changed to Pro-Am category with LJ coming in. That is why we see the silver tag against their name today. We're going to talk a little bit about the BOP shortly. Key thing is, should be around mid 58th for race pace for most of these cars. Tires will be wearing fast for the first few hours. Very hot out there on track. So yeah, very nice conditions at the moment. But you know, you get the hot days, you'll get the rainy days as well. We shall keep a very close eye on that. Low wind conditions out there at the moment, so shouldn't be too much in terms of the difference between the corners. But yeah, optimum conditions, 35 degrees Celsius on track, as you can all see, and 28 degrees in the air. Lovely, temperate northern weather in England at the moment. Northamptonshire providing us some good stuff. We're going to have information about the safety car and penalties coming through live from race control in the box here, so we will see that information as it pops up. Let's talk about BOP, the balance of performance today. It is the LFM BOP, and we've tinkered with it though a little bit. So it's LFM BOP, but we've got a few little modifications that we've made in the background. So here it is. McLaren running plus 10 kilograms, BMW running plus 6 kilograms, Aston Martin plus 6 kilograms, and we've got Mercedes running negative 9 kilograms. So the Mercedes slightly lighter than usual. Ferrari running minus 10. Porsche running minus 16. The Mustang running minus 23 kilograms, but of course with a plus 15% restrictor on the engine. So they're going to be running light, but with less power as well. 15% less power overall on that machine. Still one of the quickest cars on the grid. We're about to go racing, so we're going to get ready in a few moments' time. I believe this is a full formation lap, so we will see the cars cycle round in short order. We're keeping an eye on things down here. Quick little bit of stats for the weekend here. The number of cars on the grid, 22 teams, 42 drivers. 5 Mustangs, 5 Mercedes, 4 BMWs, 4 Astons, 1 Ferrari, 1 Nissan, 1 McLaren, yes, there we go, and 1 Porsche. You'd think I'd support something else, but McLaren, absolutely my favourite team. Of course, Bjorn is going to be in there in the number 407 car. A bit of a default livery on this one today, but I'm going to be rooting for them today. Let us know in chat, who are you rooting for? Who do you think is going to be the winners of today? Who's going to be the surprise entry who makes a big impact? I think keep an eye on 5th place, the number 11 car, Chipperton, the AM class team, qualifying in the top 10. Absolutely fantastic work by them as we start to filter through the field for our formation lap. Exciting times, Mike. Who do you think is going to win?
Well, I hope the Hooncorp boys, of course, because I'm wearing the Hooncorp shirt at the moment, looking like a right old, you know, a duck without the wrapping. But I'll tell you what, the Chipperton car, though, that Ford Mustang in the top 5. I mean, we've got a car on pole, Keaton there in the 96 car on pole in the Mustang, and then we've got the Mustang M team in the. So I'm going to, you know, we're going to have to do a bit of a check on their there's some racing petrol, make sure it's the right octane, but by crikey, that is a standout drive, isn't it? Then we go 3 BMWs and then 6th place car with the Aston Mustang, the Aston, the Mercedes. Your mate in the McLaren, they're in 11th place, but doesn't mean to say they're out of the running by any stretch of the imagination. Then we go back to the Mercedes. What a Nissan in there, the mighty old Godzilla R35. Then we go down to the Porsche, the Ferrari, the old Mustang at the end, and wrapping it up with the last of the Hooncorp boys there in the Aston. So yeah, look, it's which car have you chosen, which car have you done the most mileage in, and obviously those little balance of performance changes. Nice to lose a little bit of weight, but a 15% restriction in horsepower, you're trying to your cornflakes, no doubt about that, George. But the drivers will be taking a look at the conditions, and I don't know how far the weather forecast looks. Pretty good for the next 30 minutes, so I suppose, you know, they'll be looking for, I'm guessing, one and a quarter, maybe 1.5 hour stints per the drives, depending how long these cars last on a tank of gas. And it's a fair thing to say that they have well and truly thought these tactics through. They'll be driving to what they can, but again, the weather can come into it, being not just England, but because of any sim race, it can all turn pear-shaped very quickly. And have they done, and have other teams done, any wet race practice? Because sometimes, I mean, we saw this, you know, in previous races where that really can be a thing, and we can see some heroic driving come through from some of the teams. So we'll see how it all plays out, George. But no, look, it's formation time there at the moment. We're getting ready for 6 hours at Silverstone, and you can see the way the cars are cycling through. They're giving each other plenty of room. There's no dramas, and it's all very polite and very courteous. It's after you, after you, and almost hugs and cuddles. But we know that's going to change in a couple of minutes' time when the lights go green. And boy, I don't know about you, but I am certainly pumped and ready for a great 6-hour race here at Silverstone in your motherland.
Absolutely, going to be great. A couple of drivers going solo today as well. The number 33, Jimbo, in the Nissan, is going to be there. So we're just going to quickly make a quick technical adjustment for a quick moment. Something has decided to jump up and do something. I think we will actually be able to return to that in a few moments' time, so we'll wait for the race start. For now, we will switch the camera, and we should be able to up. There we go, down and up. That should hopefully give us something more or less to work with at the beginning of this race, and we'll try and return to the vision that we had a few moments ago. But we are coming up to the race start. We'll go around the rest of that information shortly. 102 Diswood in the Merc, he is also going solo. This is it. We are coming up to the start-finish line, and it is, of course, Keedon. He'll be leading us away from Matt Dinetti from Sidog. The top three going to be in a real scrap as we head and fly down to this first corner. Copse is such a tricky place to start the race. We're waiting for the green flag right now. Let's see what will happen. We're waiting, and we're away. Racing, green, and that is a fantastic start for Matt Dinetti. He's gone up ahead immediately. Sidog getting in there on the inside. We've had an accident already. Looks like Captain Muffin pushed out to the side, rejoins the track nicely at the beginning of this race, and that is a bad start for Keedon, who qualified in pole position. The number 5 gets close. There's been a big accident, and we've got cars everywhere at the exit of Beckett's and Chapel, and that I think was Captain Muffin going sideways. The number 5 car got all squiggly. That is potentially going to be a safety car. We'll keep an eye on race control, see what they decide. And right now, Keedon has found himself back into the lead, I believe, of this race. No, he's 3rd place. My fault there. Nearly gets T-bone there, the entry to Stowe, and that's going to be Nick. Coming in behind in the 369 car is Matt Dinetti from Simon Bishop. So the BCG1 team have made a huge start at the beginning of this race. And look, there's action all the way around the field as we head through Club, the 102 car, holding it around the outside, cutting the corner as we head now towards the Hamilton Straight. The 100 car, the Ferrari, looking a little bit like they want to get part of this action as well. And that is a spicy opening lap. The top 5 absolutely getting too involved with each other. They're all trying to win it on lap 1, Mike.
Oh, I feel very sorry for poor old Noodles there, who got bumped in turn number 1 and then got bumped a little bit later on and then turned right around as well, but has recovered and is now leading the rear of the field. For how much longer, I'm not entirely sure, but boy, they are starting to pick things up, aren't they? Old Matt Dinetti here doing a cracking job at the front of the field, but unfortunately and again, it can all turn pear-shaped in one corner, and that's exactly what we had And no matter how much we try to put out positive thoughts and eyelids and cuddles, it didn't stay green for everybody. It stayed green, but it didn't work out particularly well for everyone. And poor old Noodles there, he's trying to get himself up there, he's trying to make a pass on the last of the Hooncorp cars. No, Nismo behind the wheel, so he's actually getting a chance to have a bit of a drive. He started off in the 137 car. Noodles looks like he's dropped a bit of pace right at the back of the field. Front of the field though, looks like we've got a little bit of action going on there as they come down the front straight there too, George, but a very, very slow BMW.
Yep, well, we have safety cars, what I'm being told, so they are rejigging the order, Mike, is what I'm being told now. So safety car, safety car, safety car, ladies and gentlemen, our first safety car of the afternoon. And yeah, unfortunately, that is neutralized the race as it stands right now. I thought they were still racing because they were overtaking. I was going, they're going very, very slow, Mike. And it was getting a little bit bizarre, I have to admit, but no, they were reshuffling the order, so race control absolutely on top of it at the moment. And it looks like Simon Bishop is going to be in second place, as I understand it. Matt Donetti still in first place, so he'll be the one given the race restart at this stage. And it's Keegan in P3, I think. And then we've got Immortant Nick. And this team has jumped up a whole bunch. They've actually jumped up even past their teammates in TTR East. So Dask, who started out the race, they were P5 at the start. They're still P5. I think they're the only team out there who've retained their position since the start of the race.
Yeah, creditable to them and well done, but just a bit confused in the background there watching the flag marshal waving his white flag under the safety car conditions. So I think we might have a colourblind flag marshal, bless him, but he's doing a cracking job anyway. Always happy to have our cyber volunteers doing the business, but Matt Donetti won't worry too much about it. Sidog up to second place at the much reduced pace there at the moment, and we know all about the prestige that is Cy Bishop. In fact, the looks like one of the cars going into the pits here. I think the 137 might have just done a bit of a tour. Anyway, and Sidog, of course, who has won just about everything there is to win, and you know, cyber racing, sim racing, GT racing, the whole 9 yards. So back in second place at the moment. Donetti in the first place car. He'll be keen as to improve. All their buyers little lonesome coming down the front straight. They're looking. Hopefully, we get a restart this time around there, George. But it's not the ideal way to start the race meet with a safety car on pretty much the first lap. Nonetheless, we have got plenty more time to make up these little spaces there. And again, strategy comes into this. Has there been anything that drivers can gain from this? Has there been any pitting that's going to be taking place? We'll have to wait and see. But I'm just surprised why there's such a big gap there for from Sidog back behind Matt Donetti. He'll certainly want to be closing up that gap when we do get the restart. And of course, Keaton there in the 96 car there back in third place. And I noticed too that the 11 car dropped down to sixth place there, which is Dask, and I think that's our M team that started in fifth. But no major jumps and pushes there on that one, apart from poor old Noodles right at the back there, and you do your heart does go out to the BMW team. But again, from the towards the front of the field there, now in 21st place, Noodles and the boys, they'll be wanting to improve on that one, make no bones about it. So we'll see how if the track controllers are happy, if the people are saying that it's all good to go this time around. It's such a large track though, isn't it, George? As you said before, 6.2 kilometres, and it's sorry, 5.8 kilometres, 6.2 is Bathurst, and it'll be very interesting to see how this one plays out. Now we can see Sidog starting to get a little bit closer, and they'll be weaving, they'll be getting those tyres nice and warm, and hopefully getting some heat in the brakes there too before we get back into this one, George. But it's a long track when we're going around at 70-80 kilometres an hour.
That's right, yeah, we spent most of our time at about 80 kilometres an hour or below. Formation lap obviously feels very, very long as well, and I think we will be going race starting again. We'll keep an eye. They're just starting to keep up with each other now, so let's keep an eye on this one. It is of course BSR1, Captain Muffin down in P19, Noodles as well, BCG2, Team 2 cars that were involved in it, and yes, Nismo in the 137 has of course come into the pits. He's rejoined at the back of the field. I'm not sure if there's going to be strategy there. There's actually 2 drivers for the 137 today. They'll be switching in and out of the same rig. Very, very cool to see that happen. We've got friends that can come around and do that, and looks like we may be going for one more lap of safety car here, so we'll keep an eye on it. Temperatures are still relatively the same as they were at the beginning of the race. 7 minutes in already. After this lap we will be green, so this is the final safety car lap safety car will be coming in. We do actually have someone driving a safety car today. Maybe we can bring him up in the pits to show off the safety car. They haven't decided to bring it out for this one, so it's more of a virtual safety car at this stage. But there you go. That is what our safety car looks like today. It's one of the classic Aston Martins. Really good car there, but obviously it would have been nice to have it out on track. But this time we said no, we're going to keep it in the pits for this one. Let's head back up to the top of the grid. And we've got another pit stop there for Nathan and the HC2 team. So very interesting to see what's happened there. They might have been forced to come to the pits again, or I'm not sure what's going on there. Maybe Mike can give us some insight. Maybe he's seeing something give us some insight into the Hooncorp thinking today.
No, I'm going to stay well out of that one, mate. But I do see too that it actually says mandatory, pits. You have to do 4 stops there, and they're down to still showing 3. So I thought that might have been the second one. So it doesn't look like that one's actually qualified for a pit stop for some reason. So whether it's some sort of weird strategy, yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
Must have just been a drive-through, but for what reason is the question. Maybe they had to serve a penalty. Maybe they were involved in something. They just wanted to clear that with the stewards. Would be a bit pointless, I would say, at this stage, but I don't know. We'll see if we can get some information further on the race. We'll have interviews, of course, after the end of the race. We won't be able to get those sorted for qualifying, but we're able to get some time for that at the end of today's race. And we may even be able to bring drivers in throughout the race as well, which will be absolutely excellent to see. Yeah, so something a little bit odd going on with the 137. They're at the back of the field right now. We are very, very close now to getting racing again, and I think it's one of those things, Mike, give them that extra lap under the safety car just to cool off, relax. We'll start in a nice single file sort of motion. Should mean that we have a little bit less antics on this essentially second racing lap of the 6 hours.
George, I like the way that you say should, and it's possible. Yes, it's very possible. I tell you what, I was that tempted to just mute the microphone for a second and go and find out, but no, I'm going to stay neutral on this one. I don't want to go above and beyond being the commentator in this one, just because they are in a different room in the same building. I don't want to go and tread on any toes here, because there may be a very good reason for it. There may be, like you say, it might be a drive-through. I don't know. I didn't actually see anything that may be the case, but nonetheless, we're not too far on this one. And one of the things that does come into play, though, we have talked about tactics, we have talked about strategy and things like that. Would you set the car up? And I think Matt probably would be able to tell you in the background there, George, because he's a many time sim racer, many time won various championships. Would you actually play on the set of setting up the car as if there would be an early safety car? Do you think that would give any type of advantage?
I'm not sure. I think this early in the race, probably not, because you're still running so much fuel. So a pit stop and stopping and adding a little bit of fuel is going to gain you, 10 minutes at the end of the stint and lose you a whole bunch of positions, right? So I'd probably argue that no. And I had a shake of the head from Matt over here in the broadcasting booth. By the way, everyone, Matthew Smith, also known as Monkey Matt, here in the TrackSpots TV studio in Christchurch. He's on the tools in the broadcast at the moment, doing cool stuff. And we are away racing, so the trigger has been pulled. Caught us napping in the commentary box here, and caught Sidog napping as well. Matt Donetti has pulled the trigger, and he's away racing again at last with 5 hours and 49 minutes to go. Simon Bishop in P2, and he begins the chase. He's got the fastest lap to his name at the moment. That'll all be set to change in the next little while. Big group of 3, Keaton and Morton Nick and Twitchy all battling it out together. Twitchy's got a lot of work to do today. Obviously they need to be up there right at the top of the grid in that Mercedes, and that's a good run through Chapel and onto the hangar straight. The Mercedes starting to look very, very strong early on in this race. To be wanting to run as little downforce as possible with these long straights. There's 3 of them here today that you've got to keep an eye on. A short, nice little line there for Twitchy, but Morton Nick just going a little bit short, trying to put that psychological pressure onto Keaton early in this race, and now down into Club. They're getting so close at this part of the track. It's unusual because you see, even though it's a small gap, you'll see them quite far apart as they go through the high-speed section through Stowe. Then all of a sudden it comes concertinaing right together as they head into that braking zone. Now, Abby, for one of the first times in this race, we see a car go very wide in the background. Might have been the Porsche, and then the 444. And through we go into this wonderful section of track. So decent opening lap for the restart of this race.
to be something nice not to watch them trundling around at 80 kilometres an hour. We've already completed 3 laps, can you believe it? We're, 11 and a half minutes into the race. And this is the amazing thing about endurance racing. 6 hours, it's going to take forever. We'll never get through it. We've only just pulled the trigger. Now we're the better part of 12 minutes into it. Yes, we've already had safety car. Yes, I've trundled around, but there's so much to watch. There's so much to really try and take note of. I love the strategies. I love the way that some of these drivers really work it very, very hard. Great battle there for 4th and 5th place at the moment. We've got the Morton Nick in the Ford, and of course right behind him is Twitchy there in the Mercedes. In fact, getting a decent old run going on there, Twitchy in the 726 car as well. The race leader though is no doubt about it. It's Matt Donetti there in the 15 car, 2 BMWs of course, Linus Stern, and these guys, Donetti and Sidedog, they wouldn't have picked this car because they like the look of the car. They would have tested and tested and tested again. So it just goes to show that at the moment the lead 2 cars in the same type of machinery, and points up for grabs, no doubt about it. Go back to Keaton there in the BCG3 car number 96 in the mighty old Mustang, and the Mustang I should say, and Morton Nick in the Mustang, and then we go back to Twitchy in the 726 there in the Mercedes. So 2 BMWs, 2 Mustangs and a Mercedes makes up our top 5 at the moment, coming into the 4th of the laps now. Sorry, 5th of the laps, already 4 completed, and you can see Sidedog there. He's less than a second behind Donetti. He won't want that gap to grow. It's all about fractions, and when we're doing a 6-hour race, fractions are what's important. But the 2 BMW boys, they would love to be teammates, but I noticed too the BCG boys aren't all in the same type of machinery. The BCG3 is in the Ford, and you think that they'd actually be sharing information on those very, very vehicles, but that isn't the case. Whereas you can see the Hooncorp boys, they're both in Aston Martins, and some of the other teams sharing the same type of machinery. Now that gives the team a very, very large amount of knowledge there between 2 different types of make and model. So still Matt Donetti doing a cracking job in 15. Sidedog there in 2nd place. Look at the scrap down the front straight. You can see everyone's in there with contention. We've still got, what, the 6, 7, 8, 9 cars there at close quarters racing. Then we go back to the 10th place car, which is Al Dusty in the Mercedes there. That's the 75 car. 4.5 seconds back, so they've had a little bit of a hiccup there. And looks like there's a fair few cars right behind them there from 10th, 11th, 12th and beyond. So those cars there, they've got to get their backsides into gear and start pulling up to these front running cars, because it can very, very quickly get out of hand, and you can go quite a distance behind, and then all of a sudden, gosh, you're a lap down. And George, one thing we know here at Silverstone, it's very, very hard to make up that amount of ground 1 lap down. That becomes a whole different game.
And this is why Sidedog needs to be within that slipstream and hold on to Matt Donetti as much as possible. I mean, he doesn't need to go for the overtake. This is the thing. 6 hours of racing, you can have patience. You can wait for others to make mistakes. You can wait for the conditions to run in a direction that you know you're better in. These are the strategies. These are the tactics with endurance racing. It really is not necessarily about how fast you are. Often comes down to how patient you are. It's obviously a shame that we saw the accident early on. The question is whether Simon Bishop is going to be patient, or whether he's going to bring this fight to Team XV early on in this race. He's got a Morton Nick for TTR West coming up rapidly behind him, so there's 1.7 second gap there. If that TTR West car can engage in this battle, they'll be dragged along with it and maybe try and find a way to extract themselves from that pack that's starting to form from P3 and down. Twitchy holding onto the back of them too, but he's actually ended up bringing TTR East in. So Dask in the car in the number in P6 as well, number 11. They are right in this battle. They are M class at the moment. They are leading the M class group. Of course, Matt Donetti leading the race, leading the Pro-Am group, despite Matt Donetti arguably being right up there in terms of the Pro class drivers. He's got LJ Sandwith with him today in the team, so they were downgraded in terms of their class category. But Simon Bishop leading the Pro category in P2. Not often you see the Pro cars not in complete control as a category of a race. So good to see that, and Morton Nick in that Pro-Am category. So for those of you who don't know, the white tags are the Pro drivers, and then you've got the silver tags, the grey tags are the Pro-Am drivers, and the red tags, nice and easy to see, are the Am class drivers. So yeah, fascinating stuff at the moment, and obviously that early incident massive for the overall championship, because the main championship rivals at the moment are the ANC Outplayed. That's Twitchy, currently sitting in P5, and their rivals BSR1, who are only 6 points behind them, right down at the back of the field. We'll see if we can get a little update on P16 at the moment. They're going well, and they're going to be making overtakes. They've already made 3 so far since their accident that put them down in 19th place. BCG2 Noodles in the car in P18, also making some progress throughout the field, as is the HD2 car. Cactus 2 now fallen to P22 in this race and about 2 seconds off the pace at the back of the field at the moment. Sure, they'll be making some progress all the way through. Looks like Kings Racing livery colours on their car at the moment. Great to see. So we've got a number 37 has had a bit of an accident, it looks like. So let's try and find that. Screen, yeah, they've had a bit of an accident, Mike. So something's happened to the 37. Just after Stowe, it appears that they've had a bit of an accident. They've lost a bunch of places.
Oh, that's not ideal. That's we'll be having a team talk about that, what's going on. But one thing I was just noticing while you were finishing up that little run there, George, was the challenge there from Sidog on Matt Donetti for the lead. And I'm sitting there going, why are you doing this at the moment? It's almost like 2 teammates, where Sidog's actually got the aero going on there at the moment. He's got the aero gain. He's saving a little bit of fuel. Definitely well and truly in the toe of the 15 car, and the gap behind was 1.8 seconds. And when they started, like this little squabble going on here now with the race leaders, when that squabble started happening, you can see the gap now has drawn back to 1.4 seconds there from Nick and the Mustang in 3rd place. So if they don't act like, well, I know they're not teammates, but they need to act a little bit like teammates here, because at the moment they've got it not all their own way. Well, it's way too early to even think about saying that, but they have got Nick, who we know is a very, very capable driver. In fact, we know all of these drivers have got some very, very good talent. And Sidog, I'm sort of got a feeling, like yourself, I thought he was going to sit in there behind for half an hour or so and just drive the car to a pace and to a number and keep Donetti within sight. But that didn't seem to be the case. In fact, as we say that, you can see the Mustang now is starting to move up to 1.2 seconds back in 3rd place behind the 2nd place 31 car there of Simon Bishop, or Sidog, as he's got above his roof of the car. So it's all to play for in this one. Then we're a second back to Keaton there in the 96 car, the second of the Mustangs, and we go to the 726 car there of Twitchy with the fastest lap as well, half a second behind in the Mercedes. But now again, it almost looks like 2 teammates in the Bimmer, but not teammates whatsoever. So they are behaving themselves. We know that the driving standard between these two will be very, very high, and they'll be very, very much trying not to cause any either of themselves or anyone else any harm. And one thing, of course, does come into it. We're now 20 minutes into the race. The field, as we can see on the track map there, is spread out about 25% of the track. Very, very big track here in England and at Silverstone. But not too far down the track though, George, we know that this is going to spread out, where even lap traffic will start to be a bit of a thing. And that in itself, isn't it, that is a whole new ball game for the passing when you're trying to keep track of of positions, as well as working in with someone of your pace.
Absolutely right. And I think another thing to call out, you mentioned it, the gap was closing for Nick. I mean, with the weight reduction in the BOP, they've got a restrictor, obviously, so less power in the car, but the car is much, much lighter. So it is theoretically possible that this Mustang is going to be absolutely an absolute weapon in the corners. It's going to suffer a bit on the straights depending on how you get through the corner, but certainly compared to the heavier BMWs, it'll have the advantage in the corners. It'll just be those straights that the BMWs will just keep pulling away, and we do see that with the times, the entry through now into Copse and even through Woodcote. Obviously the time starts to drop back to 1.2 seconds yet again, and it'll probably drop again as we head through Meggetts, Beckett's and Chapel. But then I'm betting you money that on the Hanger Straight, that'll start to creep up again to 1.3, 1.4 as we head in towards Stowe. I think this is the 8th lap of the race now. So for the 8th or 9th time at the moment. Let's keep an eye on that time. Let's see if this theory is correct. They'll come across the timing line, and there we go. An extra 0.2 of a second. So that BOP is actually making a big, big difference in terms of the behavior of the car. And traditionally, the Mustang would be good on the straights, it'd be good on the brakes, it'd be good through the corner. Now it's not so much. That straight line speed has been really, really limited on the car, and that's probably going to be something that the engineers would take advantage of with the setup. They'll be wanting to lean into that advantage as much as possible, and that will give them the opportunity to overtake in places that these BMWs may not expect. I do want to say I'm a little bit worried about Simon. Obviously, Matt Donetti, fantastic driver. It's going to be a tricky thing to overtake. He's running in this dirty air, Mike. It's very, very hot out on track. If he's leaning on the mechanical grip of the car too much, he is going to have a serious issue with tyre life.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. That's a very, very good point. I mean, in one breath, you want the fuel economy, and what sacrifice do you make to get that fuel economy? Because we know that you can live with a little bit lesser tyres, but if you got more fuel in the tank, that gives you a much, much longer range, and all he needs to do is stay within kill of the netting. Now, one other thing too I'll point out was the pace of Twitchy there in the 726 car back in 5th place, the Mercedes, who's our fastest lap of the moment of the race so far in the Mercedes-Benz. Is up to 5th place, and I've noticed he was leaning on the rear end of Keaton in the 96 car there in the Mustang, but now that just seems to be a little bit of a gap there. So I start to wonder if you're dead right about, was he too close for too long, and the front end of that car starting to get too hot, because they do have onboard life they tell how the tyres are, they tell the temperature, they tell the pressure, so the drivers are very, very well informed. And we mentioned before too about, they literally have team managers in their ear if these teams take it real seriously, and they're perfectly entitled to do so. They're welcome to do that. But by crikey, it makes it very, very easy for drivers to have all that information to them. And then of course we hear about our old mate Jimbo and the mighty old Nissan, the R35 Godzilla, who's a solo actor. We just watched a change for the lead on Sidog, having a cut the inside here. Oh, how's this going to come out the other side? Because we know Matt Donetti, he's going to think about the long game here, and so too is Sidog. I'm a little bit interested in why he would choose to do this. I think it's exactly what you've said again, George. I don't like agreeing with you too many times in one conversation, but that front end was starting to get a little bit hot. Now, I think Donetti's going to sit back and go, you know what, I can possibly see what you're doing there, son. Why don't I sit behind you and actually take the aero and get a little bit of fuel consumption? You can be the guy that's breaking the draft. My tyres will heat up. Or are we completely out to lunch on that one? Because commentators, we don't have to let the truth get in the way of a good story, speaking personally anyway. Watching back to Twitchy in 5th place at the moment, the lap record, well, not lap record, but the fastest car on the track so far, Twitchy, and I'm sure that time will change later on. He's moved up to 0.3 of a second off the 4th place car, Keaton, there in the mighty Mustang. But you can see, look at this shot, a head-on shot now of a cracking group of 5 cars having a good old squabble, and they really have started to open up a fairly decent old gap, haven't they? In fact, they've got a lot closer, George. The 3rd place car there now of a Morton Nick in the Mustang, we were talking about 1.5, nearly 2 second gap. Look at this, 0.4 of a second gap back to 3rd place, and that just tells you that pass for the lead there from Sidog has come at a cost, and a wholesale gain there for Morton Nick and the mighty old Mercedes.
Oh, this is brilliant. And my synesthesia is kicking in. It's number 5. I'm seeing blue on track. And yeah, we're going to see the Mustang blue, of course, starting to rip through the field. And this is the gap that he wants. Now this disadvantage of the restrictor on Ford is somewhat neutralized. He's well within the slipstream. That overtake from Simon Bishop, really what it's done is it's opened up that gap. Close the gap, I should say. The group of 2 that was at the front, now a group of 5. And you'll see a Morton Nick, and that Ford is going to come to life. He's well within the slipstream. He's well into the battle. And look at the line difference. Look at the wider line entry for the BMWs, trying to avoid putting too much load in through the apex. Whereas that shorter cut-in line for that Ford, able to really lean on the lighter weight of the car and getting that sharper turn in. So this is really game on for the number 369 car. 2 Pro-Am drivers, essentially Pro-Am drivers, now in the running for potentially getting into 1st place. Simon Bishop is doing well in the front. He's pulled out a little bit of a gap, up to 0.5 of a second now, but a true 5-way battle now happening at the top. Got some race control information for everyone. The incident on lap 1 of turn 2 between the number 76 car Noodles, number 96 car Keaton, to be investigated post-race, potential penalty incoming. Car number 5 spun by themselves, avoiding both the number 76 and the 96, so no penalty incoming for car number 5. Twitchy now with the fastest lap, of course. It's a 1:59.1. We're not even up to race pace yet, Mike.
No, we certainly aren't yet, but the drivers, again, just keeping those cars in good shape. And I've got to say, I am well impressed with Noodles in the 76 car there in 14th place. Now, not showing the fastest time on the track for the race distance so far, but by crikey, setting an absolute blistering to go from dead last. He was used like a pinball, bounced and pushed and told to get out of the way, and now actually up to 14th place. That is just outstanding, and is right on the rear end there of Randall and the Cactus 5 car in the mighty old Porsche. So we'll see if that one can play out for them as well. But in fact, I think just made the pass there, if I'm not mistaken. So well done there to the team. And Noodles really, just taking that situation, taking the negative on the chin and saying, no, I'm not going to let that define my race. I'm going to come back, and I'm going to come back like Lazarus. And what will we see from the VCG2 car later on during the course of the race? I think we're going to see up to 13th place there in the 76 car. Not saying they're going to win it, but I'll tell you what, keep an eye on this. This is a staggering result there from them. And, you can wipe your eyes with tissues, or you can just, take a concrete pill and go a little bit faster and use your brain about it. And well done to them. I'm sure they're going to be quite interested to see the outcome, as you mentioned, of the investigation post-race. But by crikey, this is what we love to see in endurance racing, whether it's real or actually sim. But the sim drivers, they've come back, and they've come back very, very strong. Fast pace at the front of the field. Can you believe it, though, George? We're well into 11 laps completed. We're coming up to complete 12 very, very soon. And Seidel just slowly trying to pull away from Matt Donetti. And of course, like you said before, the number one car there is actually down as a full pro team. Bearing in mind that second and third with Matt Donetti and of course Immortan Nick in the Mustang, Donetti and the BMW are pro-am, which does say something amazing about their pace. Now, we've got the pro drivers behind the wheel, I think it's fair to say. No disrespect to drivers yet to come and pedal, but that's what a pro-am team's all about, isn't it? The professional and the amateur. And none more so pro than Simon Bishop's side dog, who's chosen, to get some clear air on the front of that car. Exactly like you were saying, George, about those front tyres starting to go off, the hot air being ingested. And as much as we're sim racing, mechanical gremlins can come to a sim race. And we've seen it in the past where it's a horrible thing to have happen. But unfortunately, these things can happen. And of course, the drivers, they try not to. And you can see some great pictures coming there from that mighty Mustang there, the 11 car, which is back in 11th place. So that's the right place, right number for Dask. And we know that he's certainly quite a competitive little peddler as well in the TTR team. So it's one of those cars to keep an eye on too, as you've mentioned there, George, with the lighter weight. Not so much of a problem with the horsepower at the moment if they can keep the car pointing in the right direction. And a big challenge around Dask there just laid down, and certainly looks like he's got his hands full. There's no doubt about it.
No doubt about it at all. I think we've actually had a little bit of a mistake from number 11. They were up there in the top 10. They were running P6 actually, and then looks like at Farm Village we saw the yellow very briefly come up. I think they might have had a bit of a spin somewhere around there. That front splitter is not looking 100% at the moment. Got a little bit of damage on it, so they might have pinged off another car, might have had to go somewhere, but P11 is not where they were last lap.
Well, these things can happen. You can also see the 6th place car there of Nitro and the McLaren is actually 10 seconds behind Twitchy. So maybe we could sort of play into that one, George, and you may be bang on. Maybe there was a little bit of an incident there between them. Just going, because I didn't actually see that either. I did see the flash of yellow, but it's all, thankfully it stayed green. And let's hope those cars, if there was cars plural involved in that one, they can make themselves back up to pace. But very interesting to start the race. But I will point out one thing, George. I don't know if you're aware of this, mate. Do you realise we're nearly half an hour into the race?
Wow. Doesn't feel like that, and time flies, of course, when you're watching a cuddle. I mean, when you're having fun. So I'm getting my tea ready at the moment. No, I'm not actually. I'm watching the race because honestly, it has been fantastic so far. And this top 5 battle has made this time absolutely disappear. Half an hour through, we've got 5.5 hours still remaining. I hope everyone in chat has got a good drink. You're sitting in a comfortable place. You're watching this on your big screen telly, because we are coming to you live on the Kidbyers Twitch, the Trackspot TV Twitch, and the Trackspot TV YouTube. Plenty of platforms for you to get in amongst the action. Let us know if you are in chat and saying anything to us. Feel free to ask any questions. Let us know, of course, if you've got a favorite team, a particular driver that you're cheering for today. I think that's going to be important. So do let us know. Please engage in chat, and We will see. Oh, a little bit of a look for the Mustang. Matt Donetti under a huge amount of pressure now. I have been told that in the Mustang, in the slipstream, is getting 265 kilometers an hour. Not in the slipstream, about 258. Most other cars, not in the slipstream, up somewhere between 256 and 258. So actually no massive advantage for the Mustang. So I think probably I have to adjust what I said and say, due to the lighter nature of the car, it's getting a slightly better slingshot out of the corner and maybe hitting that top speed just a little bit earlier than some of these other cars. But the 369 all over the rear wing now of Matt Donetti. It could be ascending to any corner. And coming up through Farm and Village now into the loop. Got to sweep to the right hander, get it slowed down again, loop in. This is the loop, ironically, and then through Aintree. It's all very, very close. It's all good racing. And still 4 pit stops mandatory for all these drivers to complete. So lots to think about for these engineers and drivers going forward. We've got plenty of time on the clock, so there's no urgency here, Mike. I think that's the thing that we could be in the drivers' ears right now. We'd be saying, keep the great racing up. It's fantastic viewing, but got to keep the urgency down. Got to keep the patience. Got to keep a cool head, because as we said, I mean, half an hour down, sure. 5.5 hours still to go. You've still got to get through 4 pit stops. Still got to do the driver swaps, and you don't know what the weather is going to do.
No, you're 100% right, and it's very easy to start thinking, you know, you're better than you actually are at this particular point in the race, but we're only a minuscule amount of time through the 6 hour. Yes, half an hour is a lot of time, and it's gone very, very quickly, but my word, it's one of those things that can really unsettle if you haven't got into a rhythm, or you think you have and you actually haven't, or things have changed around you. For example, if you've been all on your little lonesome, which I think every driver loves the idea. Now, we have seen some pit stops earlier on, and we've seen a pit stop earlier on there from the 37 boys, whether or not they've decided to 137 boys, whether they've decided to try some sort of absolutely out of the box strategy, but we'll have to wait and see. We'll see what that's going to entail, but you know, you do need to keep your wits about you. And watching this front gaggle of 5 cars, I know there's a whole lot of other cars on the track, and I think maybe if we can, guys, we'll go and do a bit of a run right through from the bottom to the top, and we'll do that in a couple of minutes. But in the meantime, though, that the front 5 is where it's all at. But maybe we should do a TrackSpot TV update on exactly who's what and where. Can we just jump down to the 22nd place car, and we'll just give everyone a bit of a chance to be seen on the screen. And here is the 667 car at the moment there with Gaz behind the wheel, and the Cactus 2 car, and if we that's 22nd place, last car on the track at the moment, but on the same lap too, so good work from them. Then we move up to the 137 there with Nismo behind the wheel and the mighty old Aston Martin, and he's in close quarters racing there with the 279 car, and that is St. Sim there in the FTSC2 car. That's a mouthful. Thankfully, I've got not too much to put in my gob. That's in 20th place. We jump into the teams. Let's go 19th place with the 82 car, and we'll jump on board we'll have a look at the Mercedes-Benz, 0.2 of a second behind the next place cars. That's 19th place. If we jump up to 18th place there, which is the PRT3 Diswood driver in the Mercedes-Benz again. It's a popular make and model, this one in 18th place, and they're about 1.5 seconds back behind the next car. Moving up to 17th place there, it's the Defy Motorsport L with Al Dusty behind the wheel and car number 75, good 4 or so seconds behind the next place car. We're in 17th spot as we look at that car. Moving up to the 100, here is the Ferrari. Gotta love the Italian stallion doing the job there, 100. And that is the PRT1 car with metal steel behind the wheel, and we know this boy certainly can bolt together some very fast laps. That's 16th place. Moving up to 15th place there with car 444 and the mighty Porsche, and the German muscle is in 15th place at the moment, about 1.5 seconds behind the next place car. Jumping up to the 14th spot there, which is markled in the mighty old Muzzy, the Ford Mustang, the Australian supercar lookalike, and looking very sharp, 2.8 seconds back behind the next car. This is 14th place we're looking at. We move up to the 33 car there, which is 13th place. This is Kings 1, Team Kings 1. This is Jimbo behind the wheel, and mighty old Nissan Skyline R35, the only Nissan on the track. Solo act, so watch this driver, admire this driver. I'll tell you what, Jimbo, he's not a spring stallion, but by crikey, he gets the job done. Let's hope he has a good solid finish at the end of the 6 hour. That's 13th place. 12th place. What an impressive drive from car number 76, Noodles, in this BMW. This is the car that was tagged, released, and told to go and kiss the ball. I think he's taken his McDonald's very, very strongly here. He's got the best cheeseburger money can buy, and he's up to the top 12, so a great job there, 2 seconds back behind. Let's jump up to car number 11. In position number 11, it's the TTR East car. This is Dask behind the wheel, and Dask is 1.111 seconds as I look at it. In car 11, in position 11. That's pretty amazing. Good timing to have a look at car number 11. All right, George, do you want to do the top 10 on this one, mate? This is a great looking field.
Absolutely right. Yeah, that's an amazing coincidence there. The 11th place, number 11 car, plus 1.111. Fantastic stuff. Brilliant. The top 10 looks like this. It is Captain Muffin for BSR1 in the number 5 car. The Aston Martin on a drive back as well. Spun himself out as he saw the incident happen in lap 1, turn 2, just ahead of him, but has made his way up through the field very, very nicely so far. Was 19th, now finds himself in 10th position. So lots of overtakes for him today. Exciting start to the race for the team, but they are second in the championship. They need to be up there with OP Twitchy in 5th place. That's their goal today. Then it is the number 81 car, Cave Racing. John's in the Mercedes at the moment. That Mercedes AMG looking rapid. He's right on the back of the number 37, so 0.2 of a second at the moment. Then in 8th place it is the Hooncorp 1 car. Hyper is in the car at the moment. He's going for a lunge. He wants to send it because the Ford has taken a very, very wide line. They're still close together, and look, the Mercedes wants a bit of the action as well, so Hyper has actually been kind of pushed out of this one. The Mercedes driver, the number 81, has taken advantage of it. Great stuff. We usually do say if you're in a three-way battle, the best place to be is actually in the 3rd car in the group, not in P1 or P2 of the group. So there we go. Hyper actually falling back now to 9th place. And then, of course, it is John going up to 8th. Water Arrow in P7, and that's for the AGT1 car. There's still plenty of action going on here, but the Mustang has held on for now. Number 2, Pro-Am class, of course. Then it's P6, Nitro in the McLaren. Go McLaren. He's my favorite today. He's the one I shouldn't usually show bias, but every time there's a McLaren on the grid, I can't help myself. 12 seconds off the top 5 in the number 407 car. Great to see him running there and doing very, very well for Cactus 1. Then it's the fastest lap man. It's the man who is quickest on track at the moment, OP Twitchy, for the ANC Outplayed group in the 726 Mercedes. Great colours on this car too, and he is trying to stay calm, I think, in the situation. Knows something is going to happen ahead, and if it does, as we said before, being the last car in a group is typically the best place to be. You've got the best vision of what's going on ahead. You can take the most advantage, and right now he is just sitting in that slipstream and waiting, lurking like a shark. Keaton, who started on pole position today for BCG3 in the 96 Pro entry. It is going to be a day for him to make some comeback, I think. We do have some pit stops coming up. We'll go through the rest of the grid very, very quickly, and then we'll head to our first pit stops of the race. It is a Morton Nick in P3, the 369 car, part of this top 5 battle. Matt Donetti for Team XV had a fantastic start off the line, ended up in 1st place, was overtaken by the BCG1 car of Simon Bishop. This is the top 5 pack that we are keeping such a close eye on. Of course, many, many fights all the way throughout the field. We have some pit stops already happening 40 minutes into this race. Dask has decided to come in for their first pit stop. 3 to go once they've got this one completed, but interesting to see them there. I get the feeling that damage that they had through the spin at Village was a little bit more serious than we realized. They've obviously decided to jump into the pits as a result of that and falling back in the field now. They're just about to get going, it looks like. And we've got Jimbo, who spun last lap, also now in the pits, getting some repairs done to the car as the number 11 now comes out of the pits and continues on their battle. Got a little bit of race update as well. There was an incident between the number 37 and the 407 at Stowe on lap 6. It is going to be investigated post-race, so we will see if we can get you a result for that earlier on. But more than likely, we will get a result for that at the end of the race. So, Mike, lots of battles going on. Some serious battle packs suddenly opening up, and I tell you that battle pack that number 2, P2, sorry, car number 2 is involved in, Water Arrow, Hyper, Captain Muffin. This is going to get spicy because you've got 2 Pro-Am drivers who are fighting tooth and nail at the moment to get themselves a good position. They're in the top 10 right now, but then you've got the former top 10 drivers in the number 5 and the number 76 coming through saying, we want our positions back, thank you.
Absolutely right, and again, I can't praise Noodles enough. I'm not allowed to show any bias like yourself. You can like a McLaren. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a good New Zealand, inspired car. But yeah, this is where it's going to be really, really exciting between those two. I was looking at the front five and just realising how far away they have pulled to the sixth place car there with Nitro in that McLaren. Over 12 seconds was the gap, which is absolutely phenomenal. But now we're starting to see, this is a great scrap, isn't it? Look at this absolute battle for the, I won't even say the minors, but Noodles is in there having a good challenge as well, trying to move up and improve his lot. Can he get the job done? In position number 11 in the BMW, taking on 10th and 9th place in front of him, respectively, holding on tight with absolute fingers around that steering wheel, and moves up a spot. Great drive there from Noodles in the Bimmer. And now we can see Captain Muffin there in the Aston. He's got his mirrors absolutely full and not too far behind. Of course, Noodles is hyper in the Hooncorp 37 car, like you said, under investigation. So they'll want to be on their best behaviour. All drivers do. I'm sure whatever happened, but that's the way it is. And again, the moving up the ladder, run by run. Will he get to the spouting? Will he get to the top of the roof? The Noodles in this BMW. This is a scorching drive. And if it isn't a inspiration for those that have a problem on turn number 1, lap number 1, where you can throw your toys out of the cot and get really snippy, or you can go, all right, suck it up, let's go fast, we've got a good car. And I will point out too, the leading two cars, George, BMWs and Noodles in this thing is just absolutely flying in the BSG2 car, also in that mighty old BMW. So, have they got it absolutely bang on? And BCG3 team, I can see in the Mustang. So the other two cars in the Bimmer, and really starting to show some very, very good pace. Having said that, Keaton in the Mustang in 4th place. I'm not saying he's picked the wrong horse by any stretch of the imagination, but we can see the 37 car not wanting to relinquish their hypers, going, come on, son, I know you've come through the ranks and well done to you, but I haven't given this spot up immediately, and I certainly would like to stay having a bit of a scrap, and there's nothing wrong with that. So
no,
we've got fights all around the track, haven't we, mate?
We do, and that through Luffield, actually, the 76 car was very loose. The Noodles tyre life looks like it's starting to drop away. The Aston Martin front end gripping still in the front part of that car very, very nicely. Able to get the car turned in and slowed down correctly. But yeah, small mistake there by the 76 in Luffield. Sent him into a bit of an awkward position as the 37 was right on the rear bumper. So a great little battle starting to evolve here. Another message from Race Control, drive-through penalty for car 102. Contact with the number 33 on the hanger straight of all places, which sent the number 33 into the wall. So big accident for those cars, and the 102 will no doubt get a massive penalty. We've also got a drive-through penalty coming up on our screens for the number 2 car, and that looks like it might be track limits.
Wow, crikey, that's something that's a bit surprising. And poor old Jimbo there in the skyline getting a don't argue there and sent to the wall with obviously the well done there to the team that keep an eye on things and review all of the footage that they get given to them. I know that's every team that gets told to do a drive-through or some sort of a penalty, they all moan and groan it wasn't them and it's unfair, but at the end of the day, they, as they say in this sort of broadcast there, George, the camera doesn't lie. Of course, the drivers will go, oh, right, when they see it on replay. I'm sure in the heat of battle it was an honest mistake, and let's hope the racing is kept fast and clean. Also pointing out, too, that Chipperton's jumped in behind the wheel in the 11 car there after that driver change. So Dask is out in the 21st place now, the mighty old Mustang. So good to see Chipperton back behind the wheel, and then we get ourselves around the field there with this great looking 76 car there of Noodles now into the top 10. Hasn't got it his own way by any stretch of the imagination, but right around the track we really are starting to see a few gaps happening, but the only real major gap is the one for between 5th and 6th place at the moment there with Nitro, and your McLaren, he needs to get his skates on because he's 13 seconds back to the 5th place car there of Twitchy, and that front field of cars, I think it's a couple of seconds between them. You could literally throw a massive tarpaulin over them as we see the big braking manoeuvre going on there at the moment. My word, there's a good gaggle of cars. So they all come out the other side. You get your bottom dollar.
That is fantastic racing. And I tell you, there you go again. The 96 was the big winner out of it. Found that the inside line through the second part of club, found their way through, stuck the car onto the apex. That's it, good overtake. So Twitchy was in there for this, as was a Morton Nick. And unfortunately, Morton Nick has lost 2 positions. He's gone from 3rd to 5th. Twitchy elevates to 4th place. Big news, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the top right-hand part of your screen. We have got rain coming in 30 minutes. That 30 minutes and rain will be coming to Silverstone here today. Oh boy, we thought it was interesting so far. It is about to get even more interesting. Luckily for most of the teams, that'll line up well with their first pit stop, but they've got to get there now. And they may end up switching onto the wet compound tyres before that rain occurs. Looks like light rain is happening, so everyone will have to pit regardless, and a lot of them may end up on the wet compound tyres before the rain actually gets to the point where they need them. This is going to be a fascinating end to the first stint for most of these drivers. Still very, very hot out there, so if we do get a splash of rain, it's really going to depend on how long it rains for. Is it going to be a small light shower, or is it going to be torrential rain or rain consistently for the next couple of hours in this race? This is going to really spice things up, and it's already pretty much at the Indian hot level. So this is looking fantastic. Sidog starting to build a bit of a gap, though, over Matt Denetti. So Simon Bishop has put the foot down, and I think they're all realizing now's going to be the time. The strategy needs to be executed. That's why we saw the scrap here start to really take off. You see Water Arrow in the number 2 in the pits for the drive-through. The 102 car has already served the drive-through. They were given... And here we go. Twitchy is on the attack now down into club. He's going to try the outside line. That's going to turn to the inside line rapidly. He does it. He's got the nose ahead as well. Cut the corner slightly, but that is a fantastic overtake by Twitchy in the 726. A little look for the 369. Nearly has contact with the car who wasn't loving that move. We're all loving the livery, but he certainly wasn't liking that move at all. So the big red Mustang car nearly gets touched there. Keaton nearly gets into a bit of trouble as he sweeps wide through Abbey and now into Farm and Village. Crikey, this is spicing up a lot. I think they all realize, Mike, with that rain incoming, we've got to make positions, we've got to make the moves, because the rain is going to throw a cat amongst the pigeons.
Well, speaking of cat amongst the pigeons, that's exactly what I was going to ask you. How many cars out there can stay out now? Can they stay out until another 25 minutes or so until that rain comes? And this is the whole thing about saving that fuel. You know, the tyres may go absolute dog's breakfast, but you don't want to come in and change tyres and put slicks on straight away, do you? You fill up the belly of fuel, of course, but you don't want to come and put on slicks and then, 20-25 minutes later have to go back in and change tyres. So is it possible, and I just ask this very generally, do you think that there's enough cars out there with bellies of fuel that will get them through another 20 plus minutes, and then still the time of the track going full wet? Is it full wet? Because all we know is that 30 minutes is going to rain. Is it going to rain for another 10 or 20 minutes after that, or an hour, or who knows what? We do not control this. We don't have someone out there. It's a random thing in the game. It's got basic settings in there, and I don't believe anyone here on staff that can actually say this is what's going to happen weather-wise. So, we're all on the same thing. We watch that screen, we can see it's going to turn to custard, and not just because, we've got a problem there on that straight. Who was that? It was just going very, very slowly, just going past Twitchy and Needham, just going a little bit further back. There was someone going horribly slow. There we go. Who's that?
It's the 369. It's TTR West and Morton Nick. Is that a massive problem? On the straight, we don't know what's happened there, but he's been stopped under the bridge for reasons unknown.
Yeah, just... I've
been told, Mike, I've been told, race control has chimed in on this one. Morton Nick accidentally hit his ignition button. So he turned the car off on the straight and had to come to a complete stop.
Oh, no.
Well,
George, it's not often a commentator has words fail them.
No, I mean, we are actually both sitting here stunned looks in the commentary box and the broadcasting booth, and probably a few face palms happening in the TTR West garage. Look, I have to be honest, sometimes it does happen. I unfortunately, on my wheel, have the ignition button and the lights mapped just a little bit too closely, so I've occasionally gone for an overtake, flashed the lights, turned the car off. Very, very awkward, very, very frustrating thing to do. And of course, being in that top 5 battle, he's 15 seconds out of that top 5 battle now. What do you do now? You've got to really play you've got to play your cards right now with the pit stop.
I don't know why, but I've just got this Jeremy Clarkson voice in front of me. What are you doing? I mean, I feel so bad for the team and for Morton Nick as well, because there was 0.00% chance here that was intentional. And it just, look, I thought, he hasn't spun and hit anything from what I could see. I thought it was Nick. I thought it was maybe another car in a similar livery there, but no, that car just, like you say, ground to a halt. So that's what they've got to do, is it? They've got to bring the car to a stop, restart it, and drive off. Is that
That's
part
correct,
of the sim?
yeah.
Oh,
That's essentially it. I mean, I think there's ways, and in real motorsport you have a bit more protection. If the car is running already, the ignition switch won't do anything. It's on a separate part of the car, you know, it's down by the right hand side, away from most things. But no, in sim racing, unfortunately, that's the way that ACC works. If you turn off the ignition, you can actually stop the car, you can turn off the engine, and you can start it again. That's fine, I believe, but turning off the ignition switch forces you to come to a stop. You have to turn the ignition back on, restart the car, and then you're allowed to get going. So that's a huge penalty, unfortunately self-inflicted for the 369. A real shame there. Just a quick update as well, the 407 car, drive-through penalty for them for contact with the number 11. So another person falling afoul of the stewards as we barrel towards the rain. He's just served it as well. The other thing I have to update you on, I want to answer your question because we had so much happen. You asked me a question, Mike, and then all of this started happening. So the stint timer here today for each driver is 80 minutes, so 1 hour and 20 minutes. So that means that the first time all the cars have to do a pit stop is when we have about 4 hours and 40 minutes remaining. That is about when that's when they have to come in. They have to come in by that point. The question, though, is going to be how many cars can actually reach that point with the amount of fuel on board, and that's going to vary dramatically. Are these guys lifting and coasting? Are they trying to extend their fuel stint? Are they running a fuel map? Are they running a higher TC? All of this plays a factor into how much fuel they can save. Traditionally, Ferraris have been the fuel saver car in endurance. They can typically go for between an hour and 15 and an hour 25 on a full tank of fuel without doing too much, funny business to try and force the car over to that point. So obviously the number 100 car, they could be in a fantastic position here. I think, Mike, we're going to see a few cars needing to come into the pits before that rain actually hits.
Yeah, that's going to be really, really unfortunate for them, because I know, and yourself, as we've all seen before, that the rain will come and it doesn't necessarily make the track undrivable straight away. So it takes a while to get the track so wet, as we see your McLaren, your mate there in the Mighty Macca coming in there, and it's Nitro coming in from what was 12th place for service. And this will be very, very reluctant of them, because the track map, it still says it's at least over 10 plus minutes till the rain comes. So within the next 30, but we know it's probably more like in the next sort of 10 or 15 minutes, the rain will come. You don't want to be bolting on slicks. You sure as heck don't want to be bolting on wets right about now, do you? Because that would be just tragic. Those tyres would rip like Morton Nick's knickers have probably got ripped, not ripped this nighty when he pushed the ignition button, but it will rip those tyres apart very, very quickly on dry track racing conditions. So you're going to have to go back out on slicks, and that will be the last thing they possibly want to do. And of course, from our view up here, we can't tell what tyres do get changed on the pit stops at the moment. But when the rain does come, it's going to be absolute. All bets will be off as far as who's going to be running on what. And well, we'll just have to wait and see. We have got 5 hours and 6 minutes to go. We're counting down to the first 60 minutes of racing, and as soon as we see the weather indicator go to 10 minutes away for the rain, we'll get an idea. And I'm sure there's plenty of nervous drivers out there, George, worrying about their fuel. They won't quite be so worried about the tyres, because they know the rain is coming now, but will the fuel last, and can they keep the car going? How much lesser of a pace will we see from the front running cars to try and back the machines off? Because I know that I'd be sort of saying to the boys, no, just back it off. I don't care if you're doing 2 minutes 20s around the track, just to try and save that time, which is a lot of time through the pits, the service of the vehicle, the driver change, as we know, is going to have to happen at this particular point, and then of course the tyres as well. So it's going to be an amazing countdown. That other little notice too, it's sort of happened without me really realising it, because Morton Nick seemed to be the time that things change, and that is the gap between first and second, George, has now gone past 2 seconds, and for so long it was a half a second or better. Dog has done an absolute masterful job of slowly pulling away from the 15 car there in second spot, and the 1 car is just driving like a seasoned pro that Simon Bishop absolutely is. He didn't actually give me any money to say that, but I just felt kind and charitable. So now it is a 2-second gap, and I don't know if that means that he has got the better car, or if Danetti is just trying to do exactly that, back the car off a little bit without losing track position, George, so that he can keep that car going until the rain comes.
Yeah, well, that could be it. It could play into it. I mean, we've got to wait until we're about 10 minutes away from the rain to see what the next 30 minutes are going to look like, and we'll get a second symbol up there in short order. And then, of course, once we get to the rain, we'll then see if it's going to last or not. So at the moment, if I'm a strategist, I might be going for my magic 8-ball and my stress ball and just starting to breathe into a paper bag a little bit, because it's all been kind of thrown to the wind at this point. You know, do we change on the tyres early? Do we not? Shake the magic 8-ball? Not sure. Maybe, yes. Don't count on it. So I think at this point the strategists are going to just have to try and figure out. They're going to have to stick to a plan. They're going to have to come up with an idea, stick to a plan, and then just execute and stick with it. This is the adaptive thing we were talking about earlier on. The strategists and the teams really need to have that ability to change on the fly. A lot of them will be well experienced with these sorts of situations. It's a very awkward time for the rain to appear, and of course no one gets a heads up that that's going to be the case. So we shall see. Hearing from race control, 14 minutes ago was when the light rain popped up, so that means 15 minutes now until the rain appears. So that should be at about 4 hours and 48 minutes remaining. Looking at 15-minute countdown now till we get the rain. So 5 more minutes till we find out if we're going to get lots of rain or if we're going to get a small amount of rain. That symbol has gone from light rain to medium rain, so we could be looking at quite the downpour and a serious change to the conditions. Already noticing that the track temperature has come down by 3 or 4 degrees since the race start. Ambient temperature is starting to come down too. So the tyre life, even though it'll be slightly worse off for these drivers right now, they'll be finding another leg of grip on those tyres for the end of the stint. But yeah, it's really up in the air. We don't know exactly what's going to happen, and neither do the teams. Let's do a quick update for our categories. Currently, Psydog in the lead. That lead has come down by 0.6 of a second, so he's made a couple of mistakes there. Suspect that Twitchy may be launching an attack at some point soon as Matt Zanetti begins to struggle. And then Keaton, so this is the battle in the top four, all four of them at the moment in contest for that P1 spot. And then, of course, it's back now to P5, about 16 seconds or so. So the leader in Pro-Am class at the moment, Matt Zanetti for Team XD. And then second place is going to be Immortal Nick. Third place is HT1 Hyper in P9. Then looking to the AM class, it is Markle for OTR, jumping into the number 77. He is currently leading the way with 4 pit stops remaining. The other AM class car, the number 11, who have done a driver swap about 20 minutes ago or so, are going to be regretting that decision at this stage. They've jumped into the pits, they've lost track position, they've ended up out of the top 10 in P19. They've actually been hit by the 407 car as well. That's why the 407 unfortunately served that penalty. And this race is starting to come apart at the seams a little bit for the number 11. Then suddenly the rain meter pops up and they know they're going to have to do another pit in 15 minutes time. They might do another driver swap then as well. We shall see. So the leaders in the AM class, Markled in the number 77, Randall for Cactus 5 in the 444 car, and then it is the 137 Aston Martin for Nismo Nathan Howe. I'm not sure if he's the one in the car right now because the team are actually sharing a single rig today in HC2. So that's going to be interesting. We're not going to know. We might have to send Mike on a little intrepid journey to find out who's actually in the seat at the moment for that. But at the moment, we refocus on the battle for P3. Keaton making a lot of progress onto the rear end of that Mercedes in 3rd place.
Yep, no, I'm going to leave that room alone and stay well away. That's probably the right thing to do. But look, it's just amazing. I'm watching Cy Bishop as well at the front of the field, and I don't think there's anything wrong with the car. I think they're driving to try and bring that fuel number back to last exactly what we were talking about before, George, because there's no worry. The car's nice and smooth. It's pointing. It's where he wants it to be. And we look at Matt Zanetti there behind him in 2nd place, 1.2 seconds back last lap through. There's no sign of urgency. In fact, the top 4 cars, Twitchy and Keaton in there as well, the Mercedes and the Mustang back in 3rd and 4th, they're just driving very, very maturely here. I'm well impressed with this one, and I think we might be looking at we are looking at outright contenders, of course, but whether or not they've done enough early stages, because we've still got so much to come in this particular time. But no, it's one of those things you really, if I was Donetti, I'd be trying to probably pull a little bit of a push to catch up to Bishop, because behind him, Twitchy and the Mercedes is getting a little bit of aero, and further back, not too far, the Mustang Keegan is doing exactly the same thing, 0.4 of a second and 0.6 of a second respectively behind those cars. Meantime, Simon Bishop's out there by himself. He's pushing the air through by himself. He's got no aerodynamic aid. He's got nothing really. So what did he do? He just slowed down a little bit. He's just a little bit lighter on the revs, braking a little bit earlier, just feeding the car through the corners. He's using every single inch of real estate to try and keep that field behind him in a way that he's not going to hurt the fuel numbers, because I don't know, and I mean, maybe Monkey Matt can tell us whether or not they can actually wind back the fuel. You know, can they make these things more lean and more efficient than they normally do? Not quite sure what the situation is, what they can do on board with these cars, but my word, you know, it's just looking very controlled. In fact, just as I say that, Side Dog, is actually, Side Bishop, they say the same thing. He's pulled a little bit of a gap there from Donetti, first to second, back to 1.3 seconds. So I don't really think there's too much there to worry about. Sidog's one of those guys that he doesn't really get flustered unless there's a jolly good reason to be flustered, and it's looking pretty good for them at the moment. I see now we've just moved into 10 minutes, the marker has come up for the rain to come, George, so you're bang on, mate, as far as the time goes. They've got about 18 minutes until their stint is up, 10 minutes till the rain arrives, so it's all hands on deck. Strategy. Is it too early? And again, a question for Monkey Matt, is it too early to put on those wets successfully, knowing the rain is going to come, George?
Yeah, that's exactly it. This is fascinating stuff. I mean, Simon Bishop got a little bit flustered at Bathurst, I think, a few times in different leagues, in different areas. I think the track might not gel with him as much as others, certainly in the BMW, where he's had a few spins there, let's put it that way. So is everyone. That's just the nature of it. We have to have a pit stop by all these teams in the next 7 minutes and 50 seconds. If you don't do that, you are going to end up with a massive penalty for exceeding the driver's stint timer. I believe that is a stop-go 30. We've got folks in the TrackSpot TV YouTube making some comments. Welcome in to everyone. Fly Sky, Bounty 05 and Matchin 193. We've got some fans of TTR Westside at the moment, currently running in P5. They've got a little bit of work to do after they turned the ignition off on the Hangar Strain. I had to come to a full stop and get started again. Fly Sky saying, awesome job, top 10, battles galore, what a race, medium rain, race is already going awesome, now it's going to be getting better. Exactly right. There's something, I don't know if it's a sadistic quality of commentators, Mike, but when something adverse happens to the drivers, we get more excited.
Well, it shows the humanity, doesn't it? It shows that they, and like you're talking about Cy Bishop in the past having had the odd spin, it just shows humanity. I mean, we see these drivers, we can almost set our watch that they're going to do such and such a time for such and such a duration without any, I mean, I'm lucky to put 3 laps together. I've got the, you know, talent, sim racing talent of an apple. I really do. I love it. I think I'm, you know, good. I'm not great by any stretch of the imagination, and all of the drivers on the track are great plus GST, and then we've got magnificent. And the first 4 cars have not put a foot wrong. They have done an outstanding job. You know, a little bit of a human error there from a Morton Nick and the Mustang back in 5th place, but gosh, we've got to let him have a bit of a mistake. If that's the worst he's going to do and cost himself 15 or so seconds, I mean, that's not too bad, George. I think it's about just showing that they're human. That's all it is.
Exactly right, and you know, we know we have the category of alien drivers, but they do make mistakes as well at the end of the day. In and amongst the other aliens, well, there's also a comparison tree as well. There's a hierarchy of the aliens as well, as we well know. But you're right, you know, actually it's a good point, because 15 seconds is not the end of the world with 5 hours or 4 hours and 55 minutes remaining. There is so much time for others to make mistakes, to battle. We've got weather incoming. You know, Immortal Nick might be absolutely flying in the wet compared to these other guys. He might make the right strategy. Maybe he's saved a bit of fuel. In fact, turning off the car is actually a wonderfully genius sort of 2000 IQ move to save fuel. So maybe he'll be able to stay out there for a few more seconds and get himself an advantage. It's entirely possible. And actually, maybe not. I think he's just decided to... he might be watching the stream and said, you know what, I'm just going to prove George wrong right now. Does slow down, does come into the pit, and he is our first pit stop. So probably fuel-saving effort didn't quite go to plan, unfortunately for him. This is an awkward time to be pitting, though. Oh, my goodness. We've still got, I think, about 6 minutes or so until the rain comes down at all. What do you do in this situation? I mean, you're going to have to switch to the wet compound.
We've got Matt Smith, we've got Monkey Matt there behind you. I don't have to put him on the microphone, but just ask the question, is it too early to put those wet weather tyres on 6 minutes till the rain turns up? What's his answer?
The answer from our race expert here in Matt Smith, who's currently on the broadcast tools, is yes. One word,
early.
quite simply, it is too early to be jumping onto the wet compound.
No.
Absolutely it is. Yeah, no, look, what happens when you get out there onto a dry track with the wet compound tyres, you start to basically rip all of that nice treaded part of the tyre, gets ripped off. So, oh, big send, here we go. So Twitchy trying a little bit of a move there. Doesn't make it work this time. Matt Donetti still holding on for dear life at this point. Back to that point, the tread that you use on the wet compound tyre to essentially eject we've got a big penalty. I'll come back to that penalty in a second. But to eject the water from the tyre and give it grip, that is what you start to burn off if you're on the wet compound tyre. By the looks of it, I believe he is on the wet compound tyre. I'm just keeping an eye. We'll get some confirmation from our race control. But a stop-go 30 for the 369 car for speeding in the pit lane. That's the last thing you want to be doing.
Human error. We talked about showing that the drivers are human, and we saw that little mistake there from Morton Nick with the ignition. But to come in at walk factor 9 and just go too fast into the pits, I tell you what, he'll be taking some time out to reflect upon that one. And I think the team might not be sharing the Ribena with him later on today, which is a real shame. But he's out of the car now, and obviously back behind the wheel now is in the 11 car, which has dropped a long ways down there. And we've got Chipperton there who's jumped in, and we'll see how it all plays out there for the team in 18th position there in the mighty old Mustang. But George, you just feel sorry for Nick. I mean, the good news is he didn't crash into anyone and all of that, but even if he had, it would be the same penalty, wouldn't it? The drive-through or something like that, but that's probably a little bit more harsh.
Yep, exactly right. I mean, so the only saving grace here, so he is confirmed on the wet compound tyre. We've had confirmation that the tyres are already overheating. They're already well past 90 degrees Celsius. So he's having a bad time out there on those tyres. And frankly, this is a no-go. We are still a couple of minutes away from light rain. And even on light rain, you stay on the slicks through that early part of the rain. You've got plenty of grip out on the track. The cars are still kicking up plenty of the early bits of rain. So really, it's only when you get to that medium-heavy rain that you actually need to be on the wet compound tyre. It's just that it lines up with the stint time. You can see the nature of the car. However, the stop-go 30 may end up working to his benefit because he's forced back into the pits. You're stopping for 30 seconds, stop-go 30. I think you have to actually serve the penalty. I will have a confirmation from race control. I don't think he's got the option here to change the tyres again, but they will cool down slightly. I was about to say that he could change the tyres again, get a fresh set, but they are limited to 7 sets of tyres during this race. So he's going to need to stay out on them. So in some ways, the stop-go 30 has worked to their advantage. He'll have an opportunity to let the rain come closer, to give the chance for the tyres to cool down somewhat. I don't think it's a tactical stop-go 30, but he also won't be able to change the tyres, and you wouldn't want to anyway because you'll run out of tyres by the end of the race.
Absolutely right. Well, that's terrible. 2 Mustangs in the pits at the same time as we see too. The Water Arrow car there, car number 2, has come in for some gas and some boots, and what they decide to do and what they put on. It'd be nice if we could go on board and actually see what they do as far as their tyre selection, but that's none of our business, and quite rightfully so. But at the front of the field though, as we start to count down those minutes, and the 369 car, the stop and go has been cleared, so that's good for them. They can get back out onto the track, but we start to count down that time now. As you said, there's a finite amount of time a driver can do a stint. It's 80 minutes. We are almost 70 minutes going to be finishing that. In fact, we're just into the 70th minute now. So another 10 minutes after this, which means during the rain coming down, the drivers will actually be able to come through and change to those treaded tyres and hope like heck that they've got it right there for their call. But again, it is medium rain. It's actually very light rain for the 10 minutes in 10 minutes time or less, and it looks like pretty heavy rain to come after that in about 20-25 minutes later. So we'll see what the choice is. Do they go with the wet straight away? Are the slicks going to be enough to pave the way? I don't think so by any stretch of the imagination, but your heart does go out to some of these cars. It's Markle and the 77 cars coming, another of the Mustangs, and Randall and the Porsche there, the 444 has come in for service as well. again, that question, what are they putting on? Gosh, it'd be lovely to be a fly on the wall, and of course we can't find out until afterwards, and we'll see how this one plays out, George. But what a show at the front of the field. Look at those 4 cars. A blanket over them would do the job at the moment. Sidog in the 31 car, the 15 of Matt Donetti, who has gone all the way back to over 2 seconds behind the 1 car to come up to now be within half a second striking distance, both in the BMWs. It looks like Sidog's coming into the pits. He's broken off. He said, that's enough. I can't go any further on the gasoline. I've been pushing the windows too hard. I've got to put some tyres on. What is he going to put on? That's the question, George. What is he going to put on? If you're a gambling man, is he going to come back out on slicks for the next 6 or 7 minutes or 5 or 6 minutes with the new driver? Or is he going to go for the wets? Oh, goodness me, I wouldn't want to make this decision, George, for all the tea in China.
Yep, indeed. So it's all about the fuel saving at the moment. Oh, and we've had a weather update. It's going to be heavy rain coming down very soon. And then weather plus, that is going to be heavy duty rain on its way. And I've been chatting with Race Control. There is the rain. It's actually coming right now. So it is raining out on track, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. There's going to be pit stops all over the place. Simon Bishop has timed that perfectly, in fact. So he'll be coming out straight onto the wet compound, straight into the rain. Great timing there. Turns out I can't do math. I've been talking to the race control guys, and I was wondering why everyone has to come in this lap. No, we're still 8 minutes and 44 seconds away from the 80-minute stint timer. So it really just depends on how much you have saved in terms of your fuel. Looked like Simon Bishop was definitely doing some fuel saving on this, and we know that car 75 has been fuel saving like mad to try and keep themselves out to reach this rainy point, but expect to see a lot of activity in the pits very, very soon, and we'll be looking for Matt Donetti to be the first of this, well, second, I suppose, of this top group to come into the pits. The question is, for about maybe 1 lap or so here, they're going to be fine on the slick tyres, and they will be going faster than the wet compound tyres because they will want to be keeping the wet compound tyres as nicely balanced and in a nice temperature zone. But you can see the body language of the Mercedes there. It is getting very wet. It's getting very slippery. I think they're all going to have to come into the pits this lap. I wouldn't want to be staying out there myself. Old degraded soft tyres, slick tyres on a wet circuit. Looks like the Ford of Keedon is actually going to go again. The car was looking pretty stable, but this is a very, very bold move to stay out and try and get an extra faster lap on the slick tyres as we see Twitchy in, Matt Donetti coming in. We're going to see a bunch more as they come on through. And we've got Saint Sim in the pit for the 279. The number 11, Chipperton, is in again for their second pit stop this race, which things, unfortunately, for them are going slightly bad. And then now, unfortunately, to worse. Car 2 went to the wets as well. They've been trundling around. Stone Harbour currently in P21. But the leader of the race, Side Dog, seemed to time that to perfection. He was in the pits, stopped before the rain came. It started raining, and the car starts moving on wet compound tyres.
Well, that is absolutely mind-numbing to wonder why Keaton has stayed out there, because the track, yes, there might have been grip at the time, but we can start to see a little bit of spray coming off these cars. Just the mirrors, it is pouring down. It is absolutely hosey. There's only a certain amount of residual heat that like you said, a worn slick tyre is going to hold so that these drivers can actually feel safe and sensible. And we'll have to see how it's going to play out with the 31, the 1 car, I should say, shows 31 on the screen for some reason. There was Sidog, who's now moved down to 9th place, and now everyone is in the firing line. We saw this car being the race leader at the time, and it's going to come down to where their pit stop strategy is going to be. Are they going to absolutely full fuel the car? Are they going to brim it? Are they going to just put it to a little bit lesser because they can push a button and make the thing move? It's not a set time in the pits there, and the driver changes obviously have to be affected. But now we're going to have the lap very, very quickly cleansed here once we've seen the driver changes, once we've seen the pit stops in action. And what are we going to look like with Keaton, the race leader, in the 96 car there, the mighty Mustang, leading the field as we can see, going through this job. But now it's back to the 2nd place car, the 3rd place car that have done pit stops. And look at this as well, one other fantastic game, although there's going to be a change obviously because of the weather, but Noodles has moved up to the podium only for the short term as I watch Keaton coming into the pits on the screen by the looks of it. So too is Black Falcon, and the Cactus car has come in, but that only says good things there for us, the 1 car. And there is the BMW We'll see how it goes as it's getting ready to come and cross the line very soon down the start finish straight. But look at the pits starting to get busy, as we can see some of the cars. In fact, looks like the one of the cars has got some damage in the pits. The Mustang there, the one behind it, Black Falcon, looks like the front end's a little bit rearranged on that car, George. So hopefully it's not got too much damage, but I've got a feeling there has been something going on. Also see the AGT3 car there has come in, so they're getting themselves all ready to go, but the pits are starting to get quite busy. And how much will this decide what's going on during the course of the race? Although we see the Keaton still down as the race leader, Captain Muffin going back out onto the track. So to the some of the other cars here, Keaton's still sitting there just taking his time, and he'll go back to the screen coming down to start finish straight here.
Yep. Well, we do have a big switch up that's happened, Mike, which we've been watching a little bit on the timing screens. Simon Bishop has lost out to not only Team XV, who were behind them and defending against Twitchy, but Twitchy's car, now with Matt McEwen in it, is now effectively the race leader. The 726 has jumped 2 cars in the pits. LJ Samworth and the Team XV number 15 are ahead of Simon Bishop, and that early pit stop that we thought were good, the 726 is going for a spin, and they've cooked it on the exit of Chapel. That is very, very awkward for them. They've triggered a yellow flag. Through on goes the number 15 and Simon Bishop, who are locked in a battle. So now the effective race leader is LJ Samworth. Oh, that's a terrible attempt at a rejoin. Very slippery on that part of the track. He's tried to spin it round on the wet track. Nearly gone rejoined at a very awkward part of Chapel. And boy, oh boy, Matt McEwen has absolutely cooked what was a brilliant, brilliant maneuver from Twitchy and the team. And he's cooked it in Chapel and lost them the race lead and is now miles down the road. He's got so much work. Matt will be absolutely spewing in the cockpit right now. He'll be so frustrated with that, and he knows he's good in the wet, but he's jumped in these awkward conditions, run it over that curb, and it's gone for a bit of a spin, and that's an understatement to say the least. So now our effective race leader is actually the 96 car, who's somehow also pulled a rabbit out of the hat. So right now it is the 96 car on the slick tyres. He has done the pit, so that's staying. Oh, he's actually on the. My apologies. It looks like he is still on a slick tyre. We'll get that confirmed. Surely he's on a wet tyre at this stage of the race, but he has stayed out for an extra couple of laps than Simon Bishop, an extra lap on top of the number 15 car, and has ended up in the lead. So he's stayed out there on the slick tyre, and it's paid off massively. He's in the lead of the race. He's got LJ Samworth behind him for Team XV, and then it's Simon Bishop double stinting and now back onto the wet compound tyre. But that has not worked out for our former race leader.
No, not at all. Absolutely not at all. Boy, how many times have we seen this? When the rain comes down, it's one thing to have the pit strategy that changes things, and we've obviously seen quite a bit of changes through the course of the first couple of first hour or so. First coming up an hour and 20 minutes, and in actual fact it's just going so jolly fast. And we're now starting to see the rain, which is, as they call it, the great equaliser. Not that there was anything unequal about the first 4 cars, but we're starting to certainly see the field work themselves up and get themselves into position. My goodness gracious, Mick. But there's not so much about who's gained in here, though, George. It's about who's actually lost. And boy, there's been some cars that have dropped down through the ranks over this one, and I have no idea why it's gone to that stage. But you know what? It's all about keeping the car on the right side of the ledger and on the track, and that's all we can ask for is for these drivers to to get themselves in there. And wow, it's just sensational. But no, we'll have to watch them going around the track, and of course you're very, very much keen on the mighty old McLaren. Well, don't count it out as well, because it's a much better it's a very, very good little car, and very, very firm little car as well when we see it doing the business. But well, front of the field at the moment, though, we've got the Mustang who's poked himself into the right position there in 96 here with John O'Stan, and now obviously the domination of the BMWs. Is it too early to say that it's over?
Oh, possibly. There's a Ford Mustang in there, just trying to be the bouncer at the club in this case, trying to keep the BMW party from carrying on. We've got a Mercedes party happening behind those, 726 and 81. Despite Matt McEwen's mistake, there are 2 Mercedes in there, P4 and P5, then the Aston Martin of BSR1. So BSR1, who had Captain Muffin in the car early on, self-spun themselves on lap 1. and have worked their way back up into P6, and they're only 3 seconds off the back of P5, and then another 2.5 seconds up the road is Matt McEwen and their championship rivals. So this championship battle, there's 6 points between these teams. The ANC outplayed car, which is the number 726 Mercedes that we saw spin recently, they are currently leading the overall championship by 6 points. BSR1 are 6 points behind them. So with Jeesh in the car, now this is going to go their way. Jeesh will love these conditions. He's a master of wet weather driving. Captain Muffin, of course, very, very solid teammate. Unlucky to have that spin earlier on. But this is the championship battle really starting to heat up, and there's 5.5 seconds between them. That's why that spin for the 726 was such a critical moment in this race.
Yeah, that's right. And like you said about Jeesh, so my goodness, he really does know how to drive in the wet. I remember seeing him at Bathurst a little while ago there doing exactly that. Just showed them who was the boss and pointed the thing, you know, just every time. I was also noticing too that again, Jimbo, our old mate in the Skyline for some reason, has just gone through the pits again. So not quite sure what's going on there in the Skyline. He hasn't had the easiest of races, but at the front of the field though, you know, we had such a close-knit group of 5 cars, which became 4 with the Mortonic unfortunately having problems in the Mustang, and now we're down to 3 cars there in close quarters racing, but none more so than the Ford and the 2 BMWs with different drivers behind the wheel as well, even though it still shows that Sidog is behind the wheel of the one car. I don't think that's the case. He's not a solo act. I just don't know who the second driver is off the screen, unfortunately, but great action as well. As you can see, the McLaren just showing that it's got the ability to go around and in and out and up and down as it feels like it. Oh, in fact, perfect time to be watching. Absolutely brilliant directing going on there, picking the right moment, but that is not ideal. And unfortunately, the poor old McLaren has, it's not a McLaren.
The Porsche, that's the 444.
Daisy, the 444, yeah.
Yeah, we were on board with a couple of battles there. We were sort of trying to figure out who we should be looking at. And there's a bunch of battles going on as well. But yeah, that is unfortunately the FTSC2 car going into the rear of, I believe that was the 444 Porsche. As battles all over the field, as things start to come together. Some drivers more familiar with the wet, more comfortable in the wet than others. Track temperature is coming down rapidly as well. Now we've got the number 11 battling the 102, and the 369 is in there as well, I believe. No, that is the 407. That is the 407. So great battle that's happening now between these guys. Very, very close out on track. So lots of action, but oh dear. I think we may have had a bit of a chat jinx on this one. No commentators curse so far, Mike. We're doing well. Oh boy, the P13 car was close there to coming into the rear end of the number 11. But I think we've just had a chat curse happen because Fly Sky was in the TrackSpot TV YouTube and said FTSC2 doing an awesome job. And then they proceeded to rear end the 444. Literally moments after, oh dear, Diswood in the 102 car going from left to right and suddenly, nearly losing control of the car. Did well to hold on to that.
He did very, very well, didn't he? My word, that was very close to being ugly, but great job there. Also really got a shout out to Gordo in the FTSC2 car. After having a little bit of an oopsie-daisy with the Porsche, what does he do? He backed right out of it. He actually waited for the Aston Martin to get its thoughts back together and went back out onto the track. Sorry, the Porsche to get himself back together and go back out onto the track before the Aston rejoined the track. So, you know, that's actually good sport. Made a mistake, sorry about that, didn't make pecuniary gain. So whether the officials actually see that or still act upon the bad driving standard, I don't know. But you don't see that very often. It's a little bit of respect. I made a mistake, I'm sorry, mate. Now he's having a good crack at it, though. Now he's saying, I've given you enough respect. Now I want to make a clean pass, and that looks like it is for position between 17th and 16th place. So we'll see how that was looked upon from the officials a little bit later on. Of course, that's the beautiful thing about this, George, is obviously same as we see with a lot of the real-time racing. We do have the ability of the track officials to actually go and say, hey, look, we'll just see what's going on here and what we can do, and have a bit of a chat about it, and if we need to address it, send you through the pits for a bit of a think about it, then that's what they sometimes do. So hopefully, on behalf of that team, I hope they've managed to get themselves out of trouble. They've done enough to appease the officials. Certainly hasn't appeased the 444 car, though, and they're back into it. So that's the 16th and 17th place.
That's right, yeah. No, the 444 car obviously will be quite frustrated with that, and then there'll be damage on the car as well, and all sorts. But in these kinds of situations, you just have to get your head down and carry on racing. You know, things will happen. And you sort of just need to get your head back into that normal headspace. Okay, we're racing again, just need to get the lap times in, focus on the next corner, and whatever will be, will be. So that's the mindset that will need to be there for the 444 car. I have been told a post-race penalty for the 279, that's the FTSC2 car, will be applied 10 seconds only, though, because he regressed. So that would have been a drive-through penalty, but the gentleman's rules by the stewards have been applied. Here we go, Simon Bishop looking up the inside line, but that'll become the outside. So we do have LJ Sandwith defending very, very nicely. Will there be an opportunity for Simon Bishop? This is the worst place to be side by side. Simon has to back out slightly, but he's got the power down beautifully, and they may be side by side through Abbey. This is going to be scary stuff. Simon Bishop is got the nose ahead. He's through on the apex, and that is a beautiful overtake lined up all the way from Vale into Club. And Simon Bishop moves up ahead of LJ Sandwith into second place. Here comes another car, because there suddenly is a blue flag trying to unlap themselves. I don't know who that is. It's not the cars behind. They are 18 seconds behind. But if we switch back to number 31 car, there is the number 82. So that is Yogota Bujonkin for the AGT3 car. Quite the name. Apologies if I've mispronounced that. But they're looking to unlap themselves. Clearly got a huge amount of pace in the car and going for it on LJ Sandwith immediately through Brooklands.
It's just a sight to behold, isn't it? It's a sight to behold. This really is a big effort there from them in that machine, and you can't be angry at them, although the blue flag does stipulate you do have to give way to faster cars behind you, and that's a dickens of a thing if you've actually got genuine pace, and that's exactly what we're seeing here at the moment, George. So in one breath you've got those silly little things called this is what you have to do, or you give you a boot, or the second thing, if I've got genuine pace, really if I'm not hindering anybody, do I have to move out of the way? And unfortunately the answer is yes, you do. If you're a lap down, that's one of those things. If you don't like it, don't be a lap down in the first place. But unfortunately, that's one of those things. Hey, look, giving a big shout out to the race leaders. So they are doing a cracking job. John O'Stan is actually 5 seconds away to the second place car, and I think that's an astounding drive. But still, we're seeing some great squabbles around the track, and look at them go. I mean, you don't have to look far. I'm looking at some of the gaps, 0.6, 0.3, a second, and then going back through the field a little bit further, 0.4, a little bit there further down, 0.3, This is not a sorted out thing. And most cars are on the same lap, apart from obviously we've seen the blue flag out there before, but most other cars, we're considering, George, can you believe it? We're actually counting down an hour and a half into the race, a couple of more minutes to go, and we've been going for 90 minutes. And I just wouldn't mind if you could address my little bit of confusion. I'm assuming that Sidog is actually racing 6 hours solo. Is that the case, or is he on a driver change? I'm just not sure if he's actually a solo act at the moment.
I will double check
tell you who the second driver is.
We were told earlier it's the number 33 is solo. I don't believe that 31 is solo. So I think we do have a maximum of 3 hours 30 minutes. It's going to be Simon Bishop and Mint Matt for BCG1. So they are in the team together for this one. Key thing on your screens right now, this is the battle for the championship lead. Right now, the BSR1 team with G at the wheel, that's the 05, the very bright Aston Martin that you're seeing on your screen, center camera at the moment. They are in second place and got a great run through Aintree, which unfortunately Matt McEwen did not. This is the battle for the championship. Right now, it's the Even Stevens and the ANC outplayed in front, but that's going to be side by side as we head into Brooklands. The braking zone, the inside line is where you want to be, and that is exactly where Geesh pushed the car. Perfect overtake. BSR1, who were involved in an early incident, self-inflicted, unfortunately, on lap 1, ended up 19th, have driven it back, and they are now ahead of their championship rivals, who are leading the championship. So BSR1 in second place in the championship. Geesh has put the car in front of the team that they needed to do that for. So the 726, who are the championship leaders, now falling behind BSR1. That is a huge moment in this race, and that is what BSR1 have been working back over the last hour and 20 minutes or so to get. They needed to have their car, their Aston Martin, in front of this Mercedes, and with that spin, that's why we said it was so critical. Matthew McEwen, critical spin out at this exact place a few laps ago, just after the rain started coming down, has really put the put the Magic 8 Ball, or whatever, the championship trophy, whatever you want to call it, back into the hands of BSR 1 team. So 2 critical moments have led to this, and suddenly Geesh has found himself in a position to drive away from their championship rivals.
What an absolute masterful display. And I'll tell you what, this is we are actually 25% of the way through this race, which I am finding amazing. Can you believe it? It's been an hour since we updated the field, an hour since we updated. So if I could ask our kind director to jump down to the 22nd spot, let's run through where we are at the moment and pick up all of the cars here. 22nd spot there is the Black Falcon in the Cactus 2 car, the car 667, and that is the vehicle that's actually in 22nd spot. 2 laps down, you can see the front is certainly disarranged, unfortunately, that mighty BMW, but I'm sure they'll be working hard to try and get that thing fixed and back into some sort of pace. Maybe the rain will be their big equaliser. Let's move up to 21st spot there. It's our mate Jimbo. Cats prefer Chef, but Skylines are driven by Jimbo, and 21st place there. He's a few distance back there. He's got a few spots to make up, but we saw at Bathurst a while ago. Jimbo, don't take your eyes off him. Solo act, the only car out there with a solo driver, and Jimbo's in 21st place. The top 20 is made up from this car here. This is the mighty old Mercedes-Benz car 75, and we've got Senan behind the wheel in the Fire Motorsport Mercedes-Benz in the top 20. Jumping up to 19th place there. Here comes car number 2. Don't take your eyes off Stone Harbour in the AGT1 car. The mighty Mustang looking very, very fast and sharp, and still got some work to do. There's no doubt about it. Unfortunately, a couple of laps back, or a lap and a bit back, but I'm sure they'll be making every post a winner. Then we jump on to the mighty Borisha, all the way from Germany. There is the Cactus 5, I think it is. Yes, it is. Team Little Bear behind the wheel of the car, smoking peace pipe at the end of the race, and I'm sure he'll be doing well in 18th place, trying to move further forward. Oh, just a little bit squirrely going into that right-hander. Go to, that was 18th place. If we jump up to 17th place, look at this beautifully turned out 82 car there. This is AGT3, and that's Waigata Bujok and the mighty old Mercedes-Benz, the 82 car there. That's 17th place. Right in front of them, though, look how close this is. This is FTSC2 with Gordo behind the wheel, good old Gordo, and the 279 car there. That is 16th place. Then we go to the top 15 with the mighty McLaren, and there is Cactus 1 with Bijon behind the wheel there in the McLaren. There's only about 3 seconds behind the car in front, so that's the top 15. Then we move up to the 14th place car, and this is the 369, the mighty old Mustang there. This is TTR West behind the wheel of the team anyway, with Morton Nick is the name, but I think they've done a driver change, and this is in 14th place. Go up to 13th place there with TTR East, another of the mighty Mustangs here. This is car number 11 in 13th spot there with Dusk behind the wheel. I think, again, a driver change, and we know how good these drivers can be. We go to the dozen, the good old dozen there, PRT3, and the mighty old Mercedes-Benz. This is Diswood behind the wheel of that car, with quite a bit of distance between him and the car in front, but 12th spot at the moment with the rain coming. Is it going to help them, or is it going to hinder them? Then we go to 11th place there, the 137 Aston Martin there with the Hooncorp 2 entry. This is actually Tim behind the wheel. I'm just trying to think of his nickname, but it's not actually Nismo behind the wheel this time at the moment. Not quite the top 10, they've got a bit of work to do. Then we go to the top 10 there with the bits are missing in the mighty old Ford Mustang. I hope all the bits are on the car, and this is the QTR car there, and bits are missing in the top 10. George, do you want to wrap up the next 9 spots?
Certainly will, and I believe Tim's nickname is Double Duck, or Dub True. Dub True, there we go. I think he's known to his close friends as Double Duck, but now we all know.
I think Double Duck's better.
I think it's great. Yeah, it's fantastic. A quick update as well. Number 102 is a solo driver, so Diswood doing the full 6 hours solo, as well as the number 33. So it's Jimbo and Diswood both solo in the car today, and with the HC2 team sharing a rig. So we'll be all the blame will be put on Nismo Nate for all the incidents, but Dub True will be in the car, and he's in the car at the moment. Right, here's our top 10. So obviously we had the OTR car number 77 in P10, about a lap behind at the moment. Then Naked Blade, PRT1 in the number 100 car. He's 5 seconds behind the HC1 car. Smitty taking the helm over from Piper, getting very, very close to the 676 car. So great little battle happening between these two again. One car is going to be loving it, One car we are loving, that's for sure. Both cars we're loving, in fact, and we're loving the battle that's happening out on track. Smitty putting a lot of pressure on that BMW ahead. So HC1 looking strong at the moment in the top 10. Then it's Norm for BCG2 in the number 76 car. 3 pit stops still to do for all of these drivers in the top 12, I believe, or top 10, I should say. HC2 have come in for a pit stop earlier on in the race. Then it's Matt McEwen in the 726 trying to find his feet in this unfortunate downpour that we've ended up with, and he is not going to be a happy man with the spin that he made earlier. It's let Jeej catch up. The championship rivals BSR1. P5 is Cave Racing. Barter's behind the wheel at the moment for the Mercedes AD1 entry, and they are pulling a gap to the 726 as well. So no more Mercedes party. They've gone their separate ways to separate clubs. BSR1 in 4th place, the number 5 car doing great, and Jeej is thriving in the wet. He's a fish in water right now, and it's great to see. Then it's Team XV, LJ Sandwith in the number 15 car. He is leading the Pro-Am category right now. OTR in the number 77 leading the Am class, but 3rd place overall and leading Pro-Am, doing fantastic, our Team XV. Simon Bishop up the road did manage to get the overtake done on the number 15. The 31 moves up to P2, and then it's BCG3, the surprise car leading the race. The number 96 came out of the woodwork, and it was the pit stop. They stayed out on the slicks for a couple of extra laps where everyone was jumping in early, and that has bagged them a 5-second lead over Simon Bishop. It's fantastic to see how the rain switches things up. We've got rain still forecast for the next 30 minutes of this race. Track temperature is 28 degrees Celsius, 25 degrees Celsius in the atmosphere. A little bit of a wind starting to come in as well. So we may see some of this rain pushed out of the way in the next hour or so. We have 4 hours, 23 minutes to go. A big shout out to, of course, AUSNZ, all the admins who are working hard in the background. We've got live stewards, we've got race control, all in there. Big thanks to some of the guys in the background to sort out the server. Some issues we had earlier in the week with regards to that. And of course, a massive shout out to Hooncorp Esports for putting on today's event and taking over in terms of the overall sponsorship of the event. Fantastic to have them in here. And of course, big thanks to the team behind the scenes at TrackSpot TV. We've got Matt Smith in the broadcasting area, on the controls, on the tools, doing all the cool stuff with the technology in the background. Myself, George Cooke, CEO of TrackSpot TV, in the commentary box alongside Mike Howe, our special commentator guest today. And obviously, big shout out to Kidbyers as well, who was in there for the qualifying on Friday night. Trevor Byers and Isaac Fogarty, both part of the TrackSpot TV team. Coming to you live on the Kidbyers Twitch, the TrackSpot TV Twitch, and the TrackSpot TV YouTube. Lots to get through in terms of the housekeeping today, Mike, but honestly, it's worth it. So many good people doing such good work, and what a race we've had so far.
Oh, you're dead right, and it's not, this thing doesn't happen. I'm the guy that waltzes in about 20 minutes to go before the race is going to start and just sit down and say some words. But what you guys do behind, I have the Discord, I've got the technical knowledge of an Apple. So honestly, I just watch you guys and go, wow, that's amazing. I've already had the controller lock up a couple of times on me. I've had to get a bit of a help system there from the techos, one of the techos here behind the scenes, to get my screen working again. But what you guys do is it's unmentioned so much, and you know, look, I love being part of the commentary for all the team, but I wish I had half the technical nous you guys have got. You just sit there and do it. You say, oh, this person's behind the scene. Wilco's doing the job. He's double duties today as well for some other serious family stuff, and you know, putting in the effort and just doing such a huge amount of job, just to mention but one. And of course, Monkey Matt there, who's a very, very capable driver, who's a good sim racer, who's a good technical person, who's a good commentator. And he's in the background. We'll hear from him a little bit later on. But you know, this is what we do. And without this sort of you know, team behind the scene, it doesn't just. It's not a case of turning on a switch and away we go. Let's go racing. Every team here on the track has actually, you know, asked to be here. They've chucked a couple of dollars into the kitty to be here as well. So they're not, you know, they're not idiots. They're not out to, you know, Hoons have just decided, hey, I'm going to turn up 5 minutes notice. This is all well and truly advanced. You guys' professionalism, you know, from the Hooncorp Esports type of thing, the AUSNZ and TrackSpot, you know, the amount of time that it's actually put in to put these events on is very, very commendable. To be honest, guys, I've been a part of real-time racing for many, many years. I've been part of helping organise, you know, real-time racing. Yes, they put in a lot of effort, but it's unbelievable the amount of technical stuff you have to put up with. And I like your solution-based problem solving as well. But anyway, we'll talk about that a little bit later on during the course, but don't forget TrackSpot TV. I'll keep in touch with you in the future, mate. It won't just be these one-off races. I'm enjoying being part of it, and let's see what we can do. But let's go back to the track. Let's focus on what's important as far as these drivers that have, that have certainly deserved to be here on the track. And look at them all going. Some of them flashing the lights. Some of them say, get out of the way. A little bit of lap traffic starting to pop in there. And of course, the cars that have been lapped, they won't want to be. But you've got to obey the blue flags. You've got to obey the faster cars are coming through. There's a couple of cars there just getting a little bit. You can see the 37 car there. That was Smitty behind the wheel before. He's done a driver change at the moment, and he's handed over. They haven't been without their issues as well. And just trying to pick up where they are at the moment in the grand scheme of things. But they've got some work to do. And coming down the front straight, you can see that fantastic lineup of cars here. Jeesh has impressed me as well, but I tell you what, Jono stand right at the front of the field. He has done such a sensational job, just leapfrogging everybody without anyone knowing exactly how he did it. But Smitty, so we've got Smitty behind the wheel in 37 there, and this is the first of the Hooncorp cars. This is the Pro-Am car, and this is a bit of a quiet achiever, this guy. He's the guy that actually does say to the team, hey, how about we try this? He'll be the guy that does hours and hours of testing. They both run Aston Martins, the two Hooncorp teams, and he's the guy that puts on a whole lot of R&D, and I'm sure plenty of the other teams are the same, but he is their anchor man, and good to see him behind the wheel. Now, he's got Norm in front of him, which is Cam down in Tauranga, and Norm and Smitty, I liken this to Chas Mostert and Cam Waters. These two, they always seem to be on the track around each other. I wouldn't say that they're the best of friends. I don't think they hate each other, but they're certainly not on each other's Christmas card list. So this is a great scrap going on here at the moment. This is probably the closest we've got to the V8 supercar rivalry. Now, there was a little bit of a angst, I think, in the on the Friday night, where one felt the other had wronged him. I won't say which was the other way around, but this will be an interesting battle to keep an eye on. The fact that the two drivers are on there at the same time, and they're line astern. I was hoping it was going to be the other way around. If they didn't actually share the track, we wouldn't have a problem. But believe me, there's two big egos there, and they're not going to be wanting to let up. They will not want to show weakness. And Smitty's the Australian, Norm is the Kiwi. I should be barracking for Norm, but of course Smitty's in the Hooncorp car. This is real hard for me, George. What do I do here? But great little scrap between them, and this is for 7th and 8th place.
Oh. Great stuff, but he's run wide. Oh.
I'm just going to be impartial here, and I might just go to the toilet. No, I'm just kidding. No, this is great. Absolutely awesome there from Smitty. So which one's Cam Waters and which one's Chas Mostert?
I don't know. I think they're a bit of both, to be honest. Kind of evoking the spirit of those two drivers in some way or another. Oh, looks for the turn in into Cops, but there's nowhere to go because the 37's there, the HD1 car. He goes for it, but there's a big spin, and that's the 76 car. Oh, Smitty will be smiling as a result of this, I'm absolutely sure, and Norm will be absolutely fuming. Oh, that's not the way we wanted to see that enormous battle come to a temporary, I assume, conclusion, because I'm sure that we'll see them on track together, but forced out a little bit wide there. Smitty had the inside line, had the right to the corner, and unfortunately Norm put a couple of tyres onto the green stuff, and there you go, the car goes around in the wet conditions. That's what happened. What an absolutely monumental battle. Fantastic. I'm glad you called it out as well, because these two somehow, the north and the south pole of the magnet, and they just seem to find each other every single time out on track, and we end up with a great scrap. And that was certainly an exciting battle to witness. BCG2 find themselves now in 9th place, as we see the number 37 move up into 7th. So Naked Blake for PRT1 has actually made a bit of progress in there. Big update though, this gap from BSR1 to Team XV has gone from 8 or 9 seconds down to now under 0.5 of a second. Jeesh is on an absolute rampage. He's absolutely swimming in the wet. This is the fish and water kind of stuff. He's a barracuda right now.
Well, you called it before. You said about how well he goes in the water. I remember seeing him at Bathurst a while ago as well. Another real strong performance from Jeesh. And look at him go. This Aston Martin, I mean, he has done a lot of mileage in this car. And now he's put in this serious challenge there with LJ Sandwith in the BMW, and you can see, even though that's early days into the race, well, it's not that early, we're coming up nearly 2 hours or hour and 3/4, amount of debris on the side of these cars that's silly when we see it's pouring down with rain, but of course a lot of mileage done in the dry before this rain come, and I can tell you that in 30 minutes time the rain will still be with us, but it will be lessening. We may see some sort of a dry line or some sort of a decent racing line coming, but what a scrap between Geesh and LJ Samworth, and Samworth certainly deserves to be there at the moment. He's pointing the thing in the right direction, but watch for Geesh as he does a harry-carry. He goes absolute banzai into the right-hander here, and he's trying everything he possibly can. Who can blame him? This is a great scrap, and now Geesh has just moved himself up even further. Now we're talking podium contention there for Geesh, and LJ still the leaders there in Pro-Am, but now back to 4th place, unceremoniously passed there by Geesh. And golly, George, you picked it though, mate, about how well this guy goes in the rain, and look at the distance he's made already. He's pulled a decent old gap, 3, 4, 5 tenths of a second, and only a couple of corners, so it just goes to show you how well this guy goes in the wet weather racing here at Silverstone. So what more is to come from the Aston? Can he climb any higher up the rung of the ladder? Because in front of him is a couple of very, very determined drivers, and that is the first of the BCG cars. It's the BCG1, the 1 car, and then of course John O'Stan in the Mustang and the BCG3. Now, I talked about this before though, George, about the race, about the Mustang and the same team when they've got BMWs, and yet, you just can't be angry with the way that this has turned out for them, because, they're first and second at the moment, and that is absolutely brilliant.
Oh, absolutely agreed. We're looking into the lap times to compare Geesh and Simon Bishop to see what the battle is going to be and whether Geesh has got the pace right now to catch up. The second place driver at the moment, he's already cut 1.3 seconds out of the lead. Oh, Nathan, that's actually Double Duck is going for it. He wants to have this pass on the number 77, so great battle now. This is for the final spot in the top 10. So the HC2 team looking strong, as are the HC1 counterparts. Lovely slide through Abbey. He's going to look to the inside line. Not going to be space to do it there, but it's put the 77 offline, and through goes HC2. Great psychological pressure there by the Aston Martin team, and HC2 move up into the top 10. That's 2 teams for Hooncorp in the top 10 right now. Fantastic work. Mike, it simply is that some drivers thrive in the wet and some just don't. There is a feel of the car, there's an understanding of the grip, the limit of the inertia you can put into that car. And some drivers have it, some drivers don't, some drivers train a lot to get that. But I tell you what, it's no easy thing. It is no easy skill. And we're seeing a few drivers out there at the moment displaying some unbelievable stuff. Update in terms of lap times. Jono in the lead. Last lap, a 2:10.2. Simon Bishop was doing a 2:10.1. So very close, even pace between P1 and P2. However, Geesh is doing 2:09s, low 2:09s, I should say. Last lap was a 2:09.2. He is a second a lap faster than P1 and P2 right now. So given enough time, he will catch up to those two. He is in contention, not just for the podium, Mike. He's in contention to win this race today.
That is outstanding, and it's his. I just noticed the update on the weather, George. We're going to go no rain in 30 minutes time, so he's doing sensational. He's got around about 25 to 30 minutes to really have this wet track. The track will go dry very, very quickly if the rain stays away. So Geesh has got a scamper. There's no doubt the talent of this man. He's driving absolute wheels off that third place car at the moment, the 5 car, and that Aston is looking beautiful. But well, will this play into whose hands as the track will lose the rain for I don't know for how long, and is it possible the rain will come back? Absolutely possible. Who knows what the cyber gods have got in store for us as far as the weather goes, but my goodness, he's driving the wheels off it, and that's all you can do. Keep it pointing in the right direction, don't hit the ignition button and turn off the engine, and don't have a spin. And he's just doing a cracking job there as we see him weaving himself through the left, right, and now into the left-hander. And one thing we talked about before, George, too, was the tyres. They were getting an absolute hiding in the dry. The left-hand side tyres, you predominantly turn right here at Silverstone, and the left-hand side tyres were really starting to pay quite an awful price as far as, you know, high temperature and degradation. But now the rain has taken that all away. It's made it so much more easy. You don't have to worry too much, and for a little while when they do go to dries, if the track stays cool like this, they will have a little bit more tyre life. But geez, goodness me, he has done a spectacular job. Not as spectacular though as John O'Stan, who still leads the race in the Mustang, but geez, is just driving the literal wheels off that car at the moment. And there is John O'Stan. Look at the job that he's doing at the moment. He's just making that car look effortless. It looks clean, it looks fast, it looks smooth. We saw that little move there from Dub True before in the Aston, and in 11th place in the Hooncorp car, now up to 10th place, making a pass on that Mustang. You know, the way that pass was executed, as you were calling it quite spot on, was he just played that Mustang to make a mistake. He went inside, he went outside, not violently on the wheel. He was just saying, I'll poke my nose up here, I'll have a bit of a show of the front of the car. And that's great driving. That's exactly what you need to do, is to keep that car pointing, you know, in the right way, and just put a little bit of pressure. You don't always have to flash the lights. You don't always have to carry on like an idiot. You just need to quietly say to the person, jump out of the way if you don't mind. I'll pass you now. That'll be fine. So we'll see how that all goes. Also see, I'm also seeing that young Norm and the Cam Waters and the Chaz Mostert debate is starting to really pick up his pace as well. He's starting to get the bit between his teeth. I think he's a little bit snippy about what happened, and who can blame him? But look at the pace there from John O'Stan, who's doing a sensational job. In fact, I can just quickly tell you and confirm that Nismo's not behind the wheel. He just walked into the room with me, mate. How was that stint? Good? No problems?
Yeah.
Yep. Car's happy?
We're getting there.
Dub True's doing a good job. He just made a nice pass for the top 10. You're going to have a quick talk on the microphone quickly. What's your strategy? Tell us what you're going to do. We don't mind.
Oh, we're just, there's a pedal on the right of the car, and we're just going to mash it until we see 6 hours.
And what was the reason for the early pit stop? We saw you come in quite early, very quickly. What was that all about?
Yeah, we got caught up in a bit of lap 1, turn 1 drama. I turned right, and we went left. So just a bit of a lot of cars in a small space, and yeah, we just ended up spat out into the sand. And
was the car damaged?
Yeah, with some damage. So
crikey.
had to chuck a set on it. We just figured while we're there, we may as well do a full service. And
so just down there by the microphone so they can hear you. Dub True behind the wheel in 137. What's his last name? Tim Vaughan. That's right, Tim Vaughan. All right, you've done your job. You can sod off now. Well done there. So that's Nismo just to give us a real quick update. And of course, like yourself and like Wilco and Mad and Monkey Matt and Kidbyers, Treadbyers there. A huge amount of time behind he doesn't want to say it on the microphone. I was actually literally grabbing him by his arm to pull him down here and say words, but the amount of time and effort you guys put in, just sensational. So hopefully everyone out there that's watching and enjoying themselves and seeing a phenomenal race happen here, as he's just grabbed the screen off me, so I'll go for a small screen. But George, you know, it's a very satisfying thing, isn't it, when you see, well, we've got 22 cars going around the track. I mean, they've certainly showed us all sorts of different things. So, and some of them are going, yeah, I'm not going to win today, but I'm going to get some points for the next race. And I think that's what, is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. At the end of the day, you need to be looking, you know, especially in endurance races, you need to be looking, the long-term goal is always the thing that you need to be looking at. And you've got another 4 hours and 7 minutes in this race, probably multiple weather changes in that time. And then you've got to think there's another 3 races ahead of us. We've got Kaya Lamy 4 hours, we've got the Spa Francorchamps 6 hours, and the Circuit of the Americas 4 hours. So, you know, we are still an hour and 7 minutes away from the half distance point in the season, the overall season, which started back on the 15th of February at Mount Panorama for 6 hours of racing. So I tell you what, there is a long way to go, but you need to be playing that long game, that longer strategy. You've got to have a vision of what's coming up ahead of you. And so far, some of the teams have played that very, very well in round 4 so far. And still lots of stuff to come out and lots of stuff to be figured out as a result of this race. We will be having a switch up of commentators in the next half an hour or so. We're going to take a very, very short 30-second break, and then we will be back with you guys in a few moments' time. So for now, please enjoy the battle for P13, and we'll be back with you in a few moments' time. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the AUSNZ Hooncorp round 4. 6 hours of Silverstone continues, and we've got another 4 hours and 5 minutes. It's been raining for the last hour or so. We've got the upcoming pit stops. We should be seeing some pit stops around the 3-hour 20 mark. However, we do have the rain starting to disappear from the track in 30 minutes. So yet another cat has been tossed into the pigeons, and we shall see if the spanner hits the fan and goes through, or tears one of the blades out and turns off our air conditioning, which is oh so important when you're in these sim racing events. If anyone says that sitting in a chair and playing computer games is not a way to increase your heart rate, you can show them sim racing, and I can tell you most of these drivers will be at least 100 beats per minute in terms of their heart rate right now, because the racing has been intense. The rain has well and truly thrown things to the wind, caution to the wind in some cases. Some drivers going the extra mile to make their racing and battles extra interesting or extra spicy, depending on how you want to look at it. But at the moment, it is the top 3. Jono Stan came out of the woodwork. His wet tyre change strategy was perfect. We actually rejoined just when he has a little bit of a mistake at the just before he gets onto the Hamilton straight. But on the 53rd lap of this race, it is the number 96 car, the Ford Mustang, in the lead by 5 seconds over BCG1 Simon Bishop in the number 31 car. And then it is Jeech on a tearing run. He's tearing back through the field. This car spun on lap 1, ended up nearly dead last, has driven all the way back through the field, overtaken their championship rivals, who are the rivals in which they are actually leading the championship too, and now find themselves in 3rd place. There was a gap of 14.8 seconds. That is now 6 seconds on track. One of his last laps was a 2:08.1. He's now nearly 2 seconds faster than the competition ahead. We've got a showdown on our hands for the top 3, Mike. It's been absolutely fantastic stuff watching so far. We're going to be switching up the commentators in probably about half an hour time, but I'm not sure if either you or me would want to step away at this point.
Oh, I'm starting to worry about that too. I think you're talking about 5 minutes time, the way the race has been going. We're counting it down so quickly. We're almost 2 hours into it, for crying out loud. Half an hour, it's going to be like 5 minutes. It's just been going so quickly. I'm sure I only just sat me bumming down into the seat, and it's just incredible. It's just, you're right about that. I haven't really thought about it. We're watching, sim racing. We're watching, people safely getting out there doing, 250 kilometres an hour plus. But man, the heart rate gets up. We're watching some of these lead cars here, and you're sitting back going, they're not going to make a mistake, and this is great, and that's great, and everything like that. I mean, and then you're seeing some really cool machines, and these drivers drive them, and they drive them so jolly well. But they, as a real-time racer, I don't know how they do not feel the car. I like to feel the G-forces going through the corners, and you can just look now at the variety of cars going through the track at the moment, and how these drivers can actually rate these machines as they do. And for some reason, it's just they just throw them around without necessarily being able to feel them, and I don't know how they do that. So it's incredible. But we have got some great battles on the track at the moment there, and you can see the 2 car there is one of them there, which is that is something Adam. I can't read it on the screen. I'm sorry to say that that 369 car was very, very sharp. There's the 102 car there looking the part as well. And that how many Mercedes have we got out there today? It seems to be the car of choice, to be honest. We've got the Mustangs, we've got the Mercedes, we've got all sorts of vehicles going through the ranks there, and they just do look absolutely sharp, don't they? So yeah, look, I think half an hour's time, it feels like about 5 minutes to us, but there's so much that's going to happen. And we're just watching around the track on a couple of different screens as well, so we don't just have the one screen that's on the Discord there for sure, on the TrackSpot TV channel, but we actually get a couple of other different views as well. And there was a couple of laps ago, there was a moment for the 1 car which actually came unhinged, and it was quite spectacular little moment, but managed to get himself back into it as well. So goodness me, it's in that. So we know that that car can make a mistake, anyone can make a mistake, and of course, there are just human beings behind the wheel of these cars, although sometimes you start to wonder, and I just see Jeech too in the 5 car back in 3rd place, starting to shut down the gap as well. Look at this little battle, oh, crikey dickly do. The 81 car putting everything around the outside, and this is the battle. This is 5th place. 81 car having a good old go. The BMW there right beside him. That is the 15 car there of LJ Sandwich. We know how well they've fought through the field there today. They swap a bit of paint. Here, take that home tomorrow for a bit of a sample. And the Mercedes goes through. And the Cave racing car there, well, goodness me, that's come out of the cave well and truly. Now Jay Sandwith and the Bimmer, the two German marquees, having a good fight against each other, but won't be too chipper about that. Nonetheless, though, a little bit of a rubber's okay. Anything more than that, they'd start to get the ire of the track officials, but we're not quite the 8 supercars. We're a bit more NASCAR. We could allow a little bit of bump and scrape, and I've got to say, well done there to the track officials that have got and done a cracking job there so far. Now we've got the rain dissipating in about 20 odd minutes time, 10 minutes time it'll settle down, then it'll dissipate hopefully in about 25 to 30 minutes time after that. I noticed too that the second car in this little squabble there, he's actually got the wipers turned off, which is quite interesting there, the 15. So Sandwith has decided either he's got an outside view or his windscreen hasn't been impeded, so he hasn't got those going at all, and no major problems. But there is our man, there is Jeesh in the 05 Peter Brock number in the mighty old Aston Martin though, and that gap is down to 3.9 seconds last spot, so he really has got the bit between his teeth there, and Jeesh doing a sensational job. Look at him having a go now, making a pass, a clean pass on the lap marker there, the mighty old McLaren, that's Bijon in the back in the Cactus 1 car, I think it is, doing a good job. Yes, it is the Cactus 1, and they're back in 15th place, but Jeesh in the meantime, no 3rd place there, George. He is really climbing the ladder, isn't he? Like you said, from early moments of the race, having a major problem, which was a big setback, to be on the podium and one of the fastest, I would gather the fastest car on the track at the moment, not the fastest lap we've had all race. That still stays with the 726 car there, the Mercedes-Benz, back in 6th place, but Jeesh is the fastest car on the track at the moment, and now down to 3.3 seconds to the BMW with Side Dog and Matt's actually behind the wheel at the moment, Mint Matt. And so the one car has better keep its rear vision mirror sorted out there, because as you can see, just going through that left-hander, there's the BMW, there's a lap car in between them, and there's Jeesh. So my word, he's going to be making short work of this distance. And what would you do if you're in the one car there, George? You'd be picking up the pace, or would you go, no, it's too early to get into a fight, let's just keep the car going?
I think they need to keep the car going at the end of the day. I mean, getting into a fight at this stage is just going to bring your rivals into the fight. It's not something you want to do. You also, if you're the faster car and you've got faster cars behind you that are, even if they're blue flagged, you want to be letting them pass. That's exactly what we've just seen Jono Stan do. So he's actually let, I believe that is the 82 car, Pro-Am car, has actually overtaken our race leader. So you've got to be joking. You've got to be joking about this guy's pace. He's faster than the leaders right now. He's going at the same speed as Jeesh, who's doing 2:08 and catching up by nearly a second and a half per lap, as we did see a car take the exit road at Abbey. Wasn't Simon Bishop, it was another car involved in that. 3.3 seconds, so we're expecting 3 laps or even 4 or 5, and Jeesh is going to be in spitting distance of Simon Bishop and fighting for that second place. Another couple of laps later, he could well be up there with Jono Stan, whose pace is good still overall, but he's been hovering around the 209, 210s. That's not going to be enough to hold off a man like Jeesh, who's just taken another second this lap out of Simon Bishop. And you can just tell the number 82 car, AGT3, you've got to be joking, has flown past the number 82 car. Also, apologies, I completely mispronounced You've Got to Be Joking's name. So he must have been thinking that this commentator must be joking, which I wasn't, unfortunately. Nonetheless, this is fantastic from Jeesh, and he is in the position now to get himself towards a race win today. We say it over and over again, but a master of the wet conditions, and certainly the Aston Martins have been coming alive in the wet, Mike. All of them. They were still pretty good in the dry conditions, and generally speaking, dry conditions are great, but Aston Martins typically in ACC, as soon as it starts to rain, the Aston Martins just become some other kind of monster.
Yeah, look, just as we went across to you and we were watching Jeesh go around, in front of Jeesh, the one car there with Sidog and Mint Matt behind the wheel actually went off at turn 5 and had a little bit, again, a shortcut on exactly the same spot that went off a few laps before. So there's no doubt the pressure is starting to mount on the side of car number 1. And Mint Matt, for all his talents and abilities, is human and is starting to really feel the pressure of a fast closing Aston Martin in the way of car number 5. And there is Jeesh now coming onto the straight. This is a battle for second place. The one car was side-dog above the window, but has actually been driven by Mint Matt. Sidog car is under attack here, and the 05 car has shut down the gap to less than 2 seconds. Now, we were seeing this gap for, it was 8 or 9 seconds quite a while ago. The rain came down, it became 5 seconds, 3 seconds, less than 2 seconds. This is just the battle for second place, but it's more than that, because it's only 3 seconds away. In front of this BMW is the race leader, John O'Stan in the Mustang. So no one is out of the reach of Ziyech at the moment. And I mean, I don't know what more he can do in the Aston. Then he's intimidating the dickens out of the one car. And look at the gap now. It's closing. It's absolutely closing down. This is like watching a real estate agent trying to get a sale. It's closing even faster. Out of the right-hander, down the little corner. This is a long right-hander now as they come onto the finish straight. And Ziyech is just doing a cracking job. In fact, he's weaving almost like a victory roll if you're flying a Mustang after a kill. He's just moving that thing around. It's astounding to watch. And I'll tell you what, George, we are really being treated to a spectacular display of how to drive in the wet, because that Aston Martin, he's not doing anything stupid. He's just doing it so very well. I don't know where he's getting his pace from, but the BMW, you can see Mint Matt, and he's done a huge amount of mileage. He's equally as fast as Sidog, and I say that with respect. So we're not talking about an amateur here. This is a battle of the pros, and look at this. The top 5 cars are pro race drivers. This, I don't know who categorises these groups, but they've done a standout job here. And now we go back to this beautiful part of the track here. This is where really the BMW has been having issues in the past as well. Into this left-hander, he's got to watch the Aston behind him. I know we're just focusing on this one battle, but this is podium changing. This is third to second, and we are 2 hours and nearly 10 minutes into this race. So this is a very big statement there. And there's John O'Stan. Now, George, don't think that when this, and I think it's a when, not a, when this pass is made, Ziyech isn't just going to give up. He's not going to say, oh, well, I'm in second place now. This is only a start. I think Ziyech is trying to really cement the gain on the Aston. You know, we saw John O'Stan in the Mustang do a brilliant pit strategy that got them into the lead by staying out 2 extra laps on those slick tyres when the rain started coming in, and it came heavy. Did a great job. But now look at Ziyech. He hasn't got the brake strategies. He hasn't got the luxury of, you know, that sort of a game. He's just showing mastery, absolute mastery of driving. Look at this.
Ooh, it's a look. Yep, he does it. Brooklands. There we go. Had a little look. Simon Bishop gave him the space, and that's it all the way through. And I think, honestly, this is a result of Simon Bishop pitting earlier than these cars. He's been out on those tyres essentially longer, and he was out on the wet tyres when the rain wasn't coming down at full strength, so he would have had a little bit of extra wear on them, and just hasn't had the pace. Look at Ziyech, wants to break the slipstream, wants to get the tyres onto the wet zone. The end of the rain is rapidly approaching. Last couple of laps here, Jono doing 2:08.6. The pace has increased for our leader in the gap up to 3.8 seconds. Simon Bishop doing 2:08.9s, trying to hold on, trying to increase his pace, trying to extend the stint a little bit, or certainly the tyre life that he's on right now. But Ziyech is now in the 2:07s, so he's running in the 2:07s at the moment. So his pace is still rapid, still about, or just under a second faster than our race leader. 0.5 of a second is the gap between the two of them now. Ziyech absolutely going for it, and it is fantastic to see. Yeah, I tell you what, at the end of the day, Ziyech is on for a very good result here at the 6 hours of Silverstone. So we shall see, but this is certainly not the only battle that's happening around the grid. We've had a few shakers and movers. The 407 is quite close in P14. And the number 2 has also been making some progress in P19. So plenty of action still happening around the track here. The question's going to be, can Ziyech maintain this pace? Has he cooked his tyres as a result of this? And we are approaching the point where we're going to need to have some pit stops because the rain is going away. Most of these drivers will probably try and stay out until that track condition goes from wet to either damp or greasy before they go and change onto the slick tyre. However, driver stint timer puts their pit stops in the next 30 minutes. So it could time up perfectly. They could stay on these wet tyres all the way right up until 3 hours and 20 minutes remaining. If they do that, then they've hit their second stint timer absolutely perfectly. They'll jump onto the slicks. The conditions will be right for it. Couple of careful laps out there, and they should be good to go for the next 80 minutes of stint. Max driver time, of course, for each driver in the team is 3 hours 30, except for the 102 car and the 33, and I believe also the HC2 car, because there's a couple of people who are sharing rigs out there at the moment. By the way, it is Psydog driving the car at the moment. He's gone for a double stint, so it is Simon Bishop in the BCG car 1 at the moment. In addition to that, I think it was Simon Bishop that went off at Abbey all that a couple of laps ago. So it was Simon Bishop having a little bit of an issue, and clearly the tyres are not there. And as I said at the start of this, Mike, I think it's a situation where the early pit stop, when the rain wasn't fully entrenched, has put those tyres in a really bad window, and I think that's come back to bite Simon at the end of the stint. If it's not that, it's something like fuel saving.
Well, look, to be fair, he's playing the big game. Yeah, apologies for that, mate. I wrongly was saying Mint Matt was back behind the wheel. So I know sometimes when they drive a change, like with Nismo and some of the others, it stays one name no matter what. So, okay, so Psydog doing the big double stint. Man, that's a big effort, eh? When we are, you know, we're over 2 hours in. I don't know how they had that concentration. I really, really don't. And then, of course, as you mentioned, 2 drivers there driving solo as well. But you know, that 3.8 seconds when the pass was made by Jesh for the second place is now down to 2.7 seconds. And also looks like the rain is just about going to stop here. Less than 10 minutes until it's going to go no more with the rain. Well, not sure about no more, but not for the short term anyway. And again, the strategies start to come in. There was a little bit of a glitch there,
well, Mike, if we look, the track condition is now damp. It's gone from wet to damp. So we're already rapidly moving back to greasy, if not slick conditions right now. So what I was saying about 30 minutes away for the next pit stops, we may be a lot closer to slick tyres, and that is a result of the wind and the track temperature. 28 degrees Celsius still on track.
Yeah, the rain's still coming down from what you can see from that front-on shot there with the wipers on, but the rain has lessened, so it's not pouring down heavily. We've got the cloud with the 1 line of water instead of 2 lines, so it's a lesser amount of water. And like you say, with the temperature being that it is 28 degrees, that will actually start to give us a dry line or a racing line before we get a dry line. And once the rain does cease, obviously that will be very, very quickly we will start to see. So then the question comes into it again, what are we going to see as far as pit strategy? Again, Jesh is hunting for the water though. I don't know that he was breaking the aero in the previous laps when he was making that pass with the 1 car behind him, but he's hunting for the water and looking for, you know, as much as he can to keep those tyres nice and cool, because these wets, it doesn't take much. Even though the rain is literally still coming down, it doesn't take much to pick up on that you can do some damage. And another great little battle going on here. Look at this one with the 2 car, who's absolutely on the back end at the moment. And is that poor position? It is indeed. And look how close it is there. And this is the battle for 19th and 18th place, with the mighty Porsche there, the 444 car, with the Cactus 5 car, Team Little Bear. He's having a good old defence at the moment there from the car behind him, and that is Stone Harbour in the AGT 1 car number 2, and they're quite a ways down the field, but doesn't mean that the racing is going to be any less, you know, full on point. These drivers will be driving these things absolutely to the edge of their abilities to try and defend, even though we are talking 18th, 19th place. And just that front-on shot, look at how heavy the rain is coming down. So, you know, it does beg a belief that these cars get so much quicker, but from what we can actually see, it doesn't look like the conditions are any lighter in the rain demographic that we're seeing come down on this track. But George, sometimes these drivers just get a sniff of more traction, and the times they come tumbling down.
Well, that's right, and they're always pushing water away. I mean, the fact that the track condition, the game sometimes doesn't indicate with the actual graphic of the rain, as in the stuff you can see dropping around all the cars in the scene. It doesn't always indicate exactly how heavy the rain is coming down. I mean, if we look at the track condition, that's the key indicator. And the game is indicating that it is damp conditions. Oh, the number 2 is going here and there. I think the number 444, the Porsche, is having some flashbacks to when it was spun round by another Ford. So a little bit of a nervous moment there, I think, for the 444, but I'm sure they'll survive and hold on. Good races, of course, at AGT1 and Cactus 5, so I'm sure they'll sort things out. Jesh looking for the wet conditions again, wants to keep the tyres cool as possible on a very hot circuit today, 28 degrees Celsius still. That's a hot, drizzly day here, cloudy, overcast, but somehow maintaining its temperature. What we'd typically say is unusual for England, but unfortunately experiencing large heat waves as of late. For the last 5 to 10 years, in fact. Last time I went to London, it was 44 degrees Celsius. It was hotter than Southeast Asia, which is where I was before that. So it's one of those things. Jeesh yet again searching for that wet line. The damp conditions are going to play to his favor. It certainly looks that way. That 3.8 second lead that Jono had has completely evaporated, like some of the water getting kicked off the track or heated up by the temperature of the track. Rapidly evaporating lead for Jono, and BCG3 are going to be under a serious assault in a few moments' time here, because he's missed the apex at Club, and the 96 cars compromised on the exit to the Hamilton straight. And will Jeesh be opportunistic? Is he going to look down the inside? Is he going to try and move at Abbey? This is going to be the question with 3 hours, 44 minutes to go, and Jeesh is on fire. He's looking for the opportunities. He's taking them successfully. You can see the amount of grip on the front end of that Aston Martin that he has compared to the Mustang, able to make the corners, able to get the car turned in. Defensive moves from Jono. Now he's really in the throes of it, and Jeesh is putting the attack on. The pressure's rising, the rain's evaporating, and this is it. This could be it for the race lead. They'll be side by side through Aintree and onto the Wellington Straight. That's it. Jeesh takes the lead.
Aston Martin to the front of the field. We've had BMW, we've had the mighty old Ford Mustang, and now the Aston Martin to the front of the field. We did wonder whether the BMW was the chosen car, and we saw the two leaders at the time really fight that out. They still are the same two cars, but unfortunately this time around the Aston has come up and changed the marquee. So now we go from what was the mighty Germans, then the Americans, and now the best of British, although they're no longer British owned, but let's say they are just for you know what's and giggles. And again, Jeesh doing that really, really close to the pit wall line there to try and keep himself going as he comes through this very, very fast right-hander. But we ducked away a little while ago, looked at the rest of the field when there was 2.7 second gap between first and second, and then Jeesh, he heard us not looking at him anymore, and he came out and he absolutely flew. And that car, just look at it go. I mean, it is so pointed to the track. It is so good for grip at the moment, and this is something after we mentioned earlier on about the balance of performance too, George, where the Mustang is actually lighter, more nimble, and probably using its tyres a lot better, because the horsepower's down a bit as well. And we thought that the car might be the little bit of a surprise for the drivers. It might be the car that we hadn't guessed would actually do really well, and it is doing well. But look at the Aston go. It is absolutely on point, and Jeesh is driving the wheels off it. We've got other Astons out there on the track, but it's fair to say this is a quality performance there from the BSR1 driver. And Jeesh is doing a great job. Let's not take away from the fact, though, George, that Jono Stone has done nothing wrong in this. He's kept the car pointing in the right direction, and that is, in itself, he's got to really realise he's still well and truly in with a chance here.
Yeah, exactly right. And of course, you know, the two-people team, so Jeesh, clearly the number one driver at BSR1 right now, as the blue flag does get out of the way very, very nicely. A little bit of deep entry there through Village for Jeesh. But I tell you what, absolutely, Jono Stan's got a chance. He's got the second driver. There'll be a fresh driver. They'll be coming back into the race after the next pit stop. Jeesh will be handing over to Captain Muffin. Captain Muffin was the one that had the spin on lap 1. So this could very, very easily run back the way of BCG3 and BCG1 towards the latter part of this race. Simon Bishop is on a double stint, so he'll be a little bit more tired than the other drivers out there who've already had a driver change. Mint Nick, I think it is. Mint Matt will be coming into the car for the 31 car. Thank you, guys. And so he'll be fresh, and he'll probably do a double stint as well. Might be able to just produce the extra result that they need to. In the meantime, Team XV in 7th place, very, very close to HC1 Smitty. I think Smitty might have just made an overtake based on that. So Smitty has made an overtake and moves the Hooncorp 1 car up to P6. Ladies and gentlemen, the rain has ceased. There is no more rain on track. The wipers are still going for some cars. It's a little bit of a graphical glitch going on, but there is no more rain on circuit. We are going to rapidly await the formation of a racing line, and we probably see a little bit of it just starting to sneak in on the view there. But the rain is gone. The rain that's on the water that's on the circuit is going to evaporate in no time at all. Already the temperature has gone up. Track temperature has returned to 29 degrees Celsius, hit a low of about 27. So we are going up in temperature. The tires, these wet compound tires, are going to be dangerous. Matt McEwen has decided that's it, I need to pit. So the 726 car jumps into the pits early. They're going to take a bit of a gamble here. I'm not sure if they're going to do a driver swap or not, but they'll be back onto the slick tires, first ones to do so. So bold move by these guys. It's going to be a bit treacherous out there on the slicks early on, but damp track is totally viable for a slick tire at this stage. The question is, how many of our race leaders are going to decide to come in soon. I suspect Geesh will want to run as long as possible on those wet compound tyres. He's got the pace, wants to keep the stint timer to as close to plan as possible. 2-second gap already over Jono's stand, so plenty of stuff happening in terms of this. Ideally, you wait for the greasy conditions. We're waiting for that track condition to jump into greasy. I suspect we're only a couple of minutes away from that happening. Then it'll be back to green, then it'll be back to fast, and it'll be optimum before you know it. So these guys in the strategy pool, it's going to be critical in the next 15 minutes or so. The stint timers will elapse at about 3 hours and 20 minutes remaining, so 20 minutes maximum in the stint for the drivers currently on track, as we see BCG2 in the pits, AGT3 in the pits, AGT1 in the pit. So the trigger being pulled by many around the circuit, thinking, you know, we can try our luck. It's still very early, but we might as well give us a little bit of extra pace, get us out there on the slicks, and we'll be ready for the crossover.
And here comes Jono Stan, just as you called it. Jono Stan into the pits as well. Now, this was the car that made such a great strategy call from going from the dries to the wet, stayed out as long as possibly able, and that car has come in and just said, you know what, I'm just going to park it up, chuck on some slippery boots instead of some treaded ones, and look at the pits now. The white lights are starting to pop up all over the show. We've got more whites going on here than a French surrender, but nonetheless, the cars get themselves in. They're all going to take the little strategies. They are going to do driver changes, I'm sure. And again, what conditions change what strategies? Oh, the 444 car has had a moment. Oh no, we've seen that car have a few problems earlier on, and the spinner from Stuttgart manages to get himself going again, which isn't ideal, but hopefully the car hasn't caused or hasn't had any damage or injury. But the pits are starting to really become a bustling little metropolis now as we keep an eye on the 726 car.
I tell you,
that is twitchy.
I'll tell you what, Mike. I mean, just the body language of the car going through Farm Village, it's a distinct twitchy difference. Excuse my pun there. For those who know, you know. It's a distinct difference in body language. The car's already gripping a lot more. Fresh tyres. You can imagine after an hour and a half of rain, these drivers are going to be absolutely thrilled that they've got grip. The front end of the car coming back to them.
Yeah, spot on. Well, the 96 car's back on the track, and that's Keaton behind the wheel now. So Jono Stan has relieved himself of duty after doing a great strategy call there from the team. So well done there to them, and we'll see where they play out a little bit later on. But obviously the board is going to take a fairly decent hiding now with a lot of cars moving in and moving out and moving up and moving down. But at the moment, Geesh is still the race leader, the undisputed race leader. We'll just watch the Aston, who's still out there on the wet weather tyres, don't forget. And is it going to be crippling this car? Are we going to see Geesh come in this time around? We'll have to have a little bit of a wait and see. But the blue flags are out for Geesh no matter what. There is the 726 car, the first of the cars to take the pit stop. And I can tell you that Geesh has actually carried on, has stayed out on the track. So is it we're going to see a Jono Stan moment in the Aston as opposed to what the Mustang did before to stay in front of the field? Or is it going to be a crippling blow to these tyres? Have they made a mistake? And I won't say the others made a mistake. Someone made a better decision. And we'll keep an eye on Keaton and the 96 car and a little bit down the track as well, George.
Oh yeah, I mean, completely agreed. I think you've absolutely nailed that. Because look, the track condition is now greasy. So at this point, you want to be on the slicks, doing another lap now. This is 2 minutes where you're losing time to your competitors. Hand over fist. You see how much he's searching for that wet line. He wants to be offline at the moment because these wet compound tyres are going to be absolutely useless in these conditions. So Geesh may have just stuck it out one too many laps for this one. Might just want to be creeping a little bit closer to that stint timer. So it might be worth it in the long run for them, for these guys to do it based on their strategy. Otherwise, it is a relatively early pit stop in terms of the overall stint. But boy, oh boy, I mean, we're looking at 1.2 seconds faster a lap right now for every car on the grid who are on slicks versus those on wet compound tyres. That's only going to get larger. You can see Geesh, which he was looking beautiful in the wet, he was looking beautiful in the dry. It's a totally different beast, and this Aston Martin is not looking comfortable on the grid. Geesh needs to be in this lap, absolutely. 37-second gap back to the 81 car, who's also yet to pit, but it's Keaton in the 96. That's the car we've got to keep a very, very close eye on. Gap, I think, is around 50 seconds or so. So this is going to be the key moment. Will BCG3, having done the undercut, they overcutted to get onto the wet tyres. They're undercutting now to get onto the slick tyres, and they may be back in the lead before we know it.
That's right. Well, this is breaking news at the moment. Watching Jesh, we've seen how terrible the car was through the corners. The first time we saw that car get all spirally, and just as you would say, the Aston has done the right thing in coming, but how much has that hurt? How much damage was done on that extra lap, and how silly that one extra lap can make such a difference. But in the world of real-time racing and sim racing, it's all the same. Limited amount of traction, limited amount of gain, a huge amount of loss potentially. We're not trying to wish ill on Jesh, of course. In fact, if anything, we saw a bit of a heroic drive come from the peddler of the 05 as Jesh comes into the pits. And we're watching out. There is the what was the John O'Stan car now in the hands of Keaton, the 96 Mustang, and is coming barreling very well. Has got the job on at the moment. The eyes are on the 05 car in the pits. There is the 96. And the 96 Mustang, though, George, looking very, very sharp. I can't believe the amount of grip. In 3 laps they've gained on slicks here. This car is literally flying around the track, and I think it's going to be fair to say there's a massive gain for the Mustang. They've done the right thing, because here they come down past the start finish, past the pits, as Captain Muffin's going to jump in behind the wheel now in the Aston, and will not be race leader anymore, because there's no doubt about who is race leader.
It's going to be a little bit close. Let's just watch on board with Jesh with now Captain Muffin. Yeah, he's going to be overtaken. He's not going to lose P2 overall. I think they've done enough there, but yeah, that has not gone their way at all. They stayed out 1 lap too much. They were 3 seconds a lap slower than Twitchy. So 209 for Jesh before they pulled into the pits, 206 for Twitchy, so they lost much more than a second and a half. They lost probably 3 or 4 seconds minimum as a result of that, so they find themselves now in P2. They do have a slight tyre advantage. They've come out, you know, onto the slicks tyres a lap later, so they will have a tyre advantage. It will depend ultimately on how much pace Captain Muffin has on this car in the dry. We saw he did have plenty of pace. Will he be able to maintain that? That's the question. Stop go 30 for the number 81. So Barters in the number 81 Mercedes speeding in the pit lane. Not a good way to start your second dry stint. We've also got a stop go 30 being served right now by FTSC2 speeding in the pit lane as well. So not what you want to be seeing as you head onto the second stint at all. OP Twitchy 28 seconds behind Mint Matt. Mint Matt 6 seconds behind Captain Muffin and the number 5 car. So BCG1 are still in it, but this is a 2000 IQ strategy. This is the phrase that we use in pop culture these days. It is a 2000 IQ strategy from the number 96. What a wonderful combination of strategies. They put themselves in the lead under the first pit stop by pitting early onto the wets, by pitting late onto the wets, the overcut, and now they've undercut onto the slick tyres at the perfect time. It's extremely dry out there already. Greasy probably doesn't really cut it. It's probably a little bit slippery here and there, but really we are returning to racing in the dry in a rapid way. 28 degrees Celsius, Mike, that's why. It's hot out there, there's a little bit of wind, there's plenty of cars on grid to sweep that water off the track, and there you go. That's what's ended up happening. Here we go. Big thanks in the background to Jason Wilco. He's been doing all the race admin and live stewarding for the first part of the race. He has to head off, so we will be having someone else jump in for race control. He's wishing everyone good luck for the remainder of the race, and he says very specifically, don't send yourself to the steward's room. Please don't. Either way, we continue. We've got 3 hours and 31 minutes to go. Mike, we've been going for 2.5 hours so far. Some critical penalties that will be served soon. The number 76 and Noodles in there trying to make his way back up into that top 5 yet again. HC1 and HC2 still in the top 10.
Yeah, that is amazing, isn't it? And we really are starting to see the smorgasbord of manufacturers, which is fantastic, because no one car has got the clear advantage at the moment. Big well done there to the BSG3 team. I mean, they called it from the, like you said before, they called for the overcut because hot tyres on the wet last longer than, you know, wet weather tyres in the dry. And unfortunately for poor old the 5 car there, the Aston, the 05, you know, Captain Muffin behind the wheel, you know, that's one of those things. But look, no harm really being done to the car. A little bit to the egos, I'm sure, of the drivers, and well done to Jesh for working his way through. Whoever called the strategy probably owes them a couple of cans of Diet Coke, but other than that, the car is looking grouse. We've got another half hour to go before we're half race distance, so well done to all the teams. I think the quality of driving in this particular Enduro at Silverstone has been above and beyond. You all deserve a big pat on the back, and please, let's not lose the plot now with 3 hours and almost exactly 30 minutes to go. Jisha's doing a cracker. Look at the front of the field though. Look at the group of cars here doing the job there. And we go back to the 76 car there, Noodles, and the BMW, who I call him front of the field now because he's in 8th place. And just if you didn't catch us with the start of the race, this car was turned around, and the McDonald's car had Ronald McDonald with a sad face on the side because it was actually turned around quarter one, lap one, and lost an awful lot of time being dead last. Just watching them rattle the old fillings going across the inner ripple strips here on that right-hander. But, you know, that's so often the case, isn't it, though? You can have a 0 time and end up becoming a bit of a hero drive, and we've seen a few of those, including Jeesh doing a great job there in the Aston earlier on. So well done there to them, and now a good battle starting to unfold there with Noodles there, and in front of him is the Ferrari. I think they're having a good scrap there with the PRT1 with the metal steel, and we know Steely doesn't mess around as well as he's hard into the scheme of things. The headlights come on when he brakes in that Ferrari. Is that what happens? I just watched the front of that car.
Sometimes what happens in ACC is that if you get damage at the front, often the brake starts to get linked to the lights, so it'll start to turn the lights on and off. Okay when it's in conditions like this, but when you're in a night race and every time you brake into a corner your lights start to turn off and on, it's very, very disconcerting. So that, I believe, is what's happening to the poor old Ferrari there. Does seem to afflict the Ferrari more than others. I just want to say, Mike, the number 100 car in P7 has come out of nowhere. PRT1 have pulled an absolute masterstroke and they're in the top 10 now.
Yeah, that's astounding, isn't it? And sometimes it's these quiet achievers that, not that any of the cars are talking to us, but we see what we see on the track, and we don't just focus on the lead car, try and run through the whole field, give them their airtime, but you're dead right. And we know Metal Steel, he really does show some great pace as well. Noodles, a very, very spirited drive there in the BCG2 car, but look at this pace though from the Ferrari, the only Ferrari on the track. And it's a grouse-looking car, not as grouse as your McLaren. It's all right, George. Can't you?
Yeah. I mean, I'll accept that. I mean, P17. They qualified P17. So this has been a wonderful race for the number 100. I mean, look, I'll give it to them. For any car out there that's solo, I mean, we've got an individual Porsche, we've got an individual McLaren, we've got an individual Ferrari. We're rooting for these guys today, regardless. Some more than others, in my case.
Look, you know, it's one of those things. They haven't had the drive-through. They haven't been in trouble. They haven't caused trouble. They haven't had a spin, you know, and that's what happens. Whereas you see the Noodles car there behind them and the BMW, they had pretty much not caused any trouble, but being, you know, on the other end of trouble. Jeesh and the Aston, the same sort of thing. So that's what I'm talking about. The quiet achievers, the cars we don't talk about for, you know, reasons other than they're doing great. And all of a sudden there is the Ferrari up into 7th place. So moving up 10 spots on the grid. And again, it calls out how hard you have to qualify, why you have to qualify, because, I mean, when you make a good strategy call, such as the case with the race leader, you know, the Mustang in the front of the field from brilliant strategy call, great undercut, great overcut, overcut and undercut, and you know, has got a 6-second lead at the moment from the 05 car. So that is exactly what we're talking about. Keep it clean, keep it simple, do your job, look after the car, and you know, everyone will carry on smiling. But the gaps are starting to get a little bit long now, George. I mean, it doesn't seem that long ago that for quite some time we had the top 5 cars. You know, in fact, the rain light's on the Ferrari. Is he still on wet weather tyres? I can't think that's the case, surely.
No, I think he's definitely on. Yeah, you'd have to turn that off. I think it must be having some sort of electrical problem there. Maybe it's the water. Sorry for bringing in the internationally acclaimed "It Must Be the Water" meme from the Ferrari team. Always bringing us absolute bangers all the time. Are the Ferrari Formula 1 team. The spirit certainly being embodied by the number 100 car. Clearly some sort of electrical problem going on in the car. They've had a leak somewhere, I suspect. Either way, I mean, yeah, completely agree. The mentality starts to change at this point where, if you make no mistakes and really keep it clean throughout the race, you will gain positions in an endurance race. That's just the nature of it. The less mistakes you can make, the better. This is the experience of anyone who's finished well in an enduro. It's the others making mistakes around you that are important to your race as your own strategy execution and to your own pace. So pace is not everything in these kinds of races. It is important, but as you can see, it makes up for things, and we've got BSR 1 and P2. So obviously having the pace is really, really important, but you've got to minimize those mistakes, and you will find yourself getting a surprise result. It's certainly the case for PRT1. Still a long way to go, though, in this race, so a lot for them to keep on pushing through. They did make a little bit of a mistake through Cops and ran a bit wide. So Noodles and the BCG2 team have come on through, 4.5-second gap now up the road to get to Matt Donetti in Team XV. So Donetti back in the car. He was right up there in terms of top 2 pace. They did obviously lose out quite substantially through the wet stint that we have just gone through. We're back to optimum racing conditions already. I told you it would happen quick, and it certainly has done. We went to damp while it was still raining. We went to greasy moments later, and now we're back to optimum. So it's full send. It's time to get racing, and these lap times will, of course, be dropping all across the grid for the foreseeable future. At the moment, no rain forecast in the next 30 minutes, but I don't know, I think I'd put a fair wager on there being another splash of rain before the end of this race.
Yeah, well, you know, it certainly throws the proverbial cat amongst the pigeons, but one thing that's quite interesting too is the tyre bank. You know, they've only got 7 sets of tyres, and the lucky thing, I think it's fair to say, is that we haven't had, you know, 5 minutes of dry, then had to put wets on, and then 5 minutes it's dry again, and, you know, so on and so forth. So that's quite a useful thing, where everyone does get decent tyre life out of whatever respective rubber they've got on the car. I was just scrolling through on another link at the moment, and picked up on the hypercar there, car number 37 in 5th place, and I'm trying to find other cars there as well. They've got the wipers still going, so we've got a Ferrari with headlights and water issues, and we've also got the wipers still on the 37. It must be the water, I think we'll say. But great gaggle of cars in this shot, though. Look how closely fought this little contest is, and golly, there's all makes and models in that one as well, George. And you know, this is one of the things about a race, isn't it? When you've got similar pace cars to yourself, and there's a blue flag in there as well, of course, but when you've got similar class cars as yourself and you're having a good old scrap, you know, hopefully you can stay with them. And I think when you climb in after a stint of 30 minutes or 40 or an hour or whatever you've been in there for, you know, sometimes you can feel like you've won a championship just by being part of that.
Oh, agreed. And I think I say this nearly every single endurance round, usually further towards the end, but honestly, my honest opinion is, if for anyone finishing an endurance race, you're a winner. You know, surviving, making it through, regardless of your position, you know, it's memories that you won't forget. You know, so you're a winner.
Dead right. Yep, absolutely right, mate. Well said. And getting back to this lineup of cars, though, the memories they're having right now, as you can see, the seas are parting for some as they work their way through. You can see the blue flags there in the background, and it's like, you know, come on, you need to know who you are and what you're doing. They actually get a little, oh dear, that wasn't a good, oh, there's been a little bit of argy there, and I think that's a damaged car going to the pits very quickly. No, not in the pits, but certainly not all that went into that corner came out, and well, that's a bit of a shame. I just said a little while ago that the driving standard's been really, really on point, but unfortunately we just saw a little bit of an oopsie-daisy moment. Who was at fault? Well, that's not for us to worry about. That's the people up in the ivory towers. But by golly, that really did turn to custard pretty quickly, didn't it?
Certainly did, and flashing the lights there. I think you might know he's on camera. Anyway, number 77 obviously got in a bit of the wars there, unfortunately. I think it was the FTSC2 car that was trying to get involved in that, sent it down the inside of Abbey, which is scary in the best of conditions. We are in pretty good conditions right now, but terrifying to do that. Nearly worked, but clearly wasn't quite enough communication between the two drivers that was going to happen. Right, we have been going for about 2 hours and 40 minutes here in the comms box, and it is overdue for Mike Howe and myself, George Cooke, to take a break, and we're going to be handing over to Isaac Fogarty and Matt Smith for a period of time. So we are going to say a very short goodbye. We'll go on mute in the commentary box, and we'll leave you with the racing action for a few minutes while we get ourselves all sorted out on this side. Mike will be talking to you again very, very soon, obviously, you and me, but the viewers will be hearing your fantastic commentary in a few, I think probably about an hour or so time, so we'll be taking a quick break. Final words, then we'll go to a short break on the commentary.
Yeah, brilliant stuff, boy. The first nearly 3 hours, George, it's gone so very, very well. It's one of those things that I enjoy. I enjoy seeing the strategy. I enjoy seeing the tactics, but most of all, I like to see absolutely fast and furious, clean racing. And you know what, AUSNZ, this is a mega series. Thanks to all the people that put it together. We'll definitely take a bit of a break. And George, I'm looking forward to what's going to unfold in the next just over 3 hours and 20 minutes time.
Exactly right. So myself, George Cooke, and Mike Howe will be back in the commentary box a little bit later on, and before then we'll be handing over to Isaac Fogarty and Matthew Smith. We'll be back shortly. Whoa, as the #1 car nearly makes a mistake. All right, before anything else happens, we're going to take a break. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, for all those watching on Kidbyers Twitch, the Trackspot TV Twitch, and Trackspot TV YouTube. Thank you all, and keep tuning in. We're going to leave you with a little bit of racing action while we switch over to the commentary team.
Welcome back to the AUSNZ Silverstone 6 hour. We've got 3 hours and 15 minutes left on the clock. My name is Isaac Fogarty. We had a short break in commentary. We've changed hands over, and now it is myself and Matt in the commentary box. Good afternoon, Matt.
Good afternoon. Look, I have been watching this behind the scenes the whole time, and what a race we have had. So I'm excited to get in the com box. I think there's plenty to chat about. You know, sometimes these endurance races end up getting stale during the middle phase, but it has just been all go, hasn't it?
Certainly has. There's been non-stop action, and we've had only the one safety car at the start of the race, in fact, and we would have thought everyone would be a little bit more spread out by now, but there's still battle packs happening up and down the field. We've got BCG3 with Keaton behind the wheel, leading the way at the moment. 76 laps have been completed so far in this race, and then Captain Muffin, who's in the car for the BSR1 car, sitting in second, 12 seconds back at the moment, so a fair way off the lead. But if memory serves me correctly from the bits and pieces that I've seen, Matt, these guys had a fair bit of wet pace, and that served them well in moving back through the field after that earlier incident.
Absolutely right. They were flying. They were the fastest of the bunch in the wet. And now it's interesting to watch. We come back to the dry and it swings back the other way. These Aston Martins, you know, they just seem to love the wet weather conditions and now struggling a little bit. That gap has opened up to 12 seconds. So it's not a small difference either. In the dry, they just do not have the pace that Keaton's able to carry out front.
Keaton, that Mustang, they have got some serious pace around it. We saw that in qualifying as well, just the sheer speed that they have in that BCG3 car. It's a lovely looking livery as well. Another driver who's doing a wonderful job at the moment trying to come back through the field is Twitchy, or Guy Barbara as he's better known in the racing sphere. He and his teammate Matt McEwen had a bit of a difficult start to this race. Didn't really have the best time in the wet weather, and they found themselves further down the order, but it seems that they've got a lot of pace in that car now. Fastest lap of the race, which they've held on to for, I think, the majority of this race so far. So they've held on to the fastest lap, and they're just setting after. They're 20 seconds behind Matt Simmons in front at the moment, but I think they've got a fair gap to the cars behind. So this will just be about consistency at this stage and setting, similar lap times, driving to a number, really.
Absolutely right. This is sort of the recovery drive now, as we've seen from quite a few different teams having to make that recovery in this race, and that's the story for Twitchy. I have to say, it's a bit of a story of this race is that weather coming, and the timing of it all. So the rain coming just around those pit stops. What a tough job those second drivers all had to do. Jump in the car, straight into the rain, straight into the wet. There's been, the other driver has not had any cycle laps to get used to it. Second driver jumps in, and unfortunately it was too much to handle for Matt McEwen, and that's the spin we saw. That's why Twitchy is back in fourth position after having battled at the front in the opening stint, but now in the dry conditions again, looking more comfortable here in this Mercedes.
Yeah, looking very comfortable. They struggled in qualifying in the dry, but I think some setup changes and a bit of a balance of power adjustment has gone in way of this car to just sort of help stabilize it a bit more. Obviously, these guys are the championship leaders as it stands coming into this round, but it was a close gap between them and the BSR1 car that currently sits in second place. And if things stay as they are, that could mean we see a new championship leader as it gets the lights flashing through down the Wellington straight now, getting past that lapped Porsche with Randall behind the wheel, the 444 car, I should say. Another car, speaking of the wet as well, just want to come back to that, because as you mentioned, it came at a really awkward time for a lot of drivers. Two drivers that I noted to do exceptionally well were LJ Samwith in the Team XV car, which now sits in 6th place. He'd never really done an enduro before, never driven on the wet for an extended period of time, and they threw him behind the wheel, Matt Zanetti, and said good luck. And he, for a while there, he was doing a wonderful job keeping pace with those front guys, especially Simon Bishop. There was a nice battle between them at one point.
Absolutely right. That battle between the top 5 in the opening stages was just awesome to watch, and they really were just keeping it so tight. And like you say, he's been thrown into this endurance series. A lot of these drivers have been running in this Australia-New Zealand endurance Assetto Corsa series for, well, a number of years now. They've had plenty of experience with the endurance system. There's actually a lot to try and pick up in terms of even just getting into the lobby. You have to get in the right order to try and make sure everything works. and all the different, safety car systems to be aware of, what's happening in Discord, to hear the calls from our stewards. So there's a lot of things to think about, and then to also just be able to jump in the car and drive well with the pressure on starting at the front. Like I say, he's done a mega job, and awesome to see that he's stepped up to the challenge.
He really has, and these guys have been quick all weekend long. Mazzinetti was leading this race at one stage in that really tight battle for the top 5. Other cars that are doing well at the moment coming back through the field, the BCG2 car of Noodles and Norm, they had an incident at the start of the race with the car that's actually leading currently, which that incident is going to be investigated post-race, and that was mentioned earlier. So that's still going to be investigated post-race. There's a question mark hanging over the result of our race leaders currently, but these guys found themselves all the way down the back following that safety car, and they've worked really hard to get themselves back up inside that top 10, sitting 7th at the moment and chasing down that Team XV car. What a drive it's been from these two at the moment.
Hasn't it? And again, one of the comeback stories, isn't it? Like you mentioned there, had the moment on lap 1, was able to recover under that safety car period, but they were all the way back in 21st after that happened. Mega drive of the opening stint in the dry conditions. Their progress did seem to stall out a little bit in the wet, so I wonder if that's their car not quite enjoying those conditions as much as the Astons. We saw how much the Aston Martins were able to just push forward in those wet conditions. But BCG2 with Norm and Noodles here, they kind of just held position in 7th. Now we're back in the dry. Are we going to see them regaining their feet and continuing to push forward? Because we, like you say, that first stint we saw great pace to get through the field, to get up to this position.
Indeed, and there's a lot of cars that now, I think, those cars that found pace in the wet conditions, but there's cars that now it's dry again. They're really just starting to find their groove, and it looks like it's going to stay dry for the next half an hour. I don't want to jinx it, maybe I do. But it's going to stay dry for the next half an hour at least, but we never know what can happen in an AUSNZ race. The rain does like to just show up at extremely awkward times, as we saw earlier on, when it just showed up at that, just right at the end of that stint. We really had to push that first stint to avoid having to stop twice just to put the wet tyres on. We'll have a look now at our class leaders as well. So obviously Keaton leading the way in the race and also in the pro class, and then Captain Muffin for BSR sitting in 2nd. He's a fair way back though, 13 seconds back, so the pace is not there for them at this stage. Matt Simmons and Simon Bishop, the BCG1 car, currently sitting in 3rd place in class, and they've got that. I don't think that's actually OP Twitchy behind them. It is a Mercedes, but don't be fooled, it's not the Mercedes that is chasing them down, currently sitting in 4th place. And then our Pro-Am class leader at the moment, Hooncorp 1, it's Hyper behind the wheel, sharing with Smitty, and the 37 car sitting in 5th place. And then Team XV Mazzinetti, they were downgraded from Pro to Pro-Am due to the co-driver, Les Sam, with not racing in this series before, but they're currently sitting 2nd in class, which is an amazing effort. And then 3rd in class for our Pro-Am series is PRT1 with Metal Steel and Naked Blade. Metal Steel currently behind the wheel, sitting inside the top 10 as well. And then a special shout out to one of our league admins. He's leading the AM class at the moment. It's Nismo Nath, who is sharing that car with one of his mates, so don't actually really know who's in the car at the moment. Could be either of them, but these guys started outside the top 20 and they now sit 10th on the road, 1st in class. That's an incredible effort.
And it's like a story of this race really, is how many drivers have managed to come back through the field as all. They're getting close on corner entry there, but yeah, starting down the order and just keeping it tidy. We saw them come into the pits, in fact, under that safety car right at the start, so they were dead last. Now to be sitting in the top 10 is a mega effort, and there's another one of the Aston Martins who are just absolutely nailing it in the wet weather conditions. They'll be one of the drivers hoping that that rain does come back. We haven't got it for the next half an hour, but the way that the random weather works, you know, there's still 3 hours in this race. There is potential that we might see a return and requirement of those wet weather tyres at some point.
Well, yeah, you never know. Never write off the race, especially in England. The good old British weather. You can never think too hard before it changes.
maybe it's a good time now to have a little bit of a look through the field, as it seems to have calmed down a little bit just as we've jumped in the comms box. As we go to 22nd place, Water Arrow, the number 2 car. He's run into wars a little bit during this race now, and I believe even a few laps off the lead, down in 22nd. 21st, we have Defo Motorsport with Al Dusty, the 75. That was who we saw getting close to our leaders, actually getting lapped just recently. Yeah, running in 21st as well. And then we look up to Gaz here, 667. This is the car that we've seen a few times in the wars. They've been able to repair the damage though through the pit stop phase. So now they'll be back up to pace, trying to keep it tidy and continue up the order. They've got a couple of spots. They'll be looking for a couple of more over the coming stints. In 19th though, it is Randall for Cactus Racing. And this is the Porsche. Again, another driver in the walls. I think that's going to be the common story with these drivers at the back. They've all got a story of how they've ended up down here. We've seen this Porsche spun around a couple of times, whether it was their fault or not. They've had different incidents being reviewed, and they're trying to sort of get their race back on the rails. In 18th, Saint Sim, FTSC2, and team running in the Aston Martin, and yeah, again, had a couple of spins, and now in 18th position. TTR West, VTEC Adam, one of the Ford runners. There's a few Fords in this field, looking great out there. And he's in 17th at the moment as we're just about at the halfway point of the race. In 16th spot, Fat Ferbers, number 82 on the side of their car, getting out of the way of Captain Muffin and still continuing on 16th. So that was very respectful of them. We've seen some battles between lapped cars during this race, so it's good to see that they are aware of what's going on behind them and able to check their mirrors and get out of the way there. That was nice. Nitro, another one of the drivers who was running up in the top 5 early on in this one, but the McLaren is going to come unstuck for them a little bit. Now in 15th position, 407 on the side of their car. Look at that, George is smiling next to me in the comms box as he sees the McLaren up on screen. In 14th, we've got Jimbo for Kings Racing into the Nissan, slowly working their way back through the field. So they had dramas early on as well, and now ticking away, getting some good laps in. Now they've got plenty of tracks for themselves to just get focused, try and keep pushing on. In 13th, this Wood, one of the drivers doing it all themselves, so they will be feeling it at this point in the race. That is a long time to be behind the wheel, and to be up into 13th, still putting in a good effort. Keep getting around. In 12th, bits are missing. Number 77, I'm cheering them on. Number 77, favourite number for myself. Into the McLaren, 4.8 seconds behind the car in front, so they continue forward. In 12th at the moment, so steady race for them. Looking pretty solid effort so far. In 11th, TTR East. Shipperton's back in the car for number 11. And again, they're back in 11th. So this car managing to find the spot quite often, it feels like. Just waiting for the time to come up. How much do they have to catch up to the next car? There must be a reasonable gap. The fact that it hasn't popped up on the leaderboard. It's a bit of a stitch up here for the commentator. Are they going to cross the timing beam? No, they're not. So I'll hand it over to you, Isaac, to run us through the top 10.
Well, we'll have a quick look, shall we? So obviously Nismo Nath leading the way in the AM class, sitting 10th at the moment. Obviously a great drive for these guys so far. Took advantage of just how strong that Aston Martin is in the wet weather. And then we've got Cave Racing John. He's sitting in 9th place in that Mercedes in the 81 car, doing a 1-4 job so far. Metal Steel, as we mentioned earlier, he's sitting in 8th. And then Noodles back, trying to come back through the field, sitting in 7th, and that's 76 BMW. And just a lovely looking McDonald's livery there. Matt Donetti for Team XV, he's sitting in 6th at the moment. This is the car that led for a while, started on the front row, and I think they're just happy to be still well inside the top 10. And then Hooncorp 1 Hyper is sitting inside the top 5, just on the bubble, 18 seconds back on the man who is currently holding the fastest lap of the race, OP Twitchy, for ANC outplayed, and it is the 726 Mercedes that's looking to extract a bit of pace now, catch back up to those front guys. He's closed that gap to Matt Simmons by about 4 seconds since we last looked at it, so he is trying to claw his way back towards a podium finish. But Matt Simmons sitting in 3rd place at the moment. It's just maintaining his gap to the car in front. So he's sitting in third, not really catching up to the BSR1 car of Captain Muffin in front. He's sitting in second place at the moment. That's the team that is threatening to take away the championship lead from the ANC outplayed car, the number 5 Aston Martin, doing a wonderful job in second place. And then we have our race leader, BCG3. They have a question mark over their head with that contact, or that inter-team contact, we should say, civil war earlier on at the start of the race. We don't know what quite that will look like for them at this stage, so just head down, keep driving. But they lead the way with 84 laps down in 3, 2, 1. We tick over the halfway mark now. So there we go. We're now at the halfway point, and it feels like we still have a long way to go.
Yeah, doesn't it just? There's already been so much happening. There's plenty of time for more to keep coming as well. As there's a move, or not a move, but a battle forming here between Randall and Saint Sim. Randall getting a feel for this car now, having jumped in at the pit stop and lining up behind the Aston Martin. Looking where he might be able to get an advantage and try and position his car up the inside.
That's what it's all about around here, is getting that positional advantage and just being able to make the overtake stick. These guys have been struggling today. It's one of the Aston Martins that have not been able to extract the pace in the wet, similar to what their counterparts have been able to do. The only FTSC entry in this race as well, I believe, the normal entry of Will Morgan and Burrow Dog is not here today. I think Will Morgan's actually still got broken pedals, so broken pedals don't particularly help when you're trying to drive a race car in any fashion, whether that's real or virtual. So hopefully that is fixed soon so we can see him back on track. But the FTS2 car flying the banner today, and they've got Randall just half a second now behind, and then that's Water Arrow, who is out of position but has been putting in some quick lap times, so could threaten this group to maybe try and unlap himself and catch back up, because he's got a little bit of work to do if he wants to get himself out of 22nd place.
I'm just looking at this battle as well, and the gap has just opened up a wee touch, but car 279 and car 444, these two have actually already come together in this race. There's a bit of a history between these two teams, and I wonder if that's going to result in them being maybe more or less aggressive in terms of moves here. So it was actually back lap 36 or lap 39, somewhere around there, where 279 did actually make contact with 444 and caused a spin. They did get a penalty for it as well, but they've ended up back next to each other here as we pass the 3-hour mark. And one of the rivalries forming in this race, and perhaps in this championship, as we see there are a few across the grid where a few contacts and those drivers start to get a little bit niggly. So far it's looking so good on this little battle, as it seems that Saint Sim does just have enough of a pace to keep that few tenths. Randall hasn't been able to get the nose in there just yet.
Yeah, this looks like it could go on for a little while. Shades of what we saw at the start of the race with the battle pack that was happening at the front of the field, and there's a lot of overtaking opportunities around this circuit. One of my favourite places to try and make a move stick is into what is now what it's normally the final corner, or the final section of corners, but on this, as they come down towards it now, but on this track and this layout, actually it's probably about the middle of the circuit through Stowe now, and then this is where, if you're close enough, you can make a late braking move up the inside and try and make something happen, but they're not close enough this time around, these two guys. And this is obviously for position. Keep in mind, Water Arrow behind is a lap down, and just looking to hopefully at least stick with these guys, but maybe if they make a mistake, get past and gain a lap. But let's just talk about this circuit for a second. It's a very iconic circuit, been around for a long time. Have you got a favourite corner? I don't know if a lot of people pick favourite corners on circuits, but have you got a favourite corner or some part of the track that you just can't not watch the cars go through because it looks so good?
Oh, I love coming into Brooklands and throwing it in like the high speed, especially if it's you know, this is a famous track for Formula One. You see those cars, the amount of downforce they carry through these corners, they just go flying in. And we're going to go into it here and watch these cars come through. You can really just throw the car in with so much speed, and then it slows down, slows down, slow down. And then this gets really tricky as you head through Luffield, where it looks like it's just a simple, long right-hander. But when you're actually in the car, and it's something I struggle with when I'm trying to drive around here, to get the right line through there is actually so tough. So the cars look great at high speed around these corners, but the skill required by the drivers to actually nail it just makes it so tough. So it's kind of a love-hate relationship with that section of the track, but that's definitely one that stands out for me. But I mean, look at this. This is Silverstone. We could talk about all the corners here, couldn't we? They're just so iconic throughout the lap.
Oh, it's an iconic circuit in and itself. You can never get enough of watching cars race around here. I absolutely love it, and I have to say, I definitely think the final sector of what is normally this track, but probably about the middle of the track here, like through Stowe, Vale, and into Club, just watching how the cars try and position themselves through this bit now. So through Stowe, it's really easy to exceed the track limits here. You look at just how wide they're trying to go, and he's going to have a little sniff around the outside. Is Randall now into Club? Saint Sim has the inside line, but Randall's going to have a cheeky little look here up the inside. Can he make that move stick in the 444? Saint Sim's trying to hold around the outside, goes very wide, well off the circuit. That is a wonderful overtake there from Randall. Saint Sim had to protect the inside coming into Club, and then Randall was just able to position himself with that outside move to be up the inside for the next phase of the corner.
Oh, and out wide on the exit, wasn't it? See you later to the cone. Oh, and we have a little drama here. He's slowing down. So was that an off track causing him to have to slow down? And there's other cars getting amongst it coming through as well. So got a little bit tight there, but I think they've just about figured it out now as they get onto the straight. And what an overtake. Glad to see that he was able to get through there cleanly and make a nice move. And now can carry pushing on as, again, those lap cars are going to get close together in the background, making it a tough job for the director as there's contact between them, in fact. And oh no, what has happened there? Is that water arrow getting into trouble?
Absolutely is water arrow getting into trouble. And I'm going to have to look away, because that is normally when I'm racing, that is my car. So I have to shield my eyes there a little bit as to not look too closely. But I think water arrow's a lap down. Wants to try and get past. You can see he's kept up with this group quite easily. There's a lot of pace there. And Saint Sim, as he is allowed to do, has said, well, I'm not just going to let you go past me. So there was a bit of contact between them, and potentially something the stewards might have to look at later.
It's always a little bit awkward, isn't it, when you're a lap down, but you feel like you're the faster car and you want to get past, but you know that you don't want to cause any drama, and the other car doesn't want to let you through because they know you're a lap down, and be a little bit of a juggling act. I think we've seen drivers come unstuck a couple of times in this race, in that process, and it's kind of a skill into itself in terms of, you usually see it in a multi-class racing, where being overtaken without losing time and picking whether you let them overtake you and just get away is actually a skill that you need to work on and develop as well as a driver. It's not something you usually think about in the driving seat as being something you need to work on, but you definitely notice that the top drivers will have that skill and they will let them through. And early on in this race, we did see the top 5 sort of have a moment like that in the wet. Another Mercedes came through that was faster, and they just made the decision, get out of the way, let them through. They recognized what was happening. And that's, it's those small differences that can make a difference between a top driver and someone who's still on that progressive path.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But that's what this series is all about. It's about development. It's a learning process for everyone. We've got really fast guys that have done this for a long time, like Simon Bishop and Matt Simmons and Guy Barbara. But then you've got guys like this that are, maybe not necessarily new, but they're still learning. They're still getting into the swing of things, and there's it's a whole experience for them. And getting this seat time, getting into this endurance race in 6 hours is a long time, but it's a great learning opportunity for all of them. And I'm keen to see what happens with these results, because we've still got quite a long way to go, and so much has changed up and down the field already. And a lot of cars, I'm just noticing on that totem, don't have too many of their mandatory pit stops left to serve. Obviously, you've got to serve 4 stops in this race at least. and the only one that looks like they've ticked that off so far is the AGT3 car in 19th place of You Gotta Be Joking. He's currently, the only car that has ticked off all the stock requirements, but can't go 2 hours and 50 minutes on a tank of fuel. And obviously we only have the hour and 20-minute stint timer, so they'll have to come in again, but it's nice to know they've got that box checked.
Yeah, absolutely right. Most of these drivers have done 2 stops so far, and would expect to see 2 more stops to come in sort of a standard race progression. We might see weather impact that or other strategy come into play. But like you say, you gotta be joking. Have somehow already ticked them off. So they've been into the lane 4 times at least already in this race.
It's a quite a unique name as well, I will say, for a PlayStation name. I remember when way back when I first started commentary, he was racing in the Gran Turismo 7 League that I was commentating for, and I called him Yagoda Bjorken, aka the Swedish Chef, and as a response he put a Swedish flag on the roof of his car, and it sort of stuck ever since then. So every time I see him I have to get a little plug in for the Swedish Chef, because he it's a bit of a running joke for all of us at AGT. But just to see Saint Sim there getting out of the way for Matt Tonetti, who's still sitting in 6th place doing a wonderful job at the moment. And this battle between Saint Sim and Water Arrow is going to continue on again, not for position, but I think Water Arrow, just with that pace he's got in that car, is quite keen to try and get past this Aston Martin in front of him.
Yep, this is exactly the battle. Oh, we saw the Ferrari, saw it late there, got out of the way, but this is exactly the lap traffic we were just talking about, whether you let the driver through. A little bit of sort of a last minute, check the mirrors, oh crap, there's a driver there, I gotta steer out of this one. And they do manage to get through there cleanly in the end. But You Gotta Be Joking does seem to have reasonable pace at this point to be able to get that overtake done and then straight on the back of the next car.
Yeah, well, you saw how quick he was in the wet. 2nd fastest car on track behind only Jeet, or Josh Struick, as I know him as. He's got blue flags waving for Diswood in front, so he wants this car to get out of the way as quickly as possible. And that is the 102 car of Diswood. So the driver that is running solo, it's an amazing effort to do 6 hours solo. I can barely do a 2-hour race solo, Matt, let alone 6 whole hours in just sitting in the rig. I don't actually think he sits, I'm pretty sure he drives on controller, but sitting on the couch with a controller doing lap after lap after lap, that's a long time.
Absolutely right. I was actually here in the director's box. I was standing up every now and then, trying to stretch my legs, even just sitting watching it. So to be, in control of the car, focused, concentrating for an extended period, it's a tough ask, and so far doing a reasonable job. And with pace now at the moment, Gotta Be Joking gets another spot back past a similar Mercedes. And one of the cool things about this series, I have to say as well, and about ACC in general, is the ability to have this balance of performance all set and customized for this track, for this race specifically, as here comes the Ferrari with a big move. Man, he made that look easy, didn't he? Just down the inside, slices through. But it's cool to see we see the Ferrari versus the Mercedes. We're able to have all these different cars out there on track at the same time. And shout out we've got to the admins. They've taken the LFM balance of performance. They've made some tweaks to it to get it just right here for our race at Silverstone. And, look at this battle. The Ferrari versus the Mercedes. This is an example of how cool it is to have the different cars out on track and similar performance racing so closely next to each other. And really it is just the drivers, what they're able to get out of the car.
There's a lot of emphasis with balance of power on your setup, your pace as a driver, and it varies. In a 2-driver race, there is varying speeds between the 2 drivers. Like one driver might be doing 59s, another driver might be doing 201, so there could be a 2-second a lap difference. And as you look at the damage on the side of the Defy Motorsports car, a few bangs and scrapes there for Al Dusty in that 75 Mercedes. Just a bit of redoing of the paintwork might be needed at the next pit stop. Get the paint gun out, like the sprayer, and just give it a quick touch up on the side to hide any of those marks.
Put that pit crew to work, you reckon? Yeah, get them tied up. It is cool that we're able to do that as well. You do come into the pits and they do repair the cars and get them back going. We've seen that already for a couple of the drivers out there that have had to have those extended pit stops to get some repairs, get back into the race and carry on down the road. Here we are, another one of the cars. We got the Hooncorp Nisman still running around in 10th position. The Aston Martin's so strong in the wet now. He's got, that looks like Mint Matt closing in behind, trying to take a lap off him. And looking through the different cars, which ones stands out to you? You said you've obviously made a decision to pick a car with your team. How do you make that decision? And is it sort of a favorite car situation, or are you trying to test and get the fastest car you can?
I think it's a bit of both. I like to say I was driving the Ford Mustang before it was cool. When the Ford was first brought into the game, even on balance of power, it wasn't really a driver's car. Didn't really feel the best. And then through a few updates to the game, but also the balance of power changes, has actually come into one of the strongest cars. And now it's the most popular car to drive. So now I love driving it, and I obviously love the Mustang, but you know, I feel less cool driving it now because everyone's doing it. You don't want to do what everyone's doing. So if I had to pick a favourite car in this game, it'd actually be what I'm sitting in this lobby right now as a spectator, which is the Lexus. I just think it sounds really cool. Kind of sounds like a V8 supercar. For all the Aussies and Kiwis watching, I think the engine tones are very similar to a V8 supercar, and it's just a lot of fun to drive. On the balance of power, all the weight gets taken out of it, so it's super light and just a lot of fun. You know, we know George Cooke, he does love a McLaren, but what about you, Mr. Matt Smith? What car would you pick, or what brand would you pick as your brand of choice?
It's so funny that you said the Ford's too popular, you want to pick something more niche, and then you say the Lexus that no one has chosen in this lobby. You've got a real outside choice. It's great. But yeah, looking at this grid, I'd say I love picking a Ferrari. I love supporting a Ferrari. I'm going to cheer on Metal Steel in this race to keep pushing forward in the PRT1 team. But they're often quite difficult to drive. So when it comes to actually picking a car to get behind the wheel and get out there and race, oh man, there's so many good options, aren't there? I think it'd be eyeing up a Porsche or maybe the Nissan. It's also a fun car to be out there in. And you know, we talk about the balance of performance, these cars are even, but they do also still have their own characteristics that you gotta drive to, and some of them will be more oversteery than others. And then, like you say, there's the whole setup dynamic as well, which personally is an area that I'm pretty useless at. So that's where, you know, it's cool to have these team races, this endurance events to jump in and work together to try and figure it out. And maybe you have different skills within the team, where one driver's gonna come in and be able to help set up the engineering side of it. Other drivers may be out there testing which car is going to be the best option, and it's really about working together, not only with your car but also with your teammates as well.
And that's the beauty of endurance racing. It's a team sport. Motorsport in general is a team sport, but it's such an emphasis on picking a car that's right for both of you. And you're absolutely right when you say cars have different, like all the cars have different characteristics. Like the Mercedes and the Ford, you have to be so gentle with it and just patient, especially on your throttle application. You can't just floor it out of the corner, and there's a lot of emphasis on trail braking, whereas a car like the BMW or the Aston Martin, you can sort of just stomp on the brakes really late, throw the car into the corner, and it just sort of turns and sticks, and then you can put the power down super early and it'll just drive away. But there's, again, different ways to extract the speed from different cars, and it's varies from style to style. One of the drivers I know of, Al Dusty, who's sitting in the Mercedes currently in 20th place, he spent most of this season actually driving the Ford Mustang, and he said that he prefers the Mercedes over the Ford Mustang, because while they're sort of similar in the way that they drive, you have to be so much more patient with the Ford, and there's so much more understeer, whereas it's more oversteer, but still having to be patient on the throttle with the Mercedes. So it's driver preference, it's, you know, driving style and what works best for you, and that's why we see so many varying cars in this lobby, which is amazing.
It's great to see. It's all a little bit wide there for Al Dusty, but they rejoin all right, or they might even get overtaken as a result of that little moment. So great that we're able to get on board, and maybe not great from their perspective that we got that on stream and caught them having a little bit of a moment. But now having a look at Chipperton in number 11, still running in 11 as we jump around. Here's the Aston Martin, looking nice, and he is back down behind the 82. So has that been, I didn't catch what we've seen going here, but perhaps there's been some more racing going on down here at the back of the pack.
Yeah, I think this is where all the action is down the pack. A lot of scrapping is going on down here. It seems Saint Sim has found his way up to the back of, you got to be joking, in the AGT3 Mercedes. I was going to say Mustang there, but they both start with M, so sort of close, but not really. But he's found his way back up to the rear end of him, and they're chasing after. They've got a fair while before they catch up to the Kidbyers Racing car of Randall in 17th, so a bit of work to do. And that's in the pit lane for the 22, or for the car in 22nd place, the number 2 AGT car. And again, I might have to avert my eyes here. Hopefully that's a planned pit stop though.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the timer. We are sort of heading back towards that range now when they will be thinking about some pit stops and thinking about these tyres. So looking at checking back into the stage of this race, we've got the weather conditions next 30 minutes still looking dry. Optimal conditions out there. It's a little bit cooler now, track temperature 26 degrees. So we would expect that they're thinking about putting dries on for the next stint as well. Maybe it's going to be a little bit of an easier decision this time around. The last 2 pit stops have been really on edge about sort of timing it with the weather conditions. This time around might be simpler. It looks like we've got a little bit of dry yet to come. And now at the 2 minutes 40 mark, maybe in half an hour's time or less, it depends on how long some of these drivers stayed out there. We're really seeing a bit more of a separation in the strategy now. Remember, of course, they've got an 80-minute stint timer, so they have to come in before that 80 minutes is up, but some of them have been coming in sort of on the hour, and some of them have been really pushing it out to try and get the full 80 minutes. So as we have deep into this race now, that sort of difference is really starting to add up at this point, and I wonder if that's what's happened to the 2 car there. I wonder if we'll start to see sort of in 10, 20 minutes time, a few more of these drivers coming in as well.
Well, that's sort of the question that we have to ask. Usually we have rain at a super awkward time and it throws the entire strategy out the window because it resets the timer. But for the most part, we've actually stuck to no longer than an hour and 20, and then you come in and change over, and it's actually the rain sort of lined up perfectly with when drivers had to take their stops almost. So I think we will see the next round of stops sort of within that next 20 minutes or so as they get ready for what will be the last 2.5 hours of this race. So most drivers will make 2 more stops, or they'll have to make 2 more stops, and if they've stopped already, they can get away with doing 1 more from here. If they do an hour and 20, that'll get them to an hour and 20 minutes to go exactly, and then they just hope that the race doesn't go too much longer after that timer runs out.
Absolutely right. As we start to see a little battle here, we saw that Adam there in the board show his nose a little bit down the inside. He's lost out on the next couple of corners, but this is the closest battle on track at the moment. Adam versus Nitro here, and again closing in a little bit down that straight, a little bit of slipstream, a little bit of forward power, and now right on the back. Where's he going to try and look for the next move? Oh, straight away. Didn't wait about. Oh, shows the nose down the inside. There's no room there though to Maggots and Beckett's. And now out on the exit. We'll be trying to get a good exit. It has a good run, in fact, as well. Oh, keep going into it. Oh, sorry. I'm tensing up watching them go through these corners as they get close to the grass each time.
Oh, and here we go. He's going to have a little bit of a look down the hanger straight now as they run towards Stowe. Around the outside, it looks like Nitro's just let him go there, not fought that one too hard. And that's a smart move because there's still a long way to go in this race and a potential for them to come back. They've had pace throughout, and they've got a car that will show them blue flags now in Nismo Nath, so there'll be blue flags showing for Nitro and VTech Adam. But it looks like VTech Adam's got the pace that he might try and pull away a bit now just to sort of escape. But there we go, Nitro getting out of the way of Nismo Nath and OP Twitchy, who's got the lights going, but he's going to have to wait a little bit longer. He's going to be held up into Abby. And now Nitro does get out of the way, but this is a tricky situation if I'm Nismo Nath here, because I've got to try and get past, or try and lap if I am faster, the VTech Adam in front of me, but I've also got another lapped car trying to lap me in OP Twitchy, so this is where the headaches can start to occur for drivers.
Absolutely right. It's a juggling act, isn't it? You want to attack, but you also know that you got to be respectful, get out of the way of someone coming through, and he does just decide to get out of the way, let Twitchy through, and Twitchy has been on an absolute mission in this stint. He was 20 seconds behind third place when he came out of the pit stops. That's now come down to 6.8 seconds, so that aggressive move to get past some of this lap traffic, he is just in an aggressive mood. He is just going to keep going, keep pushing to try and catch back up, and he, of course, is thinking about the championship as well. Not only trying to get the result in this race, bigger picture as well. He wants to get back up onto the BSR team and try and have that championship battle out on track.
He's pretty much closed the majority of that gap between himself and Matt Simmons. It was 20 seconds when we came back with a little over 3 hours to go, and now it is only 6 seconds, and that means that there is some serious pace in that 726 car at the moment, with 2 hours and 35 minutes remaining in this 6 hour of Silverstone, obviously presented by TrackSpot TV. And Keaton, I keep trying to say Caden, but it's Keaton, is leading the way in the BCG 3 Mustang. That gap between himself though and Captain Muffin, the BSR car, has sort of stabilised. It looked like it was going for a while, but it's been hovering around 13 seconds, so maybe it means that that BSR car is starting to find their groove a little bit in the dry.
Absolutely right. Keaton came out of the box firing, didn't he? And Captain Muffin didn't really have an answer in those opening laps, on those opening dry laps in this current stint. But now, like you say, steady, and actually it's just closed in a little bit here in that last sector, so now 12.6 seconds. And Captain Muffin now starting to look quite comfortable out there in the dry, and I wonder if that's just a different, maybe him getting used to the car, back out there in the car, or are they seeing a little bit of the tyre wear situation coming back to them, and the setup maybe working better as the fuel comes down, because the setups can have a big impact in sort of where you target the optimal phase for the car.
It certainly can, and it has a big effect on the strategy that you will play out as this race goes on, and there will be an opportunity to save fuel in that wet period as well. But just to comment quickly, we saw it on our screen not that long ago. Bits are missing in the old-timer racing car, has got a 30-second stop go, and that is rough. That would be for speeding on entry. So I don't know if this has been explained. I don't know if this has been mentioned. I apologise if I'm repeating topics, but it's if you speed on entry into the pit lane, it's a 30-second stop go. If you speed after you've had your stop on exit, it's a drive-through. So that would have been speeding on entry, which is really easy to do on this game. Obviously, a lot of drivers come across from Gran Turismo where you just go full speed in the pit lane and the game takes over for you. Here, you have to slow up the car to 50 k's an hour, and if someone takes out that board, which more than often than not happens, the little white board with the circle and the line through it, it gets really difficult to know where to actually stop and get back to that 50k an hour limit.
Yeah, we have seen a few boards taken out. We've seen a few cones taken out, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's what happens, because we have seen, I think, 3 different cars at this point getting that stop-go 30-second penalty. We've just jumped to 75 here for a moment because I think they did have a bit of a spin, so not quite sure what happened there. Might have just been on their own. I'm trying to check the panels. It looks like they're still straight and able to carry on, but they've lost a bit of time in the process there, and they might have another one. Oh, shoot. They are on edge at the moment, and maybe getting to the end of their stint, struggling with some worn tyres at this point.
I think that's the key now. Obviously, 7 sets of tyres available for this race, so it just depends whether they switch tyres or not. Pardon me. With the rain, you would think so. It would have most likely happened if we see a drive-through for Saint Sim, and that is either for speeding on exit, or what it more likely will be for is track limits. And if you get 3 strikes and then you're out. So the stewards thinking, oh, this is a massive moment for the 75 car. That's a huge spin. Ran across the dice, and this could be messy here. Great job from the Aston Martin there to avoid making contact. That was extremely messy through Maggots and Beckett's for the 75 car, with, it looks like, Senan Staley behind the wheel. And that was a very, very scary moment for that Aston Martin as well.
Yeah, scary moment there. like you say, for the Captain Muffin in the Aston Martin, coming up to that spin, not sure where the car is going to end up. Are they going to end up left or right? Managed to, thankfully, get on the brakes, get out of the way, not come across the car. But crikey, that could have been big drama here. And that's just how quickly things can go wrong. And, you know, even if it's not your own mistake, you can get caught up in someone else's mistake. So you've got to be so switched on, ready to dodge these moments, and make sure you're not having those moments to yourself. Getting a long way into this race now, so and a long way into the stint, so driver fatigue does become a bit of a factor as well. You make sure that you're right on it throughout the race. It's one of the tests in an enduro. You really got to keep at it for the whole time. We see another driver getting out of the way. This time, a little bit less scary than for Captain Muffin to come through and make the pass on lap traffic, as they can just comfortably get through and still slowly chipping away at that lead. So looking strong in the second half of the stint.
Yeah, well, it's a good thing that car was facing the right way this time as he tried to go past it. So a very scary moment. Can confirm as well for that 75 car, they're actually out of sequence. There was a bit of an issue, a medical issue for the other driver, Al Dusty. He was having some issues in his arm and had to come in and change drivers. So it was probably a little bit out of sequence for Senna and just wasn't quite ready. Obviously, we know, even though it's a game, it's the whole process of saying, well, this is our strategy, this is what we're going to do. And so you know when to psych yourself up for getting in the car and to be ready. And when the plan changes and things don't go quite your way, it's really easy to get into that sort of mindset and not be quite into or locked in, as they like to say, into the car and just focused on the race. So hopefully he can now take a bit of a breather, get himself into a rhythm and get some solid laps on the board. But that was a very scary moment, and thankfully the BSR car still continues on. That gap is closing even more, I've just noticed, for Twitchy and the 726 car.
Trying his best to try and catch up, continuing to close this gap down. And I'll just pick up on what you were saying there. It's all well and good to have a plan at the start of the race, isn't it? You want to try and stick to it, and then the racing happens, and you got to have to adapt as you go through. And it was actually interesting in that first stint, sort of in that first pit stop phase, how the drivers and how the teams reacted to having to change their plans, or whether they wanted to change their plans as the rain came in. Psydog, one of the few drivers who actually decided to stay in the car rather than chucking their second driver straight into the rain. And I think that's probably something I would have been considering if I was in this race. Is, you know, it's coming into wet conditions. It's going to be tough to chuck a driver straight into the wet when they haven't sort of had that warm-up, had that preparation in the car. Whereas Psydog's feeling fresh, he's feeling, maybe not feeling fresh, maybe he's feeling a little bit tired after having done an hour, but you know, he's feeling comfortable in the car having done an hour and having carried a lot of speed fighting at the front. So it was interesting to see some of those differences in terms of those strategy decisions so far in this race. And I mean, the opposite story was the other Matt McEwen. He jumped in the car in the wet conditions and he struggled early on to get a comfortable feel with the car, and that's why Twitchy down in fourth. But now, pit stop phase, coming into the pits, and he's the first out of that lead group to do it.
Certainly is, and I noticed on entry, we spoke about it earlier, that board is gone, so you now only have a painted white line on the ground as your reference to get into the lane. So we could see more 30-second stop goes coming, but this is a man who's done many a pit stop around here, so he is not worried at all. They come in, as you mentioned, the first of that lead group. They made some great progress on catching up to the BCG1 car with Matt Simmons behind the wheel. So now it becomes a question of what can they do from here. This is Nismo Nate sitting in 9th place at this stage. He's got 4 seconds back to the TTR East Side car of Chipperton and Darsk. Darsk typically raced for AGT2 and shared the car with Josh Green, but that car is not racing this weekend, so he's jumped in the TTR East Side car, and they're doing a great job at the moment as well. Contact early on cost them some key positions, and the culprit, I believe, or the driver they had contact with had to serve a drive-through as a result. But they're back up inside the top 10, and again, it's just those stories of the comeback drives left, right, and centre.
Absolutely right. Hasn't there been a few in this race? And one of the things I'm keeping an eye on now is, did Twitchy stay in the car? Because he was driving on an absolute mission, and I don't think it would be a bad idea for him to double stint and to try and keep that pace pushing forward in these dry conditions. So I believe he's come back out of the pits now. And it is, there we go, confirmation on the leaderboard. It has updated, and Matt McEwen is in the car. Is there another car spinning? Oh, it's the 75 again, and he's gone around, kicking up dust off the side of the circuit there.
And this is a difficult stint so far for us, and he's just going to brake and get out of the way. It's not really doing what he wanted. Minimal practice during the week. His practice was hampered and didn't really get many laps, so he's sort of practicing on the fly. And yeah, Matt McEwen, hopefully this stint he'll feel a little bit better. It's obviously dry conditions now. He's had a little bit of seat time in the wet to get adjusted, and now he can just really sort of hone in on that pace and start to unlock it. He was doing 202s in practice earlier in the week, which is not as fast as some of those front guys who we saw doing 58s and even in qualifying 57s, which I'll be shocked if we see a 57 in race trim today. But hopefully he can just put in some solo laps, bit of consistency. As you mentioned earlier, Twitchy did a great job pushing that car right up towards third place in that lead group. As we see, Matt Simmons and Hyper in Hooncorp 1 car are both in the pit lane now as well.
Yep, so now we are really getting deep into the pit stop phase, and we're going to see whether these undercuts are helpful at all, or whether we'll see some of these gaps move around. Matt McEwen has come out behind another car now to have a little battle with, so that could be on. As another, Matt has come too fast into the pit lane. Drive through, stop go even, 30 seconds. So he's done exactly what we've been talking about, too fast on entry, missing that pit board, and that is a disaster for one of the leaders in this race who was fighting for the win.
That is a huge moment in this race, because you can see right behind him on screen, just out of shot, here he comes now. There is Matt McEwen, the car that was chasing them down for provisional third in this race. That is massive for the BCG Win1 car. We touched on it earlier, and I keep coming back to it. That board is gone. The only reference these drivers have when they're entering the pit lane as to where the limiter needs to be engaged is the white line on the ground, and it's so hard to see. All these drivers racing bonnet cam, and it just sort of, or most of these drivers actually racing bonnet cam, but it just sneaks up on you, that white line, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, I've gone too far, and now I'm over the line, now I've sped, and there's nothing I can do. So he'll be frustrated. He'll be probably more frustrated that board's actually been taken out by someone, and he'll have to serve that within the next 3 laps, but that is going to feel like an eternity.
And unfortunately, that takes them out of the lead battle. That's going to be another driver trying to make a recovery drive. But do they have enough time left now with only 2 hours and 23 minutes left to go? And we have lost our safety car opportunities as well. So the gap won't be closed, field won't be closed back up for the remainder of this race. He's just going to have to do it on the pace. Midman and Sidog going to have to be on a mission for the rest of this one. And we see them still getting close out on circuit.
They're getting fairly close to each other, but I'd say it'll be not long before Mid-Matt, there he goes, he dives into the lane and has now going to serve that 30-second stop-go. Captain Muffin leads the way, which says to me that Keaton has stopped, so he's come into the lane, and it leaves Captain Muffin out there as the only member of that lead group besides Matt Zanetti who is yet to stop in this race. So where will Captain Muffin come out in relation to Matt McEwen? There was about a 14-second gap before the stop, so we'll see what that looks like when they come back out. But Matt Simmons, he's going to be very, very frustrated.
Absolutely right. And sometimes, you know, as a driver, you just need to keep a cool head. Definitely one thing I would say, if I was in one of these other teams, you know, watching, spectating the driver and talking to the driver, we just be so careful on entry. Right there, we saw Captain Muffin coming in. Just take it extra careful. There's that line that we talk about, and he was nice and comfortably on the limiter by the time he got there. Just, you know, it's worth losing half a second to not end up with that 30-second stop-go, because these gaps are big enough that you can get away with losing that half a second on pit entry. And yeah, I'd just think be in the air, be extra careful. So many of these drivers are picking up mistakes, and if you can just continue this race, rest of this race mistake-free, I think you are going to gain more positions. You are going to be doing well.
And that's what it's all about. Head down now. They're sitting. We'll see what they actually are sitting in once we get the corrected order as our race leader comes into the lane. So that is Captain Muffin potentially handing back over to Jeesh. Nismo Nath also into the pit, so that's our AM class leader coming in to take his second last stop. And here we go. Matt Donetti coming into the lane. Does he stop on time? Hopefully, it looks like he did. That was really close there. And handing over to his co-driver in LJ Samwith. But this is the man that will provisionally lead this race now that both cars have come into the lane. There is the number 5 car just coming out of the lane. Look how close they are now. That gap was nowhere near that close before the stop, so a massive amount of time has been gained by the number 5 with a question mark over who's behind the wheel.
Absolutely right. It's the leaderboard stitching us up a little bit here at the comms box, trying to keep up with what's happening. Of course, we have Jono Stan out in front now of Captain Muffin, and that is the gap on our screen. You don't need the leaderboard. You can just look at the cars, and this is going to be a battle between these two. For the lead of the race, can you believe it that BSR1, it is Jeesh now back in the car, have been able to come through, fight so far hard through the field after being down in 19th position, now up in second, and having the pace to keep up with the lead. We knew that they did have the pace. In qualifying, it didn't quite go their way for the shootout lap. Jeesh put the car in the 6th position after having such a quick lap in Q2, in Q3 down in 6th, and then now having to work their way through the field. They've just done an absolutely mega job, and he's on the hunt in the dry conditions. Does this car have the pace to close back in? We saw in the previous stint in the dry that it was in fact the BCG in this Mustang that were able to pull that gap, open it up. Is there going to be a repeat this time around, or is having new drivers in the car going to make a little bit of a difference? What's the difference here? Jeesh versus Jono Stan. Jono Stan, yes, I'll get the words out there eventually. 103 laps done in this race, and still only 1.4 seconds between the leaders.
Yeah, well, can't script it, but it's getting close between the two cars at the front. HC Smitty, our Pro-Am class leader, currently sitting in 4th place in this race as well. And then LJ Samwith, obviously back behind the wheel of the Team XV BMW, sitting 2nd in class at the moment for Pro-Am. 3rd in class all the way down in 8th place. That's Naked Blade for PRT1. He's been handed the reins from Metal Steel, and he now has a job to do. One more pit stop for him to serve. Everyone will have to take one more pit stop before the race is over. And with a 120-minute stint timer, most of the cars that will just stop will get as close to the final hour mark as they can to maximise or minimise the amount of fuel they have to put in and maximise the tyre life they'll have at the end of the race. In terms of AM class leaders, just having a look here, Matt, we've got Nismo Nath still leading the way, but Darsk in the TTRE side not too far behind, only 7 seconds back.
It's great to see this race shaping up, isn't it? We've got all 3 categories really have close battles, or close enough battles that we know are going to come back together as the race progresses. Still over 2 hours left in this one, so there's still plenty of time, still plenty of work for these drivers to do. But it's such a cool format that we have these 3 different categories, and they all get to go out there, have their battles, and then also be trying to battle for overall. Because look at the Pro-Ams up there in 4th and 5th. They've been doing a mega job to be in the overall results as well.
It's really great to see so many of the AM drivers and the Pro-Am drivers just pushing it up and fighting with the big guys in the Pro class. And you see that in all ACC racing. Sometimes it's not necessarily about pace, it's about consistency. But look at this gap, 0.3 of a second. And if I'm Matt McEwen right now, I'm hoping this goes on for a little while so that I can also close back up.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. I've been watching the gap between the front two as Jono Stan, I think, is feeling the pressure, getting the arse out sideways on the exit of that corner. As here we have his mirrors filled with Jeesh's car, the Aston Martin, closing in behind. I have to say the Aston Martin, I love the livery on that car as well. The colours just looking great. And yeah, I'm keeping an eye on that gap with Matt McEwen as well. I have to see if he's able to continue to close that down. I think it is, just slowly chipping away at it, so it might become a 3-way battle for the lead of this race with any luck.
Well, we can only hope. We can say a few prayers and hope that this battle goes on long enough to invite Matt McEwen back in at the depends what sort of pace he has in that car. Wasn't quite up to grips with it in practice throughout the week, but he's had a bit of wet running, so dry running would be an absolute gift for him at the moment. To be honest, I think he's quite happy to be in this car on a dry track, not having to worry too much about the sliding. But that gap at the moment is slowly closing. It was about 7.5 at the beginning of the lap, and it's now 7. So he's found 5/10 on this lap alone. We can confirm as well the 75 car with Al Dusty and Senon, the Defy Motorsports car, has retired from the race. They had a few issues with one of their drivers, and there just wasn't going to be the ability for them to bring it home in this race. So disappointing that we are now down a car, but great to see them get in. Have a go. Defy Motorsports' first attempts at an AUSNZ race, and hopefully we'll see them back throughout the season. But we now turn our attention. Look at how much that gap's closed down in just the last sector alone, Matt, between Matt McEwen and these front two. He's found another 4/10.
McEwen is on a charge. I'm looking at the car on track at the same time. I was going to say McEwen's on a charge. He's picked up where Twitchy left off, and that car is looking pacey in the dry conditions. I tell you what though, Jono Stan in this Ford, he's looking a little bit unstable through this phase. He's had a few moments now just getting sideways, and that is all the invitation Geesh needs. Tucked in right behind and just looking, lurking, waiting for that chance to try and get an overtake, and he's going to continue just to get closer and closer. There's nothing between them, and you just have to feel like this is a matter of time before something kicks off between these two.
I think this is, again, if I'm Matt McEwen, I'm rubbing my hands together because these two, the gloves are about to come off. This is what they want at BSR. Well, so that's what they want at ANC Outplay, but BSR want to lead this race. They want the points over their championship rivals. He has a little look coming into Stowe. Can he make that stick? No, he wasn't close enough for anything to happen that time around. Could he set up a move into Clubby? We've seen a few cars make it happen. Look at how close he is to the back. Has a look to the outside. Can he position the car? No. That's great positioning from Jono Stan just to defend from the number 5 Aston Martin. This battle is really starting to come alive now. Keep an eye out in the background. There, no, that's the Mustang. There he is, the ANC Outplayed car of Matt McEwen. He is lurking when this battle inevitably reaches its head. But that was a very bold move from Geesh, but a brilliant defensive move from Jono Stan to hold on to the lead of that race through Club.
How about this? We're nearly 4 hours into this race, and the battle for the lead is raging as hard as it has at any point. This is cracking stuff out in front. Jono Stan versus Geesh, so close between them. We did just pick up on the mini-map as well. There was a moment something there happened with Nismanath, 137, and he's lost the lead of the AM category as well. So a little bit of a drama up and down the field. And for anyone tuning in on Twitch, we've got a track spot on YouTube and Twitch and Kidbyers channel as well. Welcome in if you are just tuning in, because this has been a cracking race and you have missed plenty of action. So definitely go back and rewind it if you get the chance. But you don't want to miss what is yet to come. We still got 2 hours and 12 minutes to go. And the way this has been going, it is shaping up to be a cracker, as Geesh now just eases off a little bit as that gap opens up after they had that little side-by-side moment.
It's just, I think it's just sort of Geesh regathering his thoughts a little bit, just getting back into that temperature window. We would have pushed the temperatures right up just to try and make that battle work. So we've got a lot of support for Geesh in the chat at the moment. There's a few guys very happy about the fact that he's currently running second, looking at the lead of this race. But if I'm Geesh, I'm just going to take a breath now. Matt McEwen's gained over 1.5 seconds on that last lap on this lead pack, so he is very much on his way.
Just chipping away, isn't he? He's just in his own little zone at the moment, setting the quick lap time, got his head down. He's probably got Twitchy in his ear, just letting him know where the different parts of the track are that he's can try and optimize to try and get the best lap every time around. And it does start to feel like he is going to close in on that gap. Still 5 seconds to the lead too. And as you were saying before, he'll be hoping that they continue their battling and he can try and get into that battle as well, as they are coming back together and they are continuing that battle at the moment. Look how close it is here. Geesh once again right on the back, and he is not struggling here in the dry conditions. We talked about the Aston Martin doing so well in the wet. They have figured it out in the dry now as well, and on the back of this Mustang, can he try and find the weakness? He hasn't been able to do it yet. He looks like he has the pace, but hasn't been able to find the way through up to this point. Oh,
moment for the 96 car. He's well off. Where has he gone? There he is. You can see him there. He got stuck out on the dirty side of the road. That pulled him onto the grass, and it's almost like a vacuum. Once he gets stuck onto the grass, it's so difficult to get off, and he just had to get onto the concrete berm. But that is a change of the lead in this race, and the battle that we were very much rubbing our hands together, and I'm sure Matt McEwen was rubbing his hands together at the thought of as well, has now dissipated in favour of the BSR1 car. They will lead the race over John Ostan, and that was a huge moment for the Mustang.
And I think I might have to apologise there to John Ostan and BCG3. I was just saying how Jeesh was struggling to find his way through, and their commentator curse kicks in right at that moment. And then the biggest sort of mistake of the race, this team has looked so stable throughout the race. They have been one of the teams that hasn't really had any problems. That's the first real sort of blip throughout the whole thing, apart from maybe a little bit of a slow start off the line. But since then, they've been going so strong. I mean, when you look at someone like Jeesh, who had to come back through the back of the field, absolutely mega story from then. And that one little moment can cost you the lead. That is what it comes down to. You think in an endurance race, 6 hours of racing, we're already almost 4 hours through, and sometimes those small moments can still be the ones that make the difference.
That's it, isn't it? Small moments can make or break your race. As we look at this, is Nismo Nath. Not sure what's happened here. He was leading the class earlier on. He's now sitting 14th and 3rd in class. So maybe another tour through the pit lane or a moment for the 137 car. But he now sits 2 and a bit seconds back on the 77 car that sits second in class. But that means that TTR Eastside and Dask now lead the way in the AM class. These guys showed a lot of pace in qualifying. I think I made the comment at qualifying on Friday that they probably needed to be upgraded in terms of their driver class, because the way they qualified and the way they're racing today, yeah, they're definitely showing a pro-am sort of speed here.
Yeah, 5th in qualifying, and then now they've finally broken the 11th place, number 11 curse, and they've found their way up to 10th spot. Doing a nice job just continuing to run this race, and now leading with a much more comfortable margin in the AM class, but wanting to push forward. I'm sure they're not just thinking about the AM title, they want to take every position they can into the overall race as well, as they've got McLaren lurking in behind them, getting a little bit sideways too.
Yeah, and this is, well, that's Matt Simmons as well on our screen at the moment. He's not too far behind Les Samwick, who I'm told is doing a fair bit of fuel saving to make sure they can get to the end of this race with just one more stop. They underfueled that car to make sure they could save a bit of time in the pit stop, but that means he's got a lot of work to do in saving fuel, and they've still got to do one more tour through the pit lane. And any avid fans of AGT out there who've watched an AGT race know that Les Samwick struggles with these pit entries at the best of times, and with no marker board on the way into the lane, there is a risk that we might see yet another drive-through for poor LJ. But this battle is shaping up at the moment for 5th place. Matt Simmons looking to come back through. Obviously, he's already served a 30-second stop go for speeding on entry into the pit lane, and he's pushing now up to the back of the 15 Team XV BMW, the Pro-Am, 2nd place in class at the moment. And this battle could get really close. I'm just also looking, and I think it's highlighted on our screen at the moment, as we could switch to it potentially in a minute from the director. There it is. Matt McEwen has closed up to the back of John Ostan as well.
Yeah, so Jeesh is just running away with it up the road at the moment. John Ostan struggling a little bit as McEwen is showing so much pace. What was the gap? It was something like 7 seconds or maybe even more that he's been able to close in. And now we're trying to keep track of a couple of little battles going on track as it starts to heat up. Here is Matt McEwen trying to find a way through, but John Ostan defending the line. And now through Megas and Bickets, these cars go left, right, and a little bit of grass, but got to get away with that one, just losing a little bit of a time there. And suddenly the pressure is relieved just a touch.
starting to shape up. Now, here we go. This is a move from Matt Simmons and Les Sandwith. Will just sort of give him plenty of space there. Great respect between those two drivers, and that is Matt Simmons now free to push on. He's got a lot of work to do if he wants to catch the number 4 car, or the 4th place car, I should say, the number 37 car of HC Smitty. But there's a long way to go in this race, just over 2 hours left. And we can confirm that 137 car as well. The reason it was in 14th place, it is the other driver is not Ismo Nathan the car at the moment. He had a bit of a moment, copped 50 seconds worth of damage, which is a long time to be sitting in the lane repairing.
Yep, it's a long time to be sitting there, and it's a long time to try and come back from as well. That's going to be a tough job for them now. The double duck coming unstuck in the dry conditions, unfortunately, and that's put them 3rd in the AM class. So it still can be on for a decent result overall, as they did so much work before that moment. And actually in a little bit of a fight there to try and get 2nd as well, as we still keep an eye on McEwen lurking in behind John O'Stan. He's getting closer once again, only about a car length between them. And now it's a question of, can he put the pressure on? And I wonder if he knows what happened for the overtake with Geesh previously. I wonder if he's aware that maybe just applying the pressure onto John O'Stan is going to could force a little bit of a mistake. Or what he's got in his ear. Is Twitchy watching along? Try and tell him, oh, maybe in this area he's looking vulnerable. You're faster over here. Try and go for a move. That's the sort of information that you can get with a teammate and sort of make the most of the team spirit in terms of this Enduro Championship. Is a little bit squiggly through here. Maybe this is the spot where John O'Stan has a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, and if the man or a driver is experienced as Twitchy, will have a lot of knowledge in situations like this. So I have no doubt that he's probably giving a little bit of coaching to Matt McEwen, but also knows just when to sit back and let him do his thing and say, I trust you in this situation. You do what you think is best, as he has a little bit of a look into club, but there's nothing doing there for the 726 car. But he is knocking on the door of the 96 Mustang with 2 hours and 3 minutes left in the AUSNZ Hooncorp Silverstone 6 hours. It's round 4 of the championship, and this is the man, or the team, that is leading the way in this championship. ANC outplayed, but they've got a bit of work to do if they want to get through this BCG 3 car. John O'Stan isn't going to go down without a fight, and then they've got a lot more work to do if they want to catch up to Geesh and the team BSR1 up the front, who have skipped away almost 6 seconds now. They have bolted.
Yeah, they've just found the speed, haven't they? They've unlocked something extra in their car and are just continuing on with it. Got their head down, fully focused, in the zone at the moment. If you've watched the F1 movie, I think you could say Geesh is flying around the circuit at the moment. He has got it dialed in. And now 5.7 seconds as these two continue to have a little back and forth. And it's interesting to watch how these battles kind of evolve. I think maybe a little bit of the dirty air here when you get tucked up behind another car. And maybe, Isaac, you can speak to that a little bit, how much it affects the car, because the gaps do just seem to sort of rubber band a little bit, extending out between 2/10 to 5/10 as they go around the lap.
It's look, it's not as bad as some games, only with the rubber banding and moving in and out. But the dirty air on this game, it does have a little bit of an effect in how these cars sort of react and how the tyre temperatures go up. Like the temps and the pressures can come up a fair bit if you're sitting right in behind another car. You don't want to spend too long, but it's also handy because you can use this time to maybe turn down the engine map a little bit and just save a bit of fuel, because the slipstream on this game is so strong. He's going to have a look here on the way into club, but again, not close enough to make anything happen. This battle is going. He's going to have another look here. A nice exit off that section of club. I don't have the corner numbers. Every track map I've looked for has shown me the corner numbers if I was watching a Formula 1 race. So obviously this would be turn 1, but it's not turn 1. I think it's about turn 9, but I don't know for sure. So I've tried not to guess corner numbers too much in this race and just go with what is the names of the corners to come in. Oh, that's a little look into the loop. That was very bold. Under brakes from Matt McEwen. This battle is spicing up, and we do need to throw to a break very soon just to give a little bit of time for to get our commentary box back in order. But he has a look to the outside now. This battle looks like it's going to go on for quite a while. John O'Stan has to be feeling the pressure.
Yeah, we've got the director in our ear saying, do we want to throw to a break soon? And then McEwen just says no. He is done waiting. He is going to put the fight on now and try and make this overtake happen. He is just throwing everything at it to find a way through. Unable to get past so far, but look how close he's going to be now. Coming through Cops. Can he keep with it? This is the test of how much dirty air there is. He's nice and tidy on the exit, so it can't be affecting him too badly. And now through the windy Maggots and Beckett's. Try and dial it in, try and hit these apexes as they continue through. A little bit of dirt getting kicked up there, so they're really maximizing what they can get away with in terms of the track limits. And probably, 2 hours to go, we will have to talk about those track limits a little bit more at some point, because that will start to add up at this point in the race. But at the moment, it's just about this battle. Is the inside going to be left open? It is. McEwen doesn't need a second invitation. He throws the car up there. And is he going to get it through on the inside? He might not. The battle is going to continue down through the final sector. Deep onto the brakes here. It's going to be hard to go side by side. Can they keep it tidy? No, they can't. There's contact between them. There might be more contact as well. McEwen's round again. Oh, no. Disastrous outcome there. He was aggressive wanting to get through, and unfortunately not a good rejoin either. Just about gets out of the way of the next car coming through.
Again, another huge moment in this race. That has been brewing for... Well, that was some heavy contact between the two cars. Wonder if there's any suspension damage. There will at least be bodywork damage to both cars as a result. And again, that'll be something that the stewards will have to look at post-race. But for now, John O'Stan continues on. There's already a question mark over that car for a post-race time penalty. And now, depending on which way the stewards look at that, there may be a question mark over them yet again, but we'll have to leave that in their very capable hands. That is the end of that battle for now. More work for Matt McEwen to do to catch back up. Luckily, no position loss there. Stays in third place with a fairly healthy gap over HC Smitty. But I think now that that battle has come to an end, I think we will need to take a bit of a break. So we'll say a huge thank you to you, Matt, for jumping in the commentary box, and I'll hand over to you just to say a few words.
Oh, look, thanks for having me, and thanks to TrackSpot for giving me the chance to jump in. What an absolute race we've had. All these drivers have been doing a mega job, and it's been so cool to see that, our championship protagonists are up there battling it out. I'm definitely going to have to stay tuned to see how the rest of this race unfolds.
Indeed, but we'll keep this little battle pack on the screen here. 3 cars, all very close to each other. We're going to take a very short break here at the AUSNZ Hooncorp Silverstone 6 hours. Round 4 of the championship with just under 2 hours to go. We'll be back very soon. Welcome back to the AUSNZ Hooncorp Silverstone 6 hour. We have just under 2 hours to go, an hour and 54 minutes to be exact. Currently on your screen, you can see the number 15 car, Team XV BMW with LJ Samwith in a tightly contested battle with PRT1 Naked Blade in the 100 Ferrari. This is for second in class. I, of course, am Isaac Fogarty. I'll be having your company for at least the next hour. I hope you're all doing well wherever you're tuning in from. And alongside me in the commentary box, I'm happy to welcome back a guest to the TrackSport TV commentary box this weekend. AUSNZ viewers would know him well. It is, of course, the Kiwi with the knowledge. It's Mike Howe.
I don't know about that, Isaac. I was intending to take the P out of you being an Aussie, mate, but I have to be nice to you now.
I just want to get on good terms early, you know, just sort of play my cards right.
Oh, mate, I'll tell you what, even though we had a little bit of a break, a cup of tea and the lie down, certainly kept an eye on the action, but a bit sad to see the 137 car go through what it went through, but that's what happens. There's been some cracking racing going on, though. You and Monkey Matt doing a sensational job, mate, to be fair, absolutely on point, and I don't think there was too much you missed. I was jumping through my different screens every time I saw something on a different screen. You guys were there, Johnny, on the spot, so let's hope the next couple of hours, or just under a couple of hours, can go. But welcome to everyone that's tuned in. If you've just joined us recently, we've just had a change of commentary. Now the part-timers in here with the pro. Isaac has been doing a cracking job there, and we've got a lot to unpack on this one, Isaac. I mean, obviously you saw plenty of action going on there, but what an uncharacteristic spin from the 726 car of Matt McEwen about 15-20 minutes ago, or probably 10 minutes ago, and just going around now. He has got some work to do, get anywhere near the lead there, with Geesh doing a cracker in the 05 car. But you know, we were talking all through the session about the, you know, it's these uncharacteristic mistakes, these fluke moments, these you know, things you wouldn't see, the rain and all that, but it didn't look like much, did it, mate? Just a little bit of a, again, uncharacteristic bit of a spin.
Contact between the 96 and the 726, which caused that, and some words were exchanged between the two of the drivers that currently aren't in the car. So there's a bit of a fire up going on down in the pit lane. Things are getting feisty with not long to go now. But this battle we're watching on our screen, this has been going on for quite a while now. Just before we went to a break, very deep on the brakes. Poor Naked Blade had to steer out of it, which has cost him a significant amount of time there, but just had to steer out of that to avoid contact. But we saw just before we went to a break, this battle was starting to take shape, and then it's continued over the course of our break, and we've come back and they're closer than ever, and it looks like Naked Blade just trying to find a moment to get past. Obviously, we mentioned LJ has a bit of fuel to save at the moment, Mike. He's not got a lot of driving time left, but neither has Matt Danetti. I can confirm Matt Danetti, the other driver in this car, only an hour and 3 minutes left of driving time. A bit of a twitch there for Les Samwith, but there's a lot of work for LJ to do to make sure that Matt can get in without violating his driving time at the end.
Yeah, that's one of those things too. It might even come out post-race if drivers have gone over, and it's such a narrow window from the drivers, and well, you know, it's all about the tactics. It's all about what they can manage to achieve in the time they are behind the wheel. And like you said, saving fuel already, that's the smart thing to do, because when you're in a 6-hour race, it's not about going, you know what, to the wall. You've actually got to use strategy. You've got to have a certain amount of reserve up your sleeve there, because if things don't change track-wise, if we stay green on the you know, the dry conditions, whereas we've had the rain. Now with the rain, that is a great fuel saving opportunity for drivers. In fact, they obviously the lap times drop down, and they can, you know, really try to fuel save. But when it's like this, it's absolutely on point. You know what you're supposed to be doing. The times are in the, you know, the 2 minutes or thereabouts. Some are a little bit faster, 59. Some are the 2:01s, and for the faster cars, that's a very, very good time to sort of stick with. But this battle, it's been going on for a long time. This is the 7th and 8th between the BMW and the Ferrari, and I mean, it's a grouse looking silhouette, that car, the little Ferrari behind them. But these BMWs, there's quite a few of them on the track there at the moment. I wouldn't say a million of them, there's about 4, I think, 4 or 5, and they have been doing a sterling job. But as far as it goes for Naked Blade and the Ferrari, they don't have any other team to bounce information off there, Isaac. So, you know, they've got to work out their own strategies, how much their tyres are going to last, what fuel they can run, and obviously, fuel saving as well to try and get them through the stint. So this is a big effort there from the team, from Team XV. They are doing a good job at the moment, holding off the fiery Ferraris from the PRT1 team. And of course the naked blade driver, he's doing a great job there in that one. But getting back to the top of the tables though, you can't take away from Jesh. It was one thing, I'm sure you would have seen it earlier on during that rain. We saw the drive from Jesh, which was an absolute standout pedal. He was doing the business, and I think myself and George were just saying, gee, I wonder if it's only as good as it's going to get in the wet with Jesh. Is it going to be that once the track dries out, and you can see the way this Aston is going, when the track dries out, are they going to lose their advantage? Well, the answer is simple. It's no, because they've got 20-second lead on second place, John O'Stan in the 96 car. So, that really just goes to show it's not a fluke. It's not a little bit of rain and it's given them a benefit there, Isaac. It's actually all about, this talent was just slowly coming through the ranks, and boy, look at where they are now.
The rain paid dividends, and that pace, it wasn't quite there in the early stages of this second dry run, but it has come to them. I think that contact between second and third earlier did help, but that gap seems to be closing now between second and third place back to 5 seconds. It was out to 11 seconds initially after the contact, so that's starting to close. The gap between LJ and Naked Blade has gone back out to a second, just over a second, 1.2 seconds. So that battle for now looks like it's starting to just sort of peter out a little bit, not be as close. There is a close battle though for 14th place at the moment, I'm noticing on the timing screens, between OTR Markle, the 77 car, the car of choice, the number of choice I should say, for Matt's Cooke's favourite car on the grid. We know he loves a good McLaren there. Currently about half a second off of each other, and we'll see if we can get the director to take us down so we can have a look at that battle that's going on for what was 14th, 15th. I think that battle is finished now though. Yeah, it is actually finished. My apologies. That was a move that happened. That was more to Nick getting past the 77 car. So we're having a look now at the 100 car. It looks like they've just dropped off a bit. 1.2 seconds back. You can see the AG T3 car is a lap down sitting in behind. Let's have a look now, if we can, at what is happening with our class positions, because it seems that we've had a bit of a change in some areas. So HC Smitty leading the way in Pro-Am from Team XV and LJ Samwith, who's sitting in 7th place overall, and then PRT Naked Blade sitting in 3rd place in the Pro-Am class at the moment. Leading the way in the AM class and sitting in 10th overall, doing a wonderful job, is Dask for TTR Eastside, that number 11 car. 4th in qualifying. Didn't quite go their way at the start of the race, but they've done a wonderful comeback drive to be in 10th and leading the way in class. Sitting in 13th place at the moment is 2nd in the AM class, and I think, Mike, Howe, you might actually be able to confirm who's behind the wheel of that 137 car at the moment.
Yeah, Tim Vaughan, or Dub True, he's behind the wheel at the moment. He unfortunately not long in the seat when they had a little bit of an issue and a bit of an upset, and unfortunately, like you correctly called out there, a bit of a break, getting the car all sorted out, and it's back in good. They actually had a brake issue with the car for the last hour or so, and I think Nismo had got that one pretty well sorted, and then of course poor old Dub True unfortunately jumped in behind the wheel. And that's what's amazing about the sim racing though, Isaac, is that it's not just about pushing buttons and everything and it's all perfect. The cars do actually have issues. We've talked about, George and I having a chat before about the chuckle of the electrical gremlins that can come in a sim race actually on the actual car. This can stop working, the lights are flashing when they shouldn't be. And I didn't realise that it was a mechanical fault could actually happen to the sim car, and they literally had a brake issue, and that was addressed after the contact at the wall at turn 5, and unfortunately that cost them the class lead. Not saying they're out for all good, because we've got an hour 45 minutes to go till the checkered flag comes out, but they've got some work to do. But well done to Dub True, because he has actually managed to get himself back into 2nd place in AM class, taking on Markle there in the QTR Mustang, and has managed to get up to 2nd place for the AM class and 13th overall, about 4 or 5 seconds ahead of the mighty Mustang. So good work there from him, and a good battle between those two for a little while, but that seems to have sorted itself out. But like you were saying before, you know, these battle of the classes, they're very, very much a thing, and the pros aren't having it all their own way. Yes, they've got the podium, but only just from a very spirited drive. And the other of the Hooncorp cars, there was Smitty behind the wheel in car number 37, and then we go down to 7th place there for second of the Pro-Am class cars, and the 15 car there, which is LJ Sandwith in the Team XV, and then third in the Pro-Am is the Ferrari, the only Ferrari on the track, Naked Blade, that we saw going there before. And of course it really gives people, you know, something to play for. Guys like myself who aren't so good, I would be less than an AM, I'm not even anywhere near the quality of these AM drivers, but then you go Pro-Am, and then of course you go Pro. But I think I heard yourself and Monkey Matt saying before about the whole, you know, some of these drivers in Pro-Am might be a little bit better than perhaps they ought to be, because they really are starting to drive better than their classification shows. And isn't that a great reflection on how good the drivers are, Isaac? You know, when you're saying that you're in this class, mate, but you're driving so good, you may actually need to step up.
Yeah, it's if you look at this battle at the moment. It looks to the outside. Does Naked Blade of LJ Sandwith. I'll come back to that point in just a minute, but this battle is starting to come alive again now. It just backed off, let those tyres come back up to temperature, and it is indeed getting spicy in the as you've got to be joking in the chat. Hello to everybody watching along right around Australia, New Zealand and the world, wherever you're watching from, tuning in, typing in the chat. We'd love to see you guys interacting, getting involved. Obviously, you've got to be joking as well, who's in the chat at the moment. Actually, the driver of the car sitting at the back of this pack, the 82 AGT3 Mercedes, they're doing a wonderful job sitting in 17th place, and they get a front row seat. If I'm Fat Ferb's Adam Joy at the moment in that 82 car, I get a lovely front row seat to this battle between LJ Sandwith and Naked Blade, and it's getting really close now through Stowe on the run towards Club. Is he going to have a look up the inside? He makes the move, shows the nose. He's down there. They're going to go side by side through into the Club section of this circuit. Still side by side. Will LJ let him go? He does. Just sort of holds off on the throttle application for a minute there, and just lets him go. Has another look into Abbey. There could to be taken back if he can stay with him, but I think that is up into 7th place and second in class now for the 100 car. A lovely overtake there from Naked Blade, and a nice front row seat there for Fat Ferbs in the 82 car.
Yeah, Fat Ferb's doing a cracking job on the Mercedes. Down in 17th place, a little bit off the pace, but you can see that, you know, obviously their race hasn't gone exactly to strategy for them, but no lack of talent or ability there from Fat Ferb. So good on them there in the AGT3 class car number 82. And we just don't have to have the front runners always mentioned, and while it's nice to have, it's still good to have a great run from the Pro-Am and of course the AM class cars. And look at this, for a scorching battle around the track. It really is a fantastic sight to behold as they get themselves down that straight and crack off another lap. And can you believe it, we have gone through 122 circles of Silverstone here at the AUSNZ Series. And again, a big shout out to all the people looking around and watching the various platforms that we've got here, thanks to Trackspot TV and of course Twitch and Kidbyers as well. So it's just fantastic to have so much platform there for people to come in and tune in and be part of what is a awesome 6 hour. If you've only just joined us, welcome along. We've got an hour and 40 minutes, as you can see, yet to go, and the battles are starting to really tighten up. In fact, Isaac, I think it's fair to say now, with just over an hour and a half to go, you know, people will probably start to get their elbows out a little bit now, especially in the same class battle. If you've got a faster class behind you, let them go, nothing to do with you. If it's on the same class, though, you start thinking, you know what, I might actually start to fight this one a little bit there. So, you know, and you can quite rightly say that these people would be thinking that having endured 4 hours and 20 minutes of high-speed racing here at Silverstone. But if you are watching around New Zealand, around Australia, around the world, tuning in here to Trackspot TV or to whatever media platform that you are starting to pick us up on, whether it's Kidbyers TV there, or Trev doing a great job, as well as Twitch, then do pop in a comment, pop in a little bit of a notification. We'll try and get to you if you let us know where you're calling from around the world, where you're seeing the action, and hopefully you're enjoying it as much as we are. And if you are watching over in Blighty, where Silverstone actually is, by crikey, it's early in the morning, you probably need to lay off that naughty sort of drink to give yourself some rest. But I'll tell you what, we see the action. Oh, by crikey, we just happen to have it on screen, Babushka. And that hasn't gone particularly well, has it, Isaac?
Huge moment. That is currently second in the AM class, and we're about 6th in the Pro-Am class, and that is a massive amount of contact between those two drivers. That's going to invite Kidbyers Racing, who is still a lap down, so out of sequence to go past. That is very frustrating for Nick Carter behind the wheel of the 369 car, and for W True in the 137 car. Just a note as well, Matt McEwen did come into the pit lane. Not entirely sure why. He's a bit out of sequence for the 726 car, but there could have been a tyre change. We would have had damage from that contact with John Ostan earlier in the race. So did come into the lane and have a pit stop. So still has to, though, still serve one more pit stop in this race. So not sure what happened there, but we'll have to see if we can get people on the case and to the bottom of it. But this is now the 77 car of Mark Led, the Oldtimers Racing Mustang, right up behind Nismo Nath, or W True is actually behind the wheel. I keep forgetting that there's two mates just living in New Zealand, and they share a sim rig, so real life driver changes between those two happening in the pit lane. But he's now looking and knocking on the door of second place in class for this race, which would be an amazing result for these guys if they can pull it off.
Yeah, great work there from Markle, because at one stage he was about 5 or 6 seconds behind the 137 car, and dubbed through Tim Vaughan is his real name, Tim Vaughan. He's doing a great job, but obviously may have had a little bit of a moment there, because the 77 car has done a brilliant job gaining on that car. Also noticed too that Markle has still got one more pit stop to do, whereas the others, most of the field, I think, is fair to say, a lot of them have actually done all 4 of their pit stops. No, just have a look at the top of the field. No, all of the top 9 have still got one more to go. So, but a portion of cars have actually done all of their pits. It's not going to be a problem though, because at least with an hour and 37 yet to go, they're all going to come in and pit at least one more time, I'm sure. So yeah, no, good to see the battle of the AMs really starting to take it. But I think the recovery from whatever happened to Dub True, he's managed to get his skates on and start to peel away a little bit there, and he's pulled nearly a couple of seconds from the 77 car. So this is what can happen though, Isaac. It can all happen very, very quickly, and we can end up with you know, all sorts of things that go on, and unfortunately these things can happen. But here we go, down to the bottom of the field. You can see the number 2 car there, the Mustang, in the last car rolling around the track at the moment, in 21st spot there. And that is the AGT1 car, and that's Water Arrow behind the wheel of the Mustang in 21st. Probably the last time we're going to round out the field, I would say. In 20th place, if we move up to car number 667 in the mighty old BMW, the German contender, and that is Cactus 2. That's Black Falcon behind the wheel of that car in 20th place. In 19th place, we move up to the land of Aston Martin with FTSC2. That's Gordo behind the wheel. G'day, Gordo. Sounds like an Aussie. Doing a good job there in 19th place at the moment. So they're in the teens. Then we jump up to 18th place, and the Stuttgart Special. Here comes the Porsche car number 444, and that is Kidbyers 5. It is, yep, Team Little Bear. Team Little Bear doing a good job. A smoke signal down the start finish straight in 18th place. Let's go to 17th place, up to the land of Mercedes-Benz AGT3 with Fat Peppers. I love that name. And the 82 car in 17th place. In 16th place, the only McLaren on the field. Look at that livery. Look at the turnout of that car. Isn't it cracking? Car 407. And that is Cactus 1's. That's Bijon behind the wheel of the McLaren. Moving up to the 15th place car, and that is the Ford of the Mustang. And we start to sound Australia American now. The TTR West sponsored car of Morton behind the wheel. We've seen some really flashes of brilliance from this car through the day, but unfortunately just hasn't gone their way. Watch for good things in the next one. Right, 14th place is the QTR team car. This is Markle in the 77, the second place AM spec car. 3 seconds or so behind the 137. That's 14th place there for the Mighty Mustang. Then we jump up to the 137 and 13th place here, which is Dub True driving, because it says Nismo Nace on the screen, like Isaac picked up there. They actually do share the same rig in the same building, and I'll try and stay away from watching them, and we can be impartial. Right, that's good. So they did 13th at the moment, unlucky for some, but still keeping the wheels turning. In 12th place, we go back to the land of Mercedes in the 102 car. This is the PRT3 team, and this is Diswood behind the wheel of that car. And it's like off subject, looks like 75 has just cleared its drive-through penalty, which is nice. 11th place, let's jump up to car number 33, a mighty old Nissan. Now this is Jimbo. G'day Jimbo. Jimbo is driving all by himself and currently in 11th place. Jimbo's been driving for 4.5 hours, and that is a medal in its own right. Good work there from Jimbo. Let's go up to 10th place, and that will be Dask in the Mustang in car number 11. He is doing a cracking job in that car, and the TTR East team, they have been pulling some great strategies there. I think they're about 5th or 6th place there in Pro. In actual fact, no, I get it wrong. AM, they are leading AM. Let's get it right and pass you colourblind, surely. So there are the leaders of the AM class, and what a cracking drive there from them. Then we go up to 9th place, which is the Cave Racing car. This is car number 81. And this is Barters behind the wheel of this car in the Pro class in 9th place at the moment. So let's hope they've got plenty more in the tank and they can start to push. Then we jump up to 8th place there in the mighty old BMW. We'll go Team X3 with LJ Sandwith behind the wheel on this BMW. And that thing is just looking absolutely pristine. Let's hope they have a good one. Moving up to 7th place here, Naked Blade, and the only Ferrari on the track. Good to see PRT1 team doing a cracking job. They've got some really good strategies, this team, and I don't think we've seen the best of them yet. So can they improve from 7th place? 6th place is the BMW. This is the 76 car there, the McDonald's car, who's had all sorts of ups and downs today, but still in 6th place with Norm behind the wheel. And great to see a good result from them. Let's hope they finish strongly as well. Then we go to the top 5. Mint Matt in the BMW, car number 31, 4 seconds behind at the moment, but still plenty in reserve, I hope, for them, and they are in the top 5. The 4th place car is Matt McEwen. The man needs absolutely no introduction in this mighty old Mercedes in the 726, and currently in 4th place, and I wouldn't count him out of being top 3 just yet. Then we jump into Pro-Am. I've missed the other Pro-Am cars, apologies for that, but in Pro-Am, this is the leader of the class, the 37 car HC1. This is Smitty behind the wheel, the man who is the team leader for the Hooncorp team as far as the strategies and technology, and he is deservedly on the podium at the moment. Let's hope he can be there and even possibly further up the field. Go back to 2nd overall. This is for Pro, 2nd in Pro as well, of course, BCG3, this is John O'Stan in the 96 car, the recipient of some great calls as well and some brilliant driving, and not too far behind the 1st place car, and here he is in the 5 car. This is Jeesh. No fluke that they're in this position. There's been some great driving from Jeesh, not just in the wet but through the whole course of the race. With an hour and a half to go, our race leader and the leader of Pro. We'll see how this one all plays out. By crikey, Isaac, it just goes to show the quality, all about keeping out of trouble though, doesn't it, mate? And that's what we're seeing.
It certainly is. It's just gone on 7:30 p.m. here in lovely Britain. The sun has stayed out for the majority of this race so far. Rain earlier on, but with an hour and a half to go, it's only a little bit cloudy. What will happen though? There's still plenty of time for anything to take place. We mentioned earlier there was a drive-through for a car that was in fact the 15 car that currently sits in 7th place in this race. They had to serve a drive-through for track limits, and PRT Metal Steel, who sits in 9th place, has served his final, or probably won't be his final pit stop. Actually, remember, drivers have an hour and 20 maximum stint time, so anyone who pits now will still have to come in again before this race is over. If you can go for another 10 minutes, you'll be able to get away with not stopping again. So we'll have to see what drivers do now as we get closer and closer to the end of this race. Obviously, we've just been through the leaderboard. We're looking at what drivers still have stops left to take, and it looks like the top 8 all still have one mandatory stop left to clear before this race is over. Obviously, everyone's going to have to come back in again, but most other cars look like they've served all 4 mandatory stops at least, which is good to see. No one with the 2 next to their name, which means no one's going to have to come back in again. Obviously, a big shout out to everyone that's tuning in right around across Australia, New Zealand, and the world, wherever you're watching from. We're really glad to have you here. Obviously, this is the AUSNZ Hooncorp Silverstone 6-hour round 4 of the AUSNZ Championship, obviously powered by TrackSpot TV. It's time for revolution in sim racing, and for all your sim racing broadcasting needs, head to www.trackspottv.com and get on there. Or if, like myself and Mike, you love doing commentary, have a bit of a knack for getting behind the mic, head over there as well, and you can submit an application to join our amazing team here. We have some awesome commentators and there's some brilliant people to work with, so definitely come and get involved. Huge shout out to Trevor Byers as well, who's not with us today. Usually, if you were watching the Kidbyers stream, you're in the dulcet tones of Trevor, the seasoned commentator. He's been kind enough to lend us his Twitch account today. So if you're watching on twitch.tv with Trevor or the Kidbyers Twitch, and you're wondering where is Trevor, don't worry, he hasn't changed and dramatically changed voice and sounds completely different, goes by a different name now. It is in fact myself, Isaac Fogarty, and Mike Howe in the commentary box, but we have been graciously granted access to his Twitch to stream the race today. So there is another contact, we're being told, between the 137 car and the 369 car. They had they're back at it again. So this is another battle that's shaping up. They had a massive incident earlier at Stowe, Mike Howe, as a drive-through is handed to the 21st place car, number 2 AGT1 with Water Arrow behind the wheel. But this battle got spicy earlier, ended in tears for both drivers. Will it end up the same this time?
Well, I certainly hope not. I wasn't actually aware of that one coming through the ranks there, but the Pro-Am car and the 369 and the Am car there of the 137, so obviously a bit of a pass that didn't happen. It was unsighted by myself. I'm trying not to, obviously the 137 Nismo, he's not behind the wheel at the moment, it's my son, so I try not to show favouritism. One thing you can't be is too biased, unless it's you and me giving in to each other about the Kiwis being better than the Aussies or vice versa. But normally the 137 boys and the Hooncorp guys and most drivers in general have been told, hey mate, if it's a different class car coming through, nothing to fight over, just get out of the way, let it go through. But didn't see it, so I'm sure the technical people will have a look at it a little bit later on, and hopefully there's no harm or foul. Both cars are still going. I don't know if it's got too much damage there, the Aston, but the Muzzie's been let through quite rightly. They would have been getting blue flags there, but I would imagine, no, it would have been probably, because it's just a class battle, but the position has just changed on the track. But oh well, anyway, that's the way it is. He was actually quite right within his right to have the elbows out and fight it for track position, and it looks like the 2 cars just been cleared from its drive-through penalty from earlier on there as well, to the Water Arrow, I think is in the AGT1 car. So yeah, one of those things there, Isaac. Unfortunately, no one wants to have contact, no one wants to have that sort of stuff happen. But you know, these are the things that can happen. But hey, it's great to be part of the broadcast, as you mentioned, mate. And again, www.trackspot.tv. So get it right, www.trackspot.tv. If you want to be part of this in any way, shape or form, an upcoming commentator, if you want to find out more about what's happening, about where, what, who and why, then obviously George is a big part of this. And again, thanks to Trev Byers, like you said, who has helped us out in so many ways. And it's not just about watching the cars go around, it's about working out how we can make this happen. So for those that want to be involved in the future sim racing around New Zealand, Australia and around the world, then definitely get in touch with Hooncorp Esports, TrackSpot TV, whatever the case may be, because there's plenty to go around. And like you said, Isaac, we certainly need more people that can jump on the air, that can be part of the scenery, that want to do some driving. Then you know, we can have more than the 22 cars we started with on the track earlier on today. We can certainly have plenty of room for people on the track, and plenty of people behind the scenes are required. So we'll have to see how it all plays out. Isaac, we've got an hour 25 minutes left to go, mate. What are your thoughts on how the first 3.5 hours have gone, mate? 4.5 hours. What are your thoughts on that one so far? What was your expectations, and what are we seeing?
Well, yeah, 4.5 hours. Time flies when you're having fun, and it's been action-packed. I think there's a lot of things that have happened that we haven't really expected, I would say, because it's just been, there's been drive-throughs, there's been 30-second stop-goes, we've had cars making contact. We had a huge moment in this race earlier between Matt McEwen and Jono Stan, and we have it on good authority from our director that it was in fact a drive-through for Matt McEwen, and he is now, even though it's 40 seconds back, he's got a lot of work to do. He is catching the 96 Mustang, and that is HC Smitty serving another pit stop, but it's still an hour and 24 to go, so he'll have to come in again. So he's in the lane, but must have been out of fuel, because you would think if I was Hooncorp 1 at this stage, Mike, they would probably wait if they could. So you would have to think that they probably ran out of fuel, ran out of time to wait even longer. But if you're trying to make a pit stop now, surely you would think about just pushing on that extra 4 minutes, that extra 2 laps to make sure you're inside that hour and 20 stint window.
Oh, look, if that's the case, if they've come up 4 minutes short or 5 minutes short and had to come in and like you say, had to come in again, Smitty, even though he's an Aussie, he is an absolute perfectionist. And I'll tell you what, he's a very honest person. If he's made a blue, he'll be the first one to put his hand up and give himself an uppercut. He really does take it seriously. So Smitty, mate, whatever's happened, that's the way it is. Let's just move on, sing and dance, because we're doing particularly well by having so many cars go around in such a perfect way. I mean, it hasn't been perfect, but it's a great smorgasbord of areas of all over the countryside, Australia, New Zealand. I don't think we've got any outside of those two countries. We've got Ferrari, we've got McLaren, we've got Mercedes, BMW, Ford Mustang, and Porsche. We've got, what else have we've got there? Plenty of cars. Aston Martin. We've got plenty of guys and girls that are all guys. We need some girls out there, because girls can drive some racing as well, and I'm sure they're equally as talented. About time we've got some ladies on the track and doing the business. But now look, he will be upset. But if that's what you've got to do for a splash and dash to come through, well, in third place with a bit of a gap, I don't think that's too much of a thing. And I just had the word from the almighty director too. He's quite right. I failed to mention that Hooncorp is actually on Facebook as well. If you want to check it out, then you can catch up with Hooncorp as well. So it's a little bit of fun, and we certainly do enjoy doing it. And Nathan, I know, puts a lot of time into Hooncorp esports, and I know that behind the scenes they are seeking some funding and that for some more up and coming events through this year, as well as the AUSNZ. There's some other class racing that he wants to be getting done, including these good yourself and George, Trev, and the team. So certainly plenty to go around. People that want to get involved, welcome to do so. And look at what we've got here on the table at the moment. There really has been some outstanding driving going on here, and we are counting down. Oh golly, are we counting down? I mean, who would have thought? In fact, one thing I didn't pick up on a little while ago too, Isaac, and because I'm old and fat and lazy, was that Jesh has actually got the fastest lap of the race as well in the 5 car, and it's been that purple for a little while. I meant to mention it before. So that was for a long time it was actually the 726 car there, the Mercedes, which was the fastest lap of the race. Now I don't know what the time is, I didn't see it, but good to see that the little Aston Martin is now the fastest car on the track with the fastest lap so far during the course of this race. That is in itself is very just shows us the way that the guys probably were driving with a little bit in reserve, but now I don't think there's much in reserve at all, Isaac. I think these guys are well and truly laying their cards down. They've endured, they've survived, and now they're starting to push.
Yeah, that's it. As we're getting up to the last hour, which means the gloves are going to come off and it will become a sprint race. They say all the time, especially when you go and watch the Bathurst 1000, you've just got to buy a ticket to the last hour, and it's thrown around quite a lot, but it's one of my favourite things to use, one of my favourite idioms to use in endurance racing like this. You have to buy that ticket to the last hour. Be in a position where you can fight for a win or a podium or a class victory, and just get yourself in that position. And this is what we're seeing Matt Simmons on screen now. He's only about 3 seconds back from Matt McEwen in the ANC outplayed Mercedes, and he's starting to shape up, maybe getting back onto the podium. Obviously we saw this earlier, was a change of position where Matt Simmons lost out to Matt McEwen and then had a 30-second stop go for his troubles for speeding on entry into the pit lane, and they've now pushed really hard, drove really well, and he will probably go for maybe another 10 minutes. We'd start to see drivers come towards the end of their stint timers again now. So I think maybe another 10, 20 minutes, we'll start to see most drivers make their final pit stop. And then Matt Simmons will hand over to Simon Bishop. But this is a battle that's starting to shape up now with the McLaren, and our director has very eagerly switched to the McLaren that is within a second of the 77 car in front. We know our director George Cooke, he does like a good bit of McLaren action, but this is where the action is anyway on track at the moment. This is the closest battle happening between the 407 car and the 77 car. This is for 15th overall.
Yeah, that is a good-looking car, I've got to say. But you know, George, calm down. It's covered in tyre rubber now. It's got a few bumps and scrapes. You know, no, he's good on him. And it is, like you say, it is a very, very closely fought contest at the moment between these two cars. You know, a small amount of time, 1.1 seconds now back to the next position car there, and that is a battle still in the pro class as well. So Bijan doing a cracking job in the mighty McLaren, but we're starting to see different cars spread out. Of course, you've got the cars that are lapping, the cars that are being lapped. You've got class battles going on there, and like you said before, you know, the elbows starting to get out. I just had a look at Smitty as well, seeing that he actually dropped down quite a bit after that pit stop there, and will be gutted with himself. But nonetheless, these guys in the battle that we've got here at the moment, you know, everyone can give themselves a big pat on the back for, you know, lasting over 4.5 hours. Now we are starting to get very, very sights on the 5-hour mark in 18 minutes time, and who would believe that it's gone that quickly? If you've been tuned in with us all this duration, absolutely hats off to you. But let's just understand one thing. In fact, Director, if we could jump up to 11th place, let's have a look who's in 11th place. And will you believe it? It is this car here, Jimbo, a solo driver behind the wheel of this car for coming up 5 hours, is actually 11th place overall. Now, regardless of not getting out of the car, I'm sure he gets up and runs around and whatever in the small time he's got to do in the fuel and the tyres, but don't have the luxury of a fresh driver. How he's taking food, if at all, how he's taking drink, I don't know. Jimbo, he is doing a stonking job and really needs a big pat on the back. In fact, I know that a little while ago, there's a Bathurst race we were having. Jimbo was again a solo act in the Skyline. I think he needs a couple of friends because no one seems to like him. But boy, we like his driving skills. And it came to I think it was the last hour or so, it started raining. And Jimbo just stayed out on slicks, and he stayed out on slicks, and we're sitting there afterwards, post-race sometime later, we asked him, why did you stay out on slicks at the time he was close to the podium? And I stand corrected, and he didn't realise it was raining. 5 hours in, he did not realise, so obviously he was a very, very exhausted man, and unfortunately the car fell through the traps after that, and he actually didn't finish that race. But it just is a Herculean effort. I couldn't last 50 minutes. He's lasting very soon 5 hours, and still 1 more hour to go. So how you prep for that, I do not know, Isaac. I mean, what's the longest duration you've done racing, mate?
I spent in a car was 2.5 hours in a 12-hour race around the Nordschleife, and I can safely say I never want to do that again. That was way too long to be sitting in a car. And you sort of come into the pits to serve a pit stop, and you just have to quickly have something to drink and something to eat. And I just want to mention as well, driving solo, the 102 car sitting right behind him in 12th place. Well, not right behind him, but behind him on the leaderboard. The 102 car Diswood PRT3 is also driving solo, and he's doing a wonderful, wonderful job. I don't think I could do this. We're being told that, I don't know exactly who it is, but it might be George Cooke actually that's trying to tell us that he's done this, but he's done a 12-hour stint before, which is, I think, way too long to be in a car. This is confirmed. George Cooke, so the man who has also been joining us in the commentary box today, 12 hours in the car. I'm sorry. That is such a long time to be sitting in a race seat and just doing lap after lap after lap. I thought 2.5 hours was a long time. I think 6 hours is a ridiculous amount of time, but to double that to do it, you know, it's for charity, it's for a good cause, but that's a long time.
And apparently that was for the Nordschleife at Nürburgring. But you do have to wonder. I mean, the obvious question comes, and I'm not going to break away from the racing. Let's jump back to that in a second. But you've got to ask the obvious question: 12 hours in the seat, and you've got to go number ones. I mean, I'll leave that there. All right, 135 laps completed. Let's quickly change the subject and get back to what we're talking about here. Motor racing on the track of Silverstone in England, here with the AUSNZ Series. An absolute pleasure to be part of this one, as we are very, very quickly approaching 5 hours. We've got less than quarter of an hour to go, and the time is just flying. Looking ahead, the next 30 minutes, still clear skies. No sun, so it is going to start cooling down a little bit there. We've got a track temperature of 23 degrees, an ambient temperature of 23 degrees, and we have clear skies at the moment. We've got a few clouds, no majors, no rain. Clear as of the rain is what I'm talking about, and we are starting to get ourselves locked and loaded. So, guys and girls, welcome to the event. Welcome to AUSNZ. Thanks to Hooncorp Esports. Thanks to TrackSpot TV. If you want to check us out, please do so. And again, don't forget to chuck in the comments where you're watching from, around New Zealand, Australia, or around what other countries are you listening from other than those two countries? Is there anyone out there listening at the moment? Let us know. And of course, we've got Isaac Docker doing a great job there beside us at the moment, mate. Good to have you on board. Of course, Monkey Matt there in the background. He's doing the directorial work as well. And of course, George Cooke down in the South Island of New Zealand. It's like a cousin to a hillbilly. We sort of mention him, but we don't really want to marry him. So we've got so many good people doing such a great job here at Silverstone. Meantime, Geesh is really starting to get the old cat amongst the pigeons. Watching the 726 car at the moment in third place with Matt McEwen. And McEwen, fair to say, a little bit steamy under the collar in that Mercedes-Benz after some earlier little incidents and schmazzles. And not often we see that from McEwen. And also a bit of an interesting one too for Matt in the 31, in the one car, I should say. There he is in the BMW. Again, we're seeing uncharacteristic mistakes. And how often do we see this, Isaac? These are very, very high quality pro-rated drivers. I'm not saying perfect, but very unusual to see things like that happen. Bumps and scrapes that could be avoided, of course, but nonetheless, still out there doing the circles. And we're not going to go down and call out who you think's going to win just yet, because we've got at least one more pit stop to go, and the 37s cars thing, 2 more pit stops to go, because they have to come in. But we are seeing things that we wouldn't have normally thought we would see during this race. But isn't that the beautiful thing about enduros?
It certainly is, and that's again, as you said, the beautiful thing about enduros. Anything and everything can happen, and it certainly has. Look at this battle between the 81 Mercedes of John Shepherd and Cave Racing, and the TTR Westside car of Nick Carter, Amor to Nick in the 369. These guys in the 369 car had a bit of a coming together, you could say, with Hooncorp 2 and Nismo Nath earlier on, but I think it was actually W True behind the wheel at that point in time. But now, looking to push further up the field, maybe get themselves into a position to be top 5 in class. They're sitting 6th in class at the moment, 13th on the road, and this is the 81 car, which is, they've done everyone's done a great job today, honestly, just to be still going, running around. We've only had one retirement, which was the 75 Defy Motorsports car of Al Dusty and Sven and Staley, which unfortunately had to retire due to some mechanical issues. But we appreciate them jumping in, and everyone that's jumped in and had a crack in the race today. And we see the McLaren now in the pit lane, so one of the first cars to blink to make sure they can get home. Haven't seen any of the front runners come into the lane yet. The top 5 still with that little one next to their name to make sure they have to serve their stop. This is a close battle at the moment. I just saw, looks like Metal Steel is right on the back of LJ Sandwith for 7th place and 2nd in class. This is something we've seen a couple times between these two. They've been at blows today. LJ has to get to just over an hour to go, or as close to the hour as he can, because Matt Donetti, thanks to the rain, as he lets Metal Steel just go through there, not pushing too hard, because he has to make sure this car goes for at least another 10 minutes, because Matt Donetti only has an hour and 3 minutes of driving time left. And that's the challenge, isn't it, Mike? In these races, every driver gets given a stint timer. It's 3.5 hours. that each driver has that they can complete. And when stuff like rain happens that throws up varying stint options, that timer can sort of run down and sneak up on you very quickly.
Yeah, very much so, mate. You're dead right. And of course, it does beg the question, and I don't mean to try and sound controversial here, but we've got two solo drivers. And I think George, maybe you can answer this, Isaac, you'd be more clever than me, which wouldn't take much. But we've got two solo drivers out there. Maximum time is X amount, 3.5 hours. You can't have that. These guys are driving for 6 hours. So I suppose the obvious question is, are they penalised, or is that an exception rather than the rule? I mean, do you know the answer to that one?
It's, I believe, because, yeah, the solo drivers obviously will exceed that timer, so the penalty that they receive at the end of the race will be removed. But if you are a two-driver team that receives that penalty, you'll have to obviously uphold that penalty. So for that Team Max V car, they're probably running the mass at the moment, trying to figure out how can we avoid getting that penalty, because you've got to think about, as we see Matt Simmons in the lane to hand over to Simon Bishop for their final stint. So this will be it for the number one car, which says 31 on our timings, but we can assure you it is in fact the number one car. But you've got to think about, not only does when the race finishes on the hour, you've also then got the overtime, and with a minute 59 lap, almost 2 minute lap time around here, if you have an hour and 1 minute left and the timer goes off and you've only got 1 minute left on your timer, you better hope you get back to the pit lane within that 1 minute, or the finish line, sorry, within that 1 minute, otherwise you're going to still cop a penalty, as the Cactus Racing 2 car with Black Falcon behind the wheel cops a 30-second stop-go penalty, and the missing pit limiter board that we mentioned, we were talking about that earlier with Matt Smith in the commentary box when Matt Simmons got his drive-through. That missing pit board, I should say, is causing a few headaches.
Yeah, that's not ideal, not whatsoever, and that's a real crying shame. But, you know, one of those things that's been happening through the course of the day is people coming in and just cooking it, and not just on the entry as well, you also can get pinged on the exit. So we go and watch some of the pit board light up just for a second. Now looks like everyone's pretty much cleared itself. Obviously, like you mentioned, the 667 car is going to come back in, but we now have John O'Stan, who's turned up in 96 in the Mighty Mustang. So this is going to be a very, very important driver change. They're not going to lose much time. It's not like real-time racing where they potentially someone can make a mess of it and get a ping. But if you do come in too fast, or if you leave fast too early, like if you hit the gas before you go past the line, it can all end in tears. You don't want to be that driver right about now, and John O'Stan will certainly be on the eye of the track officials, as everybody is here at AUSNZ and Silverstone, and we see a couple more in the pits there as well too there, Isaac. So now we've got the 369 car in there, the 137 is in for its final change, so Nismo will be jumping in behind the wheel of the Aston Martin, and cars starting to exit. Here comes the 96 car. John O'Stan jumps back, 96, yeah, John O'Stan back behind the wheel, get it right, sorry, wrong screen, and we start to see some pace happen from these drivers, and we start to get just a little bit excited here as we have just over an hour to go, 1 hour, 6 minutes, and it's all she wrote. That's what you need to do, keep the thing pointing and squirting. The whiteboard pops up again. Jeesh is into the pits now, the race leader in the 5 car, in the Aston Martin. Is he going to get the job done? Jimbo's in there, all by his little lonesome in the skyline. So it's all starting to happen. Final time for just about everyone. Remember, the 37 car has got to come in twice because of a slight miscalculation, I'm guessing, by the gas. I daren't ask, but I'm going to assume that was a slight 5-minute miscalculation, and that could cost them dearly. Will it lose them the lead of Pro-Am a little bit later on? We will have to find out. Meantime, it all gets exciting. We start to think, well, nothing is guaranteed here, but Jeesh has just done the release, and let's hope it doesn't speed as they get out on and watching the board there as well, just to make sure nobody is going to go across the line and get that dreaded stop-go penalty, Isaac, because that can really undo some great work. And unfortunately, You know, we've seen that happen all too many times here today at Silverstone. No, Jish is away. We jump down to 6th, 7th spot. What are we watching? Metal Steel there. No, that's the 726 car. Oh, this is Matt McEwen. And we know what's behind the wheel of that car. McEwen is really trying to get the job done. There is the McDonald's BMW. There is the machine that has a very, very good pace. They'll be trying to keep it doing that at the moment as they get themselves through the right-hander. That is Norm behind the wheel. So is he set for the end, Norm, or is he going to do a double stint? I'm not sure what the story is there with those drivers, but we'll see how the BMW plays out. Currently in 6th place at the moment, and as things stand, after that last pit stop, Jish is still behind the wheel of the 5 car. I'm not sure if it's the same name, 2 different drivers or whatever, but Jish is showing up as still behind the wheel in the 5 car with a 15-second lead over the 2nd place 726 car. And then we go back to John O'Stan, who's also gassed till the end. In fact, Matt McEwen in 726 is showing up as still having to have a pit stop yet. So still showing 1 pit stop to come from the 726 car. And meantime, that was very, very good news for the 96 car there of John O'Stan, who's only 30 odd seconds behind. So, Isaac, we are seeing the final pit stops happen. We haven't got the final result yet because we've got an hour and 4, and there's plenty of time for stupid to happen. But at the moment, it's looking very good for Jish and the Aston. Too early to call?
I do think it's too early. You can never make that call with an hour to go because you never know what's going to happen. A 30-second stop go, I should say, for Diswood, the solo driver in the 102 car, speeding in pit lane, and so that will be another stop he has to make. LJ Stanwith is into the lane for his final stop. So what will happen with the driving time question that we have over that number 15 car? And will there be any more 30-second stop goes that come our way? Keep in mind, out of the front runners, Matt McEwen and HC Smitty still need to stop again. Matt McEwen has a mandatory stop to serve, and HC Smitty stopped with about an hour and 40 to go, so we'll expire that stint timer unless he stops again. So he'll have to come back in. But this is where the challenge now comes. Watching and waiting for drivers to leave the pit lane and see if they maybe get a 30-second stop go. Hopefully no one does. But this 726 car had ups and downs today. It hasn't necessarily gone their way. It has, in fact, so far gone in the way of their championship rivals at BSR, with Jish and Captain Muffin can confirm that Jish has stayed in the car for this final stint. So they must know that there's plenty of time for him to stay in the car and not expire his stint timer. John O'Stan looking to inherit 2nd place in this race. He has quite comfortably actually inherited 2nd place in this race. Looks like Matt McEwen will come out. It may be Twitchy getting back in that car for the final stint. So the man who has shown a lot of pace in that car, set the fastest lap for the race at one stage and held on to it for quite a while, is most likely now back behind the wheel of the car, but we'll get confirmation of that as the lap goes on.
Right, mate, well, that's exciting stuff. We're going to count down the last hour, but just before we do that, let's jump to a quick break. And once we've had that break, had our last cup of tea and the lie down before we come back in a few minutes' time. So in the meantime, enjoy the watching. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned with TrackSpot TV. If you're here on Twitch, if you're here on all the media platforms, welcome, welcome. We'll just take a very, very short break as we are going through the final sessions of the pit stops, the final break for the commentators. And we're going to have our last hour of power very, very soon here at Silverstone. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome back to the AUSNZ Hooncorp round 4, 6 hours of Silverstone, and I return to the commentary box. My name is George Cooke. I'll be joined for the final 52 minutes by Isaac Fogarty and Mike Howe. We are on board with this amazing battle that's been going on for the last few laps, and Twitchy is doing all he can to try and make a pass on Simon Bishop, the BCG1 team. Very important for Twitchy and the team, the ANC Outplayed guys, to be getting as many points from this as possible. They're the championship leaders in the standings, and they have BSR1 leading the race at the moment, which is bad news for them because BSR1 are second in the championship. Simon Bishop flashing the lights. He knows he's on camera. He's watching the big screens. He's a relaxed man. He's multitasking while driving at this incredibly high level. Great to be back in the comms box with you guys. Obviously, from the point of view of a race, this is where the race is kind of at the moment. The top three certainly split up by a bit of time on track. That's set to potentially change depending on how fast those guys are driving. A 13 or 14 second gap up to P3. So these guys may not be in championship contention anymore, Isaac.
That's what you have to look at, but obviously remember it's a long season ahead. We've still got 3 rounds after this. We go to Kyalami, and then to Spa-Francorchamps, and then I think it's Circuit of the Americas for the final race of the season. So there's a long way to go in this championship, and never ride out Simon Bishop and Matt Simmons, but I know one thing's for sure: they will not give up position, whether it's for championship or no championship. They do not let anyone just walk on by. So Twitchy is going to have to work for this if he wants 4th place in this race. What should provisionally be 3rd. Obviously, remember, we mentioned it a couple times, HC Smitty will have to stop again with the stint timer that we have in this, where you can only run 80 minutes at maximum, and he stopped with 100 minutes to go in this race, an hour and 40 left in the race. So it's a long way to go. This battle is quite close. There's also the close battle between, or was between Norman Metalsteel. That gap has blown back out now. So this remains the closest battle on track. Look at the body language of the 726 Mercedes. He's using every bit of road he possibly can to find time on Simon Bishop in front. But Simon Bishop, notoriously a very hard man to pass.
Exactly right, and we will see a pass eventually, and it may be one of those ones where Simon Bishop just says, you know what, you can try and do the lunge, and I will send it right back at you. These guys are wily in terms of their racecraft. Very, very experienced. They know a lot about each other's driving style. They've been to GT World Series together. Simon Bishop doesn't like to mention his age, but he's been there more than a few times. Let's just put it that way. Guy Barber, of course, Twitchy, has been there many, many times as well, including the latest GT World Series on Gran Turismo 7. So these are world-class drivers you are watching right now here at AUSNZ, and it is a spectacle. It's been a spectacle. It continues to be a spectacle, Mike.
Yeah, you did right about that, George. The other thing that's of interest as well is that this is a battle for the, these two drivers together. Both of them want to get on the podium as Twitchy pokes his nose up the inside and says, jump out of the way, son. I'm the current super driver, but oh, lordy, this is so fast and furious, it's unbelievable. And looks again, Twitchy trying to get up the inside this time around, and you can see, like you said before, elbows out from Simon Bishop. That doesn't matter if it's lap 1 or lap 201, we're 148 laps into it, and Twitchy almost pulls off the unbelievable, makes the pass on Sidog there, but Simon Bishop, he's the last of the giver-uppers, and now it starts to count. I said to Isaac before, I said, you know what, mate, I said, soon we're going to start seeing the elbows out, and that's exactly what we're seeing. So Sidog hasn't rolled over and let Twitchy pass on that one. Twitchy has well and truly taken that pass and deserves it. Good on him as well. But again, we're talking about podium now. At one stage, Smitty was like 13 seconds ahead of Sidog. Now the pass has been made by Twitchy, and it's still gained to 12.2 seconds back to 4th place. They're starting to think about the podium, and like you said before about the points and everything, it matters. Oh my goodness, how it matters. But we can't call it yet. Isaac said, no mate, you can't call it yet, mate. No, not too early, and he's right. But we still want to. Oh, in fact, Twitchy's just done the fastest lap as well on the previous lap. So they get go fastest lap of the race back in the hands of the 726 car now. We had Jesh earlier on in the Aston, who was the fastest car, and now we go back to the German car there, the mighty old BMW. Sorry, the Mercedes-Benz is now the so taking it off the Brits and the Aston Martins. You'll be a bit upset about that, George. But nonetheless, we are, what, 3/4 of an hour to go. 149 laps completed, mate. There's quite a bit to go in this one, but that was a very, very dominating pass there from Twitchy on Sidehawk, because I don't know too many people that can do that. But now I start to wonder about the podium. Smitty, with or without the change, I think Smitty's going to be in peril here on staying on the podium with a fast closing Mercedes-Benz behind him, George.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you know, if they have to do another stint, I mean, that's just really unlucky. It'll be a short stint, so a short stop, but you still have to pay the time for the driver swap, which, as I understand it, is 30 seconds. So it is just one of those things where HC1 are going to lose this position regardless. There's not much they can do in this situation, and they've got cars coming up behind them as well that are keen to get past, keen to get on with what they're doing. So yet another BMW looming large in the rearview mirrors of several others out there on track. Just in terms of the track temperature, by the way, things have started to stabilize. It's all dropped down to about 22 degrees Celsius as we head through into the evening here at Silverstone. Evening, of course, in New Zealand and Australia as well, 7:30 p.m. in New Zealand, 5:30 p.m. in Australia Eastern Standard Time. Not going to list all the other time zones for Australia because that would take too much time. Little bit of a jump onto the dirt there for Smitty, who's probably had a pretty satisfying race so far, I think, overall.
He's doing a really, really good job, and I'm really actually impressed with this car because they haven't really nailed the strategy per se. Obviously, they still have to make another stop. I keep bringing that up. It's one of my favorite talking points, honestly. But sitting in third place in this race, and once they stop, should be looking at well inside the top 10, possibly around 6th or 7th place, I would think, because they'll only have to do a splash and dash for fuel. I wouldn't think they would take tyres this late in the race. So we'll see what happens when they get to that stop. 45 minutes to go, a long way to go. They've got the BMW behind it, just trying to see which BMW that is. It is the number 15 BMW of Matt Zanetti, who has some serious pace in that car. Obviously, Matt Zanetti, he's led the race for a short period of time earlier today. He's a race winner across multiple series, a pole sitter as well at Indianapolis. He was on pole position for the AUSNZ round all the way back in, I think it was March or April that race took place. But he is doing a wonderful job today in the Team XV car that he shares with LJ. Have you had, let's have a look as we go through the field here, Mike, but has there been any standout performances for you in this field today?
Well, I like the I like the battler. I like the person that you don't think things are going to go well. And, Jesh really stands out for me. Two reasons. First and foremost, battling from the first part on didn't go so well. Then came through in the rain and now just reeled off 150 laps and has now got the fastest lap of the race again. So the Aston is back in front. The Brits have stepped up. They may have heard the broadcast. I think George has done an SOS and said, hey, come on, Assetto, would you mind making your car go faster? He's done an exceptional job, and well done there to Team Jesh. Now, I'm not saying they're going to win the race, but I would say, Isaac, that, definitely I'm a big fan of the of BSR. BSR1 team, they've done a standout job. And look, of course I've got to back the Hooncorp boys, and yes, Smitty at the moment on the podium, and I'm gutted to just say that he's just come into the pits now in the 37 car, so he'll be sitting there having a real reflection on, gee, how could I have done things better, blah, 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 and Norm's 40 odd seconds behind. Now we know Cam Waters and Chaz Mostert, they possibly will be back out together a little bit later on, but you can't take away from this car that's on the screen at the moment. That is a brilliant performance from them, and fingers crossed it all goes well for them, because, I love it. Again, I've got to say, Jimbo, in the Skyline, he's doing a standout job, and I think we were saying the 102 car, they're currently in 17th place. Also, a solo driver. I just don't know how they do it, Isaac. But George, it's a very satisfying feeling seeing the quality of driving that we've got on the track, aren't we? I mean, we've got less than 3/4 of an hour to go now, and who would have thought that, from not quite as far down the field as they were, but, to see the Aston come right through, 151 laps completed. It's a pretty brilliant drive there.
Well, we've got to remember that they had a spin on lap 1. So they went from way up the field to way down the field. I mean, they already had a lot of work to do coming into this race. I think it was P6 they ended up with in terms of qualifying. They knew they had a lot of work to do. Captain Muffin was the first person in the car for the number 5. He ended up with an unforced error. There was an accident ahead of him, which was between the 96, still hanging over the 96 and the 37, I believe it was, or the 76, I think it was. 76 and 96 cars were involved in that early incident. And on the second corner of the first lap of this race, that's what triggered our first and only safety car so far. And yeah, they had their spin. They managed to make it back up from P19 all the way to the lead, which is incredible work. And it really was the wet stint for Jeesh. That hour and 20 minutes he spent in the wet was something very, very special. No one else had that kind of speed in the wet, and he was just overtaking left and right. He was constantly in the mirrors of someone ahead. Very, very impressive drive from Jeesh overall. He's not to take anything away from Captain Muffin, his dry stints later on in the race were very impressive, and he was a big part of bringing them back from P19. He was the cause of the spin, obviously, but he was a big part of bringing them back in from P19 all the way up to, I think it was near the top 10 before Jeesh took over and the rain started to come in. So together they've worked very, very well to recover this race, and to go from essentially from first to last and last to first, they've done it all this race.
They have. There's a few cars that have been like that, to go last towards the front, but these guys have really truly done essentially a first or front of the field to last, all the way back to the front. Another car who has done that today is Norm, the 76 car. Obviously contact on lap 1 between himself and the sister BCG car in the 96 car that runs second at this stage of the race. They had contact. He fell right down the field, both himself and Noodles, and they fought their way back through the rain to be in 5th place now. And they're doing a wonderful, I say a wonderful job. We can see as well, I just want to comment that Hooncorp 1, now with Hyper in the car, they have stopped again. So that 37 car now has made their final stop with 40 minutes to go. So the field you can see now is without, hopefully, incidents pending. No more pit stops, no more tours through the pit lane. What has everyone got in terms of track limits? That's the question that I'd be asking at this stage of the race, Mike Howe, because you think about how easy it is to exceed track limits around here. We've seen plenty of cars throughout the day have to serve drive-throughs for track limits. Are drivers thinking about that at this stage, or is it just full noise, push as hard as you can?
Oh, well and truly, absolutely well and truly, and a really good point there too, Isaac. Of course, people, we don't know how many track limits people have got up their sleeve. We know a lot of information about these cars, but that's a little bit of a closely guarded secret. And oh crikey, I just noticed too that Hyper, you just mentioned him a second ago in the 37 car, fastest lap of the race for the 37. And another thing too, I had a talk from the boys. They said when the 37 car came in, they did not need fuel, put on new boots, chucked in a new driver, so that car's light. They are pushing, they are leading the Pro-Am at the moment. I think it's fair to say they don't really care about that. There's a particular car that Chas Mostert would like to catch right about now. They're trying to catch Cam Waters, and they're totally two different classes, and they've got that thing absolutely bone dry as they think they can do for the next 39 minutes. And look at the pace from Hyper, fastest lap of the race. So we've seen it go from the Mustang, we've had Mercedes, we've had BMW, Aston, and now Aston again. So Hyper will watch this one through. It was about 14 seconds when he came out onto the track behind the 76 BMW, which is not the same class, but it's fair to say there's a little bit of love not lost between those two. So the 37 car is chasing down this car there, the 76 BMW, the McDonald's machine, and they will know they've got a tiger on the tail. They won't give a flying rat's backside about it, because it's not going to change position as far as their class points, but it's about ego, and it's about, whether or not they will, if they get close together in the future. Anyway, that's another conversation, guys. 38 minutes to go. Good point about the track limits, of course, but, when we see these stonking races, who would have thought, George, we're 153 laps into this, and now we've just seen the fastest lap of the race being done. I thought we were over, and not long before that, G should have been the fastest lap of the race, and now we're seeing Hyper being fastest lap of the race. I mean, is it, you know, we're not going to call who's going to win the race, but is it safe to say that now this is the fastest car on the track and we won't see any faster lap times?
Well, at this point, you know, Hyper's got tyres to spare. It's a short stint. It's a sprint stint. The temperature outside is coming down, so it's a cooler surface of track out there, so he can push the tyres just that little bit more. A tiny bit of sun still bleeding through the clouds. Optimum track conditions. Yeah, you know, it's conducive to taking the fastest lap, but you have to be on the fresh tyres. We've seen Jimbo coming in for a final pit stop, so one of our solo drivers today in the 33, now Diswood, the other solo driver, having a small mini battle of the solo drivers. So Diswood find himself ahead at the moment in the 102 car, P16, P17 for our two solo guys. What an effort they've put in. But Hyper's going to be quick. I mean, there's already another 1.5 seconds has been dropped out of that time. And of course, Norm's going to be trying to just bring this thing home. Would love the next 37 minutes to just go a little bit quicker. Might try and find that fast forward on his controller, because I don't think he really wants to be out there very long. I mean, I think we're going to be striking distance for Hyper to the 76 car within about 4 or 5 laps. That's only 8 minutes away, so there's going to be 28 minutes of potential scrapping between these epic rivals on track. I'm really looking forward to this. It should be fantastic, and love this time of night as well. Sun is setting, and the beautiful colours come across the Silverstone track. No rain predicted for the for the next 30 minutes. We'll find out if that'll hold for the rest of the race in about 6 minutes' time.
The clouds did come over, and they looked like they were going to threaten for a little while, but the track temperatures continue to drop. The clouds have gone away, and we now have a lovely little sunset on our hands. It's about 8:30 p.m. in game time, which means that we'll finish just after 9 o'clock in local British Standard Time. This is the car in 16th place. Look at the front end damage on the bonnet of the 82 car for You Gotta Be Joking, the Swedish chef, as he is known. And they've done a great drive today to be in 16th place. Off the circuit there, as I say that. Looks like he's struggling with a bit of front end, maybe some contact somewhere that's caused damage, so he'll have to come into the lane. But the car behind him, Jimbo in the 33, is about 3 laps down, which means that he shouldn't have to worry too much about losing positions. He was 5 seconds off Diswood in front, who's the other solo driver, so he's in a solo driver sandwiched at the moment. But looks like he'll have to come in and maybe repair that damage, and that'll mean that he's missing out on getting up into 15th place. But we'll have a look as he dives into the lane at what's happening up the front of the field. We have 35 minutes to go in this race. Geesh leads the way in the BSL1 car from John O'Stan in second place. The man on screen at the moment, the 96 car. He's got 14 seconds of buffer to OP Twitchy in front. And if I'm John O'Stan at the moment, I know I'm probably not going to catch up to the BSR1 car in front of me. I don't think anyone's going to catch Geesh at this stage unless something major happens. Am I thinking more about Twitchy behind? Am I looking at the gaps? Am I monitoring that time, or am I just thinking about my own race?
Well, you're from Aussie, mate. It's hard to know what the story is there, but no, look, it certainly is something to watch at the moment. And these guys, you know, like Geesh is doing a masterful display. I was just scrolling through the screens as you were saying that, and I noticed too that the 37 car, for some reason, I don't know if it's some sort of strategy, has got his wipers on. I don't know why, but I mean, why let that get in the way of a good story, I suppose, from our point of view. But he's got the wiper going there, so that must mean that it makes the car go faster. But again, a good battle there coming from him, and now we're down to 4 seconds between Cam Waters and Chaz Mostert. I don't know which one's which. I don't really care. I just know that it's going to be an impending situation, and not the moment of doom, but that anticipation of we'll just have to wait and see, won't we? But I mean, Smitty's not behind the wheel at the moment taking on Norm, but I know that Smitty's going to be sitting there going, come on mate, catch him, you know, and if not for the class changing moment, it's not going to change anything. but for a little bit of a battle of the ego. And that's one thing that's really cool about it. You know, we can actually buy into this a little bit because there's something about rivalry. We love the rivalries between them. You know, Peter Brock, Dick Johnson, you know, Cam Waters, Jazz Mostert, things like that. And just to see these two guys, I'm not saying they're going to beat each other up in the pub or anything like that. It's none of that nonsense at all. It's purely a case of, you know, it didn't go particularly well on the practice night on the Friday. There were a few things exchanged and a few heated moments, and we've got to allow that. But that's pretty exciting stuff, and it's not bad when it's the top 5th and 6th place cars down to 3.3 seconds. And I know, in fact, I got told afterwards I was wrong. They did take a little bit of fuel. They took enough fuel to do 40 minutes, which I think was pretty daggum cool. So we'll see how this one all plays out. And certainly they have no fear of running out of gas the way Hyper is going at the moment. Still with about 32 minutes to go, still the fastest lap of the race, not fastest car on track. I don't actually see those times. But guys, this is outstanding stuff. Jish has done a brilliant job nonetheless, as we are well past 150 laps, 156 laps completed now, and it's only going to get better from here, because I know that if you're starting to join in and tune in from around New Zealand, Australia, around the world, I don't know, I can't see the comments either. People are starting to let us know where you're from. You know, what do you reckon, ladies and gentlemen that are out there watching? What do you reckon? Who's going to back this? Has Jish got enough in the tank? Will they get through trouble-free? Are you going to? We're not going to throw any TAB odds or anything out there, but what do you reckon? Has John O'Stan got what it takes? And Twitchy come through with 30-odd minutes to come. I mean, these cars are quick. We've got the Aston Martin at the front, George. We've got Mustang in second. We've got Mercedes in third, and BMW in fourth. There's a smorgasbord of manufacturers. I just want to see how this race is going to end up tasting.
Yeah, it's going to be good, and plenty of sandwiches. In terms of teammates and rivals all starting to come together, it's a real BLT, a very multi-layered BLT, this grid at the moment. And nonetheless, it will be a fantastic finish, so make sure you stay tuned on all the channels we are going live to at the moment. Should be a great finish across the line. Geesh looking very, very strong. BSR 1. This is the perfect race for them. This is exactly what they needed in the championship. It's a great recovery drive at the end of the day. Still some chances, though, around the grid. And this is the battle that's really been heating up. It's going to be Hyper versus Norm in a few moments' time. It's spitting distance right now, depending on how well he's able to spit. But it'll be even closer in a few moments' time as we head through into Club and now round towards the Hamilton Straight. So we will keep a very close eye on this. The 407 car also making a little bit of progress as well onto the 369 for Battle and Pro-Am class going there. Just to recap, top 3 pro drivers right now. Geesh, that's the BSR 1 team from BCG 3 in the 96. Then it is the ANC Outplayed team for the 726 Mercedes. 3 different cars in the top 3 for pro class. Then it is the car we're on board with right now, 37. They are looking strong, and they will be very shortly in a very, very intense battle with the 76 and looking to take away 5th place at the very least. So certainly for Ego, that's going to help one or the other. I'm not sure which. We shall see. It all came to blows a little bit earlier on in the 6 hours race. In 2nd place for Pro-Am, it is Naked Blade for PRT1, and then 3rd place it is Team XV, Matt Denetti, after a great start in the race, but it hasn't quite stayed going their way. They've had LJ Samworth in there as well as Matt Denetti, so a downgrade from the pro category. Here we go. It is time for this battle to start emerging. Just quickly, TTR East AM class drivers in the top 10 and P9 overall. They are leading AM class. Then it's a 137 car, Nathan at the helm for HT2. And in 3rd place, it is the OTR car at number 77, the Ford. So this is the battle we've been oh so looking forward to. It's been brewing, and now we're at boiling temperature.
We certainly are. It's a bit to miss, and that's how the OTR driver's name is pronounced. It's a bit of a tricky one with all the characters blended together. You just got to sort of decipher it. I only know that because Trev said it the other day, and that's how I figured it out. But this battle is starting to take place now, as you said, George. And this is where we've seen quite a few drivers look to make a move on the run into Club. You can see Hyper sizing up the 76 car, looks to the outside, positions the car in the middle of the road, does the 76 car. A lot of curb usage there, clobbered the curb. Did Hyper in the 37, and that's really just put him back a bit off of the 76 BMW. That was a bit more curb usage than you would have liked. You saw the amount of air that the front left of the car got, and that was not helpful at all for his move. And that's really just opened that gap back out for a minute for Cameron Fleming to just take a breath have a bit of a breather, reset himself, because this battle, it's far from over. He's got the pace, has Hyper in the Hooncorp Aston Martin, so I would expect that very soon we will see this battle back to business as usual.
The question really is, have the tyres been chewed up? Has Hyper put too much into them getting fastest lap? I don't know if there's any bonus points for getting fastest lap. I don't think there is, so not quite sure. But it certainly seemed that they went in there guns a-blazing. Hyper won't want to do anything stupid here. And like you mentioned before, Isaac, too, about track limits, one thing you don't want to do in a errant pursuit of a competitor like this is to go silly and go and make a silly little mistake. You certainly don't want to be tapping this guy. I'm sure Smitty's probably given Hyper some advice about, oh, don't worry about using the brake on that corner, mate. But I don't think it's actually the case at all. A little bit of a flash of the lights, you wouldn't have seen him. He's right up his rear at the moment, so you won't see any light flashing. So, but nonetheless, it's all starting to get exciting. I know that this is the battle for 5th and 6th. There's 2 different classes in this one as well, so it's not like we're talking about really a huge amount changing. We're not battling for the podium. But to be fair, it's one of the closer battles that we've got, and we knew that there was a little bit of a spirit between the two of them there, George. So, you know, we don't mind getting behind this one. I do say, though, obviously, that 3rd place Twitchy is doing a good job on the 726 Mercedes. He's only 8 seconds behind John O'Stan in the 96. But nonetheless, at the moment, all eyes are on this battle, and we'll see if Hyper can actually get his nose up the inside of Norm. And Norm, he's actually quite a placid, sort of likeable guy, but oh, he gets a little bit out of shape on the right-hander, and I think that's all the invitation Hyper required on that one. So we'll see who's the last of the late breakers here. I think the job has been done, though, and Hyper, if he keeps hitting those numbers, will just slowly drive himself away, and Norm will be none too pleased. Smitty's probably high-fiving at the moment, imaginary friends in the room, but nonetheless, it's a great little battle between them, and at the moment 0.3 of a second has already been gained, so that's good stuff. I think maybe we should jump up and have a look at the 3rd place car now, if we can, on the 726 car there, the Mercedes-Benz again, Twitchy starting to get a little bit closer to on John O'Stan in the 2nd place Ford Mustang. And then we know that John O'Stan again had some great racing earlier on there today, but look at this car, and Twitchy just doing everything he possibly can to keep the thing pointing in the right direction. Nothing wrong with that. In the meantime, though, it's all about, you know, 26 minutes to go, and Isaac, you know, we are counting down. We don't want this battle to turn pear-shaped for anybody. We've just seen a spirited drive between a couple of competitors, and luckily that's worked well. Top 5 now for the 37 car, still the class leader for Pro-Am. But when we go for Geesh, who's leading Pro, 96 John O'Stan, who's 2nd in Pro. Now this car here, Twitchy, in 3rd place. You think you'd be happy with that, but the gap now down to just over 8 seconds for the 726 Mercedes-Benz. George, it's fair to say, if anything, these guys aren't driving in conservative mode. It's quite the opposite.
Well, you have to. At the end of an endurance race, I mean, you're usually on lower fuel numbers and fresher tyres, so this is the time where you can make up a deficit that you've been experiencing throughout an endurance race, and often these gaps, as we see Twitchy put nearly a second out of that delta between him and this car we're on board with right now, the 96 car. Obviously, there's a little bit of a, I don't want to say battle, but there's definitely some traffic in his rear view mirror there. As the number 100, the only Ferrari on the grid, is right behind our very red Ford friend here today. 160 laps, and yeah, it is sprint mode for the last stint. You've got to be a bit conservative, a bit smart all the way through the initial parts of the race, and we are now 5 hours and 36 minutes through. But at this point, use the tires, use everything you've got left, use all the fuel. Obviously, do it to a point where you can finish the race. That's the most important thing. Don't lose a position by running out of fuel right at the end of the race. That's very, very embarrassing, and generally people don't let you live that sort of thing down. I know that from personal experience, funnily enough. I have been there, done that. Nonetheless, yeah, we'll see if John O'Stan can hold off the rapidly approaching Twitchy. Still plenty of time to go, probably around 12 laps or 13 laps left in this race. So there's enough time for Twitchy to make this happen, but he's going to need to be going like the clappers. He needs to make this happen, and needs to make it happen very, very quickly. Otherwise, he's going to lose that shot of P2, but it is within his grasp. You might even just see him coming round the back end of the Hamilton Straight. Yes, you do, just at the end. So he is there. He has got the second place car in view now, and that'll be a good motivation for him.
And that is what he needs to continue pushing. I don't really think Twitchy needs any more motivation than he wants to finish as high as possible and hold on to that championship lead if he possibly can. We've got the data people working on the numbers for what the championship picture might look like, depending on where Twitchy finishes in that race. And we'll get that to you very soon. But at the moment, 6 seconds back. It's not a lot of road to try and make up, but with 23 minutes left to go in this race, depending on what the difference in lap time is between those two drivers, that could be a big ask of any car, let alone this Mercedes, which has been notoriously harsh on tyres. Most cars around here are hard on their tyres, but this Mercedes especially is pretty hard on their tyres.
Yeah, they can be, can't they? They certainly do have a little bit of weight, although we have heard about the balance of performance weight changes there for some of the drivers, and especially the Mustang too. I know, guys, that the Mustang was a bit of a beneficiary of a little bit of a weight loss program, as well as not quite so much top speed, which certainly did seem to favour them quite well in the wet, but we're not just seeing it transpire this time around, because the fastest Mustang is actually the 9th place car at the moment, and sorry, 2nd place car. But John O'Stan, who was doing so very, very strongly earlier on and quite in the wet, just, doesn't really seem to have an answer for Geesh. It seems to be that the Astons, by virtue of the two Astons in the last hour or so, have both had the fastest lap of the race, whereas we're seeing the other cars that maybe the drivers are driving a little bit more conservatively. But we are seeing some fantastic battles starting to really emerge in this one. And, it's exciting that the lead at the moment between John O'Stan and the 96, the gap between John O'Stan in 2nd place in the 96 car and Twitchy in the 726 is only 6 seconds. So, that certainly gives them a little bit of a glimmer of hope, but 20 odd minutes to go. But it's all to play for at the moment. There's no doubt about that. Let's not forget, one, like Isaac, you said before, mate, one track limit falter, one little moment of not concentration or things like that, it can easily happen. And we're talking about tired people. They've been on their rigs for over 5.5 hours. And again, we can't shout out enough to the 15th place car there of Diswood, and of course Jimbo and the 16th place car, the Nissan and the Mercedes. And when you're talking about drivers that are that tired, you're talking about drivers that have been, and of course even the duopoly here, where they've been driving particularly hard. We watched the John O'Stan car here there at the 96 machine. I mean, this is a sensational effort from them, but what might have been should things have played out a little bit differently. It looks like they've actually been challenged here by Naked Blade, and we know that car's got some pace, but not on the same lap at the moment, the little sporty Ferrari. And again, it doesn't really mean that it's a battle you need to get into at this particular point in time. Just the egos start to come out. So wrapping it all up, guys, we are literally into the last 20 minutes of the race. George, I don't know quite what's going through your mind, but I'll tell you what, I cannot believe how quickly it's gone. And as much as there's been plenty of action and excitement, and a lot of duration of it was wet, mate, it's there's still a lot to play for with literally bang on 20 minutes to go.
That's right. I'm always like this, but I would have loved a little shower of rain at the end of this race. Just, with 40 minutes to go, just to spice up the strategies and really cause the heart attacks for those poor strategists. Always a bit of fun when that does happen. It didn't work out quite like that for us today. We've had very, very stable conditions for the last 3 hours or so, which has been good. The guys have been able to execute, the guys and girls have been able to execute their strategies properly. It's allowed them to kind of get on with the race and not have to muck around with, we're going to go onto the wet sooner rather than later, or when do we transition back, and all of those concerns for the drivers sort of disappear. And it really just comes down to get your head down and go. I think the 96 car is quite happy to have the Ferrari behind him, just pushing him ahead along, just saying, well, look, if it's not me that's here, it's gonna be Twitchy in a number of laps, because he's rapidly closing the gap. It was out at 8 seconds, and I was thinking, well, I'm not sure if this is really going to happen, but that's come down by over 4 seconds. So I believe the lap times must be at least 0.6 of a second faster for Twitchy right now. Clearly got the Mercedes in the exact window that he needs it to. He's been brilliant in this car. And just imagine, I mean, this is again not to throw Matt McEwen under the bus at all here, but imagine if they hadn't had the very slow wet stint. Imagine if they had not had a couple of spins. Twitchy and the team here for ANC Outplayed would absolutely be up there, maybe with Geesh in this race. As small mistakes have actually crept in, and the 726 car is, I don't want to say they're out of position, because John O'Stan and the BCG3 team have done a fantastic bit of work. But mistakes have cropped in on teams that we wouldn't usually expect to see, large mistakes from. And BCG3 team have been one of the guys that haven't made many mistakes this race. They nailed the strategy coming into the wet stint. When the rain started coming down, they did a absolutely fantastic overcut at that point, stayed out for as long as possible, and then jumped on in, and they basically, by default, got the P1 position. And then they undercut when the rain stopped and got onto the slicks soon, and that maintained this position. They've just been driving brilliantly well all the way through the latter part of this race. So they really do deserve a P2 here, but at the end of the day, Twitchy is going to have a few things to say about that by the end of this race.
Yeah, he always has something to say when it gets to a late stage of the race. He'll never let you just walk into the night and say thanks very much for my P2. So there's a bit of work here for John O'Stan to do if he wants to hold on to this race, or this P2. We did get those numbers for you as well. So there's currently between ANC Outplayed, who are on your screen at the moment, sitting third, and our race leaders in BSR1 with Geesh and Aiden Holds and Captain Muffin. There is an 8 points difference in the championship. If it finishes as is at the moment, there'll be a 42-point swing in favour of our race winners today, which will give them a 34-point lead in the championship. If Twitchy can get past, or catch up to, I should say, John O'Stan, and make the overtake on the BCG3 car, that narrows that lead to 16 points. And I love that we talk about points and all this all the time, because in a championship, 16 points versus 34 points, that could be the difference when we get to the end of the season between winning the championship and coming second.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, isn't it? Right down to the wire is where you want to see it. You don't want to see a runaway win. You don't want to see points by miles and everyone just pulling a gap and adding to a feast of points. I mean, that's been so many classes for so many times. So to be at the point we're in at the moment with the championship of the AUSNZ Series, that is a fantastic position to be in. And I'll tell you what, it's literally an organiser's dream as well, because everyone's got it all to play for. One bad event, one really bad event, like terrible things that can happen, everyone is in with a very, very good chance. Oh, dearie me, looks like we've got a number 2 car there. If we're going to get a drive-through penalty for track limits, which isn't ideal. So somewhat down the track at the moment, though. So again, those little things that can creep in, and we know that that team hasn't had the best of days here today at Silverstone, but I love Naked Blade having a good crack at the back end of the John O'Stan Mustang at the moment there. That's second place at the moment, being harassed by 7th place, so a little bit of distance between those two though, and we are literally going to go on and on and on about the quality of the racing that we've had, but let's just not forget that we've another drive-through there for, looks at the 81 car, and track limits again, guys. So this is just starting to become a really, really common thing, and that's Kidbyers Racing with John behind the wheel in the Mustang. That's 10th place. Going to get a drive-through. There could be a change in store there for that position. Who may inherit the top 10? I think that's VTEC Adams. So we'll see if that is going to be a change. Obviously, there is some distance between some of these cars over the duration of 5 3/4 hours, and that's exactly where we're into at the moment. Well, Isaac, I don't think we can ever be brave enough to script how this race is going to play out, but I just see the pass there from Twitchy on the lap car there of Naked Blade. He finally obeyed the blue flags, and I don't think was holding anybody up anyway, but great work there from Twitchy. That means that the battle for second place is well and truly alive. It's a second between them, Mustang versus Mercedes-Benz, as they come down the straight there, and you can look at them into this fast right-hander. Oh, dearie me. George, what are we doing, mate? I mean, this is, again, where should you sit back and say, well, this is enough points, but we've had what can happen in the last few minutes, and 14 minutes to go. Twitch, the battle with John O'Stan. Are you going to be brave enough to call how this will play out?
Oh, I don't know. This is going to be good. We might end up lost for words at the end of this one. 13 minutes remaining. And Twitchy is right there. He's in the slipstream. He is going to be going through Abby nice and quickly. as well. And yeah, I don't know what you do in this situation. If you're Jono Stan, do you think, oh, do I fight this? Do I really put my car in a position that could compromise us both or force Twitchy to do something like a big send? You know, or do you just say, look, if you get the overtake, you get the overtake? I mean, clearly Twitchy, after gaining, you know, over 8 seconds and pace over the course of the last 10 laps or so, you know that he's going to be going faster, unless BCG3 are doing something like fuel saving. Now they can really put the foot down, and maybe they've got enough fuel to get to the end. And if that's the case, if they've been saving, being a bit conservative and just chewing up the time, but I don't think so. The tyres look a little bit worse for wear for Jono Stan. That was a mistake through into Luffield, and that's going to really open things up for Twitchy. He might even try a send at Cops, but let's hope this isn't Verstappen Hamilton. It may well be, but the Mercedes doesn't look like it wants to take a shot at it this time round. He'll wait and maybe take a crack at it after we get through Beckett's and Chapel. This has been where the 726 car has not been looking as stable as possible. The flash of the light indicating the intention to overtake. He's going to send it. Stowe's going to be the place to do it, and he's run very nicely through the dirty air of that large Ford, punching a huge hole in the air. And this is going to be it. What is Jono going to do? Is he going to pull to the side? Is he going to be defensive? Is he going to try and close off the gap? Not actually quite close enough for Twitchy, so a good run on the accelerator through the exit of Chapel for Jono Stan. And now the question is, what's going to happen at Club? Because the inside line is where you want to be if you're defending, but that's going to be an inside line. It's gone very close. Mercedes and Twitchy wants to switch back. He's got it. They're side by side through onto the Hamilton straight. Twitchy's on the inside line. They've been pushed wide. That's essentially almost an overtake off the track limit, and Jono is still there. He wants to hold it. He's done it around the outside line, but he's made a mistake.
Huge moment for Jono Stan. That is heart-in-mouth stuff, and he will have to cede the position. He's going to go deep into the, this is the loop, I believe, this section of the track. Oh, and Martinetti, who is trying to catch up to the car in front, has had to take avoiding action for Jono Stan. You can see the lights are flashing. Martinetti is not happy because this 96 car is all over the place at the moment. What an exciting sequence of racing we had there. I was going to mention that we saw them as he gets out of the way now and just lets him go, and that's the right thing to do, I think, when you've just almost basically taken out another driver, impeded their race quite heavily. It's the right thing to do, to just move out of the way and let that driver go through to set after the, the 100 car of Naked Blade in front. But I was going to mention that those two cars, 726 and the 96 car, did come to blows at Club with Jono Stan and Matt McEwen behind the wheel not too many hours ago, if you do remember. So I was really hoping we didn't have a history repeat itself, and we almost did. But Twitchy just doing what Twitchy does and running his opponent, his side-by-side rival, out of room, just saying, all right, well, if you want to hold on, you want to try and go past, you're gonna have to do it off the circuit.
That's exactly what he did, wasn't it? I mean, he circuited it absolutely perfectly, and a little bit of a, I wouldn't say a push per se, but certainly said, hey, I'm here, and I'd rather you didn't crash into me. Let's not damage our cars. So, look, Twitchy did what Twitchy did, as you said, and Jono Stan, well, rightly or wrongly, has conceded, and the podium has changed. They're both still on the podium. It's just that the Mercedes-Benz is second place on the podium. Meantime, the race leader, though, is running away with it with both hands at the moment, and a great job there from the Geesh car there with the mighty old Aston Martin. Fastest car on the track for quite a while there earlier on in the latter couple of hours, but obviously that's different now with the 37 car there of Smitty and Hyper, who's actually set the fastest lap time himself. But look, guys, this is just a display of not giving up, never ever giving up. And yeah, may not actually win the race at the moment, but still going to do a cracking job though by be probably the better part of 3/4 of a lap down there from Geesh, and that just shows the absolute dominance that Aston Martin has had. And we start to look around the track now. The lights are starting to really take effect here at Silverstone, isn't it? I mean, we can see that the cars are defined. It's a little bit darker out there. The clouds are starting to come across. The track temperature is 22 and the outside temperature is 22, so it's definitely cooled off here a little bit. I don't think tyre wear is going to be a factor in 8 minutes and 40 odd seconds to go here at Silverstone. But you know what? It is really, really good to see quality racing racing like that, and already Twitchy's pulled out nearly 5 seconds on the third place John O'Stan car there. So the Mercedes has had a little bit of a moral victory, although it won't actually win this race if positions stay the same with 8.5 minutes to go. Well done there to Jeesh, but again, not counting our chickens, because never let the checkered flag come out when we've still got cars going around the track. So John O'Stan doing a cracking job. Sidog as well. Let's not forget the effort that the one car's put in, guys. And we jumped down to 4th place there. That BMW has got some quality driving behind the wheel, and that has done a brilliant effort, and is going to look like be rewarded with a well and truly set up 4th place there. And of course we see all of the field going and doing their business. Look at those cars going around the track. Still a couple of close quarter scraps going on. May or may not be for position for some of them, but let's go to the top of the field very quickly. Jeesh there has cracked 169 laps with 7 minutes to go. So 3-4 laps, maybe more to go on that. I doubt it, but 3 or 4 more laps anyway. And this has been an outstanding drive, but you still have to keep your concentration, guys. We saw a drive-through penalty and a stop-go earlier on there as well, like 10 minutes ago, and then we saw the action come in there between Twitchy and John O'Stan. So I won't mention the car because they'll be ruining that as well, but it was down the order, and unfortunately that's what can happen. But take nothing away from it. If you make a mistake when you've got 5 hours and 56 minutes on the clock, 5 hours and 53 minutes on the clock, I think you can say that's okay. You can be a little bit human. And for the final time from me anyway, guys, I'm going to rattle off how well the Skyline's done and how well the Mercedes has done too, because those drivers do need an absolute pat on the back. I mean, the 33 car there of Jimbo and Diswood there in the 102, they were 14th and 15th place respectively, and they deserve a really big ovation for the amount of effort they've put in. But jumping back at the front of the field, we have to do that though, Isaac, because we have to celebrate what has been an absolutely brilliant day here at Silverstone, and let's hope it finishes as well as it's gone for the last 5 hours and 53.5 minutes as we get ready to start counting down for the final time. A brilliant drive. So Jeesh doing the business. I think we've got, what, 6 minutes to go, Isaac? Is it too early, mate? Can we start celebrating now?
Start celebrating just yet. I think anything can happen in those 6 minutes, but he's got a fair lead over Twitchy behind. I don't think there's any way that the 726 car is going to catch up in time. Just noticed there was a bit of a gap closed down between the 100 car and the 15 car in 7th and 8th place, but that looks like it's opened back up now, and Mazzanetti may be struggling with a little bit of front end, also trying to navigate their way through lap traffic, as you can see. So they haven't really dropped off the back of the 726 car. You can see where they are, and the number one, or the car in first place I should say, is going through Maggots and Beckett's and travel now. So there's a fair distance to make up if Twitchy is going to have any hope of winning this race. But what a wonderful race it has been, George Cooke. It's been action aplenty. It's still not over yet. This is bits are missing in the Old Timers Racing 77 Mustang, closing up on the back of Nismo Nath for second in the M class with 5 minutes to go. It's getting close.
It is indeed. It's nearly under a second. So yeah, the 77 car doing very, very well. Yeah, OTR team, of course, number 77 Ford. And yeah, they've got a chance here. They're within that slipstream now, so Nathan's got a bit of work to do, and that last 5 minutes is going to feel like an eternity for them. Does typically end up this way. The first few hours seems to fly by when you're driving or you're engineering or when you're in the commentary box as well. And then that last 5 minutes just seems to stretch out just that little bit. But we hope you have all been enjoying watching the broadcast so far. We're going to have some post-race interviews as well, and we'll be doing a little bit of work in the comms box to try and get people in here to talk to them. So please do stay tuned once the race has finished, and we'll be doing some of those good interviews and seeing what the drivers have to say for themselves after performing so well out on track. I think there'll be a lot of pats on the back, a lot of cheering in the pit lane, and of course there's going to be a big swing in points as it stands right now on the 170th lap. Looks like we're going to get to 172 laps by the end of this race as the temperature continues to drop and the sun solidly setting at this stage at Silverstone. Has been fantastic to have you all in Twitch chat on Kidbyers Twitch, on Trackspot TV Twitch, and the TrackSpot TV YouTube as well. We are going to be counting down these last 3 minutes and 40 seconds. I want to say we want to have some more race summaries at this point, but I think we should have a little chat. Who's done the best performance today? Driver of the day. Let's get this conversation started in the commentary box. Let us know in chat who you think the driver of the day or the team of the day should be for the 6 hours of Silverstone. Isaac, you're getting thrown under the bus first.
Look, it's a really tough call, and I don't like to pick the people who are winning the race because it's very difficult. So I'm not going to. I'm going to actually pick this car on screen at the moment, the Hooncorp 2 car, Nismo, Nath, and W True, who are sharing one sim rig. They are both in somewhere in New Zealand, in Kiwi land, having the time of their lives sharing this rig. They've done a great job. They started well outside the top 20. They were well inside the top 10 at one stage of this race, leading the AM class. They had a few scrapes and bumps here and there, a couple of contacts with various cars, but to be 12th overall, second in class with bits and misses, still closing in just over a second out. But I think to come from 21st on the grid to finish in, well, I think it was 21st on the grid, to finish in what looks like it will be 12th place is an absolutely brilliant effort from these guys. So that's definitely my driver of the day. How about you, Mike?
Thanks, Isaac. Yeah, no, look, I totally concur, and I thank you for mentioning him, because obviously that's my little boy driving at the moment, and he's got 2 minutes to hold off this Mustang. But look, I totally agree with what you're saying. I'll go the other spectrum though, mate. I have been so impressed with these two drivers doing 6 hours by themselves. I'm a little bit of a softie when it comes to things like that, so I want to do a huge shout out to Jimbo and Diswood, who are currently Diswood's 14th overall and Jimbo's 15th overall, 4 laps behind. You know, the Mercedes for Diswood, sorry, and the Skyline there for Jimbo. How on earth they do it? There is Jimbo there on screen, as you can see, in the R35. I have no idea. Honestly, I'd last maybe an hour and a half, and I would be begging to get out of the thing. I love driving, but this is a whole different ball game with the drive. I can't feel the car. I haven't got the skills that a lot of these drivers have, and I take my hat off to those two. So yeah, there is the 102 car there, Diswood. You know, big pat on the back to both of them, and Jimbo. And I think to see the checkered flag from them, George, it is a victory in itself for those two, and they deserve a massive pat on the back. Pro drivers, and when you drive 6 hours by yourself, you're a pro driver. You're probably going to get out and go la and fall onto your bed or whatever is in your room. But I don't know about you, George. So Isaac, good on you, mate, for your call. That's my call. I'll share it out between those two. And George, what's your word, mate?
Yeah, well, I think we can call them Team Solo now, so that your vote technically counts as a team. That technically makes them they're 50% of a team each, technically speaking. But I think that's a very valid call out, both for Isaac's and also for yours, Mike. We've got some people in the chat chiming in as well. Flyski saying Geesh team deserves a driver of the day. So let us know. Anyone else in chat who your driver of the day is? Do let us know. In terms of my driver of the day, I'm going to do the thing. It's Geesh, 100%. Geesh and Captain Muffin. A spin early on. They fought all the way back through the field. They drove the best overall in the wet stint. They held onto the lead. They made the overtakes. It has been a day for them to remember, and they are going to come across the line in a few moments' time. They're going to get my driver of the day vote, but your victors for the AUSNZ Hooncorp Round 4, 6 hours of Silverstone, is this team right here. It is BSR1. The number 5 car, the Aston Martin Geesh and Captain Muffin. What an absolutely fantastic bit of racing we have seen from these guys, and that is, of course, the checkered flag. That is the end of today's race. Looks like we've got a few other cars that'll come across the line in a few moments' time as well. Psydog finishes in 4th. Hyper takes the Pro-Am victory for Hooncorp 1. In 5th place and the fastest lap. Well done. Norm has to take P6 there overall. Our 2nd place man, though, he's coming down the Wellington Straight right now. Twitchy and, of course, Matt McEwen for ANC outplayed. They have unfortunately not outplayed their championship rivals BSR1 today. They have in fact been outplayed by the BSR1 team, who've taken a decisive victory here today at the 6 hours of Silverstone. Big congratulations to them too, of course, and they'll be across the line in a few moments' time. Jono Stan nearly made it very, very nearly made it through to P2 and would have been in the slightly higher standing in terms of the podium steps. But they will still be very happy. What an absolutely brilliant race BCG1 have put on, BCG3, I should say, have put on in the 96 car. Absolutely massive congratulations to them. Very, very impressive run as they take the checkered flag. It's been absolutely fantastic. We've got compliments flying in the chats. Thank you very much, Fly Ski, for what you're saying there. Much appreciated, of course. And we hope you have all enjoyed today's coverage of the Silverstone. 6 hours. We've had the qualifying on Friday. We've had 6 hours of racing today, and it's been oh so impressive. But right here, take another look. Take a bow. Geesh and Captain Muffin, you are the victors today. In the other categories, it is first place, of course, for Hyper HC1 in the number 37 car for Pro-Am category. Second place for Naked Blade and PRT1, the Ferrari, the sole Ferrari, in 7th overall. Fantastic work by them to finish where they've finished. Really, really good. Came out of the woodwork in this race, honestly. Then it's Team XV, LJ Samworth and Matt Donetti in the 15 car. They are third place. And then if we take another quick look through this, AM class leaders, of course, the number 11 car, qualified in 5th, ended up finishing in 8th. That's a fantastic effort in that category. So big congratulations to them on that one as well. That is a absolutely mega effort from their part. Second place in AM class goes to the 137, the Hooncorp 2 car. I got Nathan and Dub True sharing a rig today, so very cool. And then OTR in the 77 takes home the third place in AM class overall. Absolutely amazing work. So well done to the teams. And we're going to start trying to organize and corral some of these drivers into the commentary box. Probably not the thing they want to do after a 6-hour race. We'll see who we get and who we don't get. We're hoping to get a fair few on the grid. We'll return to garage. We'll get the full timetable up for everyone to see. So these are your overall results here. You can even see the handicaps that have been applied. And of course the secondary driver names too. So we'll leave this up for a little bit while we get sorted in the commentary box. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, and we will return, I'm sure, very, very soon. In fact, we'll have some comments from Isaac and Mike before we go to a short break before our interviews. Chaps, obviously been a pleasure being in the commentary box with you guys throughout. Big thanks to Matt Smith as well, Matt Smith, for being on the tools in the broadcast booth and for jumping in mid-race. But let's have some summaries of what we've seen today. It's been fantastic.
Yeah, it really has been so fantastic to watch all this racing, and I appreciate yourself and all the TrackSpot team for having me in the commentary box again today. Obviously, you had the pleasure of jumping in with Trev on Friday night, and only 2 DNFs in this race. Cave Racing, which they got the 30-second stop go, and I think they retired from the race following that, and then obviously Defy Motorsport. So we started with 22 cars and we finished with 20, and only, I'm just having a quick look, 9 of those cars were on the lead lap, which is a great result for no safety cars since lap 1. So it's been some great racing. It's been amazing to watch. I've had a great time commentating on all the action. And yeah, what about you, Mike? How have you found today?
Oh, I've thoroughly enjoyed it, Isaac. I can't believe that 6 hours have been and gone. I feel like I sat down here half an hour ago and now the race is all over. But I've shot in next door and I've grabbed, unwillingly, because he just jumped out of the rig, I've grabbed Nismo here with me right beside me, mate. Hey, look, I know we're going to be getting guys in the lobby very, very soon, and that's something happening behind the scenes. But very quickly, mate, last final stint there, you had the battle after the problems you had to. Unfortunately, the lead of Am, but that last battle with the Mustang was pretty spirited drive between you. How are you feeling after that race?
Mate, I'm pretty spent, eh? I mean, we went into this one, I wasn't feeling tip-top as far as, a bit sore, a bit stiff, but yeah, 6 hours at Silverstone, that takes it out of you. So yeah, it was pretty all good. Managed to cut out one of the stops just with the strategy and the way the weather sort of fell. Obviously everyone's dealing with the same weather, but I think a lot of people were able to cut that last stint out, so I ended up doing the brunt of the driving, and yeah, good fun.
Dub True's a pretty solid and reliable character. Unusual to see him have a bit of a moment. Was he actually pushed or did he jump?
I actually wasn't there watching over his shoulder, so I'd gone to go grab a drink and a bit of a refresh, so I'm sure we'll debrief, but yeah. I don't know, mate.
Oh, a great battle from you guys anyway, mate, in the 137 car, and well done there from Hyper too. I mean, that's 5th place in the win for Pro-Am, so is it fair to say you'll be sending them some bonus cornflakes there?
Well, maybe now Penrite will send him a shirt.
Mate, ooh, that's harsh. That's an inside story. Hey, well done, Smitty, and of course Hyper. That was Nismo. He's just shot away and doing all the stuff you guys do on your phones and Discords and things like that. But yeah, good to have an insight there from him. He is absolutely looking knackered, but he's got his face in the phone doing what he's doing. And also just a quick word from a driver straight out of the seat. So George, this is what happens. These guys, it is a mental game, this motorsport, isn't it? And I mean, it's not just about the physical side of the driving, but it's the mental, keeping yourself focused, and there's so much more going on there as well. But it's been a fantastic 6 hours, and again, big shout out to Track Sport, and you guys do a cracking job there, George. So fantastic to be part of it, and Track Sport, www.tracksport.tv. So make sure you get part of that. Of course, Kidbyers here, Trev, who's put in a huge amount of effort, AUSNZ and Hooncorp Esports. But George, your thoughts, your summaries. How did you enjoy the last 6 hours, mate?
That was great. I always enjoy endurance races. So it's one of those things that's not a hard thing to do at all. And no, it's always a pleasure bringing the broadcast to the chaps here at AUSNZ. Great racing that occurs in this league, so it's just been fantastic. I think we are ready for our first few interviews, so we are going to pull in, I believe, Jeesh into the commentary box. Welcome in, Jeesh. No, he's actually just suddenly disappeared from the commentary box. We just dragged him in and it immediately kicked him out, so that's not ideal. So instead, what we might do is we might start with our Pro-Am winner. That is going to be Hyper, and we'll try and bring him in. So Hyper, hopefully you can hear us in the commentary box. You are live on all the channels going out to the world. First of all, big congratulations. Hopefully you can hear us and you'll be able to unmute in a few moments' time. But big congratulations, you guys have won in the Pro-Am class for HC1. I hope you guys are feeling good after that.
Yeah, hey guys. Yeah, that was a bit of a rough race on our end. But the first stint, went really well in our favour, and then we got turned around. So we dropped a couple spots, and then just started picking our way through the field. Then the rain came, so I handed the car over to Smitty, who's the wet weather master. He got us back into contention, and then ran the next few dry stints, and then we set it up so we had a nice little 45-minute stint at the end where pretty much it was no holds barred, just let the range loose and see what happens. So
it's Mike Howe here, mate, and I just want to ask the question. We're saying there's no love lost between Smitty and Norm, and we say that with tongue-in-cheek and with affection. Was it fair to say Smitty was in your ear in that last stint to make sure you got past Norm?
Honestly, that was just me. I saw him pass when I was in the box for the last stint, and that's who I had the target on, and I just went for it and just didn't blink, and then ended up stealing the fastest lap away from Twitchy. So it's it's good to come away with that. And funnily enough, the fastest lap was faster than my shootout lap in race trim. So it's a good takeaway. But I'm happy to come away with a class win, and what a better person to do it with than Smitty. Like, we did it last year and we've done it again. So, yeah, we're doing really well.
And just the final comment there too, mate. Obviously, as the weather changes, as the action and the luck changes a little bit there for you as well. Smitty's a perfectionist. I think it's fair to say he's an absolute perfectionist. He's right down to the last this and that and the other to get those cars right. He's not just engineers your car, but he engineers the 37 car, the 137 car, and of course the boys in HC3. I mean, alternate strategy. Once you guys had those problems come up, he's always got a plan B. Is that fair to say?
Oh, he's got a plan A, B, C, all the way through Z, I think. But very well calculated when it comes to working out tire pressures and track temps, and even just positioning in the field when we make a pit stop. Down to every last micro detail, he's on it.
Pat on the back to you, mate, and pat on the back to Smitty as well. Never say die attitude, and of course from the Hooncorp point of view, pat on the back to you guys for 5th overall, first in Pro-Am, mate, and long may there be plenty more. Thanks very much for your time, big fella, and pass on our regards to Smitty. And of course, I'm not sure who come out of that one, Chaz Mostert or Cam Waters, but either way, well done to you boys.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Well done. Yeah, no, I don't think we want to dive too much into the comparison, just to make sure we don't inflame any situations. But it was fantastic racing out there between Hyper and Norm. It was absolutely brilliant. In fact, the HC1 and the BCG2 team with a fantastic rivalry at the moment. So absolutely fantastic. We're going to try and grab in our race winner, Jeesh, at the moment. Let's try and pull him in and see if this will work. It's kicked him out again. That's wonderful. Yeah, so let's get Jeesh in. We'll just discuss in the meantime while we try and get Jeesh in, because we do want to talk to our race leader and then let him go. We've got Twitchy lined up as well, and we do have our final person coming in, which will be Chipperton, who is the race leader for ye old M class. So at the moment, while we're trying to sort that out, doesn't look like the dragging in is working for the PlayStation at the moment. There we go. Jeesh has joined. Jeesh, welcome in, mate. We've been so impressed over that 6 hours. Obviously, the spin at the start kind of threw things to the wind somewhat. Captain Muffin did well to recover. But can you talk us through that wet stint? That was something out of this world, mate.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know that my pace would be that good in the wet. Like I wasn't sure what pace the leaders were doing. I thought like the card. I mean, it felt quick in the wet. I didn't think it was gonna be to the point where I was like a second a lap quicker than like Sidehog. And I think was it Keaton in the car at that point?
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't expect that. I honestly, yeah, I don't know how it happened, to be honest.
Well, it was incredible to watch, genuinely. I mean, there sometimes there you were sort of 2 seconds a lap quicker in the wet. So that Aston Martin came alive and you drove it absolutely brilliantly. Clearly, you're a tired man. We don't want to keep you for too long. From my point of view, obviously, massive congratulations for the race win. And this is big for BSR1. You guys are second in the championship, no longer now in the lead by, I believe, about 36 points or so. That's massive. And going into the second half of the season, you've got to take that confidence boost.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Considering we had a bit of a rough start to the season. Round one, we didn't have, neither of us had time to practice at all for the race. So basically went into it blind with making the setup the morning of the race, and Muffin did he did the quali and only qualified P16 because the setup wasn't great. So that was a rough start to the season. And yeah, so it's good to actually get, well, 2 good results in a row now. Yeah, no, I'm very happy with where we are halfway through the season.
Excellent. I'll hand you to Mike Howe for some questions.
Geez, I don't know if I've ever heard anyone more tired, mate, but you drive like an absolute, like an absolute point. And your co-driver too, I'm sorry, I've forgotten who your co-driver was. But
Captain
and
Muffin.
no disrespect. Muff did a great job, dude, but you were just on point. And you know, to have someone like yourself out there doing what you're doing in the wet, you're a freak. And I say that with love. But Muffin, I don't know how, you've got to have someone who's solid and a bit of an anchor behind a talent like yourself. So well done to you. And I'll tell you what, you've sent a clear statement to everybody else during the wet in the future. So hopefully, hopefully there's more to come from you.
Yeah, I hope so too.
Well, mate, you just go and get yourself some rest, and well done to you. And of course, pat on the back to Muffin as well. Give him a big, give him a cheese scone or something. And thanks very much for being part of a great day here, dude. It's been an absolute pleasure watching you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeesh. Ladies and gentlemen, Jeesh from BSR1. He and his teammate have done an absolutely fantastic job. They've won the 6 hours of Silverstone and taken home a lot of points in the pro category. Fantastic stuff. We're going to try and get Twitchy in now, so I will mention that because we have him and Matt McEwen obviously in a team. 726 car had a bit of an interesting time, let's put it that way. So yeah, it was quite entertaining. Welcome into the comms box, Twitchy. Fantastic to have you in here, mate. Congratulations obviously on P2. We've just lost the timetables on our side, so we might just make a quick transition over to the side before we get to your interview. But welcome in indeed to yourself. Obviously, race didn't necessarily go your way the entire time. Matt McEwen in the wet. Any comment on that?
We just didn't practice enough. We did practice about 2 minutes before the race just to get some kind of like a rough pressures for the tyres, and then he did about a couple of laps in the 5-minute countdown before the start of the race. So realistically, we just had no practice in it. He was the best bet just because I had nothing in it either. But yeah, so lasted all about 5 corners, but that's all right. We came back to finish P2. Congrats to the winner and 3rd place.
Yeah, it was a fantastic drive back by you guys as well, and obviously cutting through the field. At some point, you reached the 96 car, the Ford, the big red Ford that we had out on track. And I don't know if there was a little bit of contact there or not, but I mean, it ended up being a good pass. You kind of forced them offline. Obviously, key moment for you guys to get back up at the P2 right at the end of the race.
Yeah. So for the first incident, obviously we'll look at the stewards and see what they say post-race investigations. I felt like it was a bit unfair and kind of we were kind of invisible to them a little bit. To Jono, just we were on the outside and had our whole car, like at least 95% of our car in front. I told Matt in that corner to brake late because Jono had been kind of braking late the past few laps to kind of defend a dive. So we kind of had that in our minds about it, and then he kind of drove like we weren't there. So went into us and was on the accelerator, took the apex when there's a car alongside, and obviously the car alongside is going to go off track, right? So then didn't leave us room to get back on the track, so we hit them, spun out, and then yeah, when it came to me with the final stint, I think I gained back 20 seconds in an hour, roughly, maybe a bit less than an hour, gained 20 seconds or so back, and then 10 seconds more on that. But yeah, I very much wasn't gonna play nice in a bit, so put the pressure on, made it clean, and both kind of went off track, but I didn't really take the position from off the track. He got in front, and then let his nerves get the better of him, made a mistake, and off he goes. And then that's all she wrote, basically.
I mean, psychological pressure is such an important thing, especially in an enduro where people are getting tired towards the end of the race. Obviously, there's a component of that. I mean, it sounds like you guys might have done a bit of practice in the race as opposed to before the race. And I completely condone this way of operating. That's unfortunately what I tend to do when I go and do my very bad sim racing. But was the psychological ed there? Was the mental the situation? You sort of had to control things towards the end of the race, surely.
From my side, not really from my side. From Matt's side, I'm not too sure what kind of runs on his mind, but he was pretty upset when the first incident happened. So for the last stint, when I jumped in, I kind of knew I was about 1.5 seconds a lap faster. Even on a bad lap, I was still a second a lap faster, and I had about 20 laps to catch about 16 seconds. So it definitely was doable, and just as long as I kept my pace up. But yeah, so that kind of helped me with the motivation and the kind of thought process of, hey, I'm faster, I can catch you and pass you, and when I get to you, it's only a matter of time, right? So I guess that's the kind of mental that played on my mind for the last hour. But yeah, still a good race nonetheless.
Absolutely right. Yeah, no, big congratulations to you guys from me. I'm going to hand you to Mike for a couple of questions.
No worries, thank you.
Yeah, mate. Hey, look, very well done. I mean, obviously getting across the finish line is the big achievement, though. But in that last battle that we were alluding to, though, the last battle, obviously, where there was some very close quarters, and both very, very late under the brakes. What was going through your mind as far as do I really push hard for the pass, or if we get into trouble here because you're so well positioned for points for the end of it, were you still driving within a little bit of a buffer of yourself?
Probably not, actually. I was kind of pushing every lap, just kind of focus, head down, pushing every lap, because as I said before, I was 1.5 seconds faster, so that time was going to come to me before the end of the race. So I knew, about 20 minutes before the end of the race, I would have the chance to pass him. And if he could defend it for 20 minutes, props to him, but that's a very difficult thing against someone who's 1 to 1.5 seconds faster than you. Yeah, so I just kind of kept the mental for that, and that kind of came to me in the end.
Yeah, it's one thing to catch someone, isn't it? It's another thing to pass, and I certainly saw you guys take some interesting little runs though. But one more question though, when the race you had today and the race you guys planned for, the strategy you had before the race started, how close to that was your race today? Did you have to change much?
Not really. I think the strategy obviously didn't really play out, considering that Jish did one less pit stop than everybody else. So I think that's something we'll have to look into round 5 at Kyalami for. Round 5 or 6, I think it's round 5. Yeah, so I have to look at the Kyalami, you know, to look at the stint time, because obviously, because with the stint time being 1 hour 20, if we just did 1 hour 15 for 4 stints, that makes it to the end of the race with a 5-minute buffer. So I think the result was what we wanted. You know, obviously would have liked the win. I think we had a chance at that as well until the last stint with Jono, with that incident, the first one. We were still in kind of choppy distance of that. But I think the result is still good to get P2. You know, it's kind of damage limitation, right? You know, from the qualifying, having a broken engine in qualifying, starting P9 wasn't obviously where I wanted to be, but I think we kind of came back from that and bounced back well to get a good amount of points. I think now we are P2 in the championship, but again, not by a whole lot. So it could just take one win with Jish in second, and then we're back in first in the championship. So I think it played out with the result. Strategy, not so much. We'll have to look at that from round 5, 6.
Absolutely right, mate. You're spot on there. It's all about keeping it really, really close, you know, and the points are still within fighting distance. That's the best thing about the way the championship's gone so far this season. No one is a mile ahead. Everyone can be caught or changed. I mean, you guys have a bad one, Gish has a bad one, whoever has a bad one, there's plenty more down the ladder that can sort of, you know, come up and take you guys on. So, hey, congratulations on a fantastic day today. It's been a massive 6 hours from you. And, you know, start getting yourselves ready because the next one's not too far away.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks everyone who put the event on, and congrats to Jish, Captain Muffin, Keaton, and Jono for the podium.
Thank you very much, Twitchy. Much appreciated. All right, let's move on to our next interview now. We'll move Twitchy back out. There we go. Excellent. So we're going to bring in, we were going to bring in Metal, but unfortunately, he looks like he has jumped out for a moment. We do have Matt Danetti in here and Chipperton. I think what we're going to do is bring Chipper in now. Then we will continue the interviews. But yeah, interesting so far, isn't it? The mental is so important for these guys, and obviously the likes of Twitchy and Jish, obviously it's a key thing for their mentality to be able to go through the race. We've got Chipperton in the commentary box here. Hey, congratulations. Obviously, M-Class winner today. How did you find it out there? 6 hours is no small thing, but you guys went really, really well.
Yeah, thanks, George. Yeah, no, yeah, thank you. We did pretty good. I was very, very happy. Mate, got a big shout out for my co-driver Dask. For our first time together. But yeah, no, he had a cracking pace, especially in the wet. He didn't do any practice in the wet at all. So he was very, very lucky that yeah, he had that wet weather stint and did very, very good to keep it straight. So yeah.
So when you're down, obviously, you guys finished very, very well in that position. Qualified 5th, right?
Yep.
Find yourself, I think, believe in 8th position at the end of the race. So I think that's correct.
Yeah.
When you're fighting around the pro drivers and the pro-am drivers who, you know, we typically class as the real alien, what is that like in an endurance setting?
Yeah. So Dask had an awesome sort of plan. We actually ran just with 55 litres in the first stint, so we were lighter, and obviously, knowing that we could then try and hold our pace with those fast pro drivers, and it sort of worked. You know, we did drop a couple of spots, but that was probably always going to happen anyway. We did get tagged. In that first stint as well. Got spun, and got back on track. Only lost maybe four or five places. So, and for the rest of the race, seriously, we didn't have any dramas. A couple close calls, but between us both, had a really good car setup. I have to thank ChatGPT for the setup. I gave it my quality setup and said, mate, 6 hour race. And gave me all these figures. I threw it in there. We practiced. It wasn't the quickest car, like as in on brand new rubber, wasn't the quickest, but it's seriously held its own, in the last 30 minutes of every stint, so which was exactly what we needed. So, yep.
Fantastic. Yeah, sometimes consistency and stability is the way to go with the setup for endurance racing. Fascinating. ChatGPT actually being useful for a car setup. I've tried it before, and it spat out a bunch of random numbers, which I wasn't particularly happy with. So I'm glad that it worked out for you guys. Tell us a little bit about the wet stint. So obviously, you pitted early, you took low fuel. When the rain indicator came on, it said 30 minutes to rain. Was it panic stations, or did you have a plan in place?
We just went, oh no. We that was the worst thing that could have happened. It wasn't too bad. We definitely did drop back a few places, but I think, yeah, it all just sort of evened out in the end. I think we definitely finished where we probably were going to finish at the end. So, but it just, yeah, those after the run had finished, we definitely just had to just hammer it to make sure that we did try and get in the top 10, which obviously we did.
I mean, it's a brilliant finish. You know, top 10 finish for you guys. You qualified 5th. Clearly got great pace here at Silverstone. So a big congratulations to you guys. An AM class win, of course, absolutely massive. I'll give you to Mike for a couple of questions.
Yep, cheers.
Yeah, Chippy, hey, look, I'm a bit snippy with you, mate, because obviously my the young fella in the Hooncorp car were actually in front of you guys for a while. It would have been nice if you just sort of sat in behind them, but hey, well done to you. And you know, I've got to say, you and Dask really did step up in the wet, didn't he? And again, I was trying to work out how we can sort of put drawing pins on your tyres and slow you down, but no, look, you did a cracking job. But you know, let's not take away from your stint as well. You know, opening and being that car that actually comes back from a spin in the early part of it like that. You know, we've talked about alternate strategies and you guys starting light. And I actually asked the question to the guys, because I'm not a sim genius like you fellas have to be. You know, what was there alternate strategies instead of starting with a full tank of gas? And you know, and they said it is possible there will be those, and you are one of those ones that did that. So look, you had a spin, the weather came in. Again, your strategy that you had from the start to what you ended with, you had to use 3 to 6 there. How different was that?
Yeah, so yeah, there was a bit of a spinner in the works. We had to, you know, I was on the calculator for such a long time, trying to work out fuel numbers to make sure that we could still make it to the end. And obviously, I think Daniti and LJ, they actually had a problem with their stint timer, and so we were P9 right up to like the second last lap, and obviously got to P8 because of their stint time, and we had the same problem. We were pretty much exactly the same, where we had to really manage. We were able to squeeze out 1 extra lap with Dask to make sure that that was not going to be a problem, and we just made it. So yeah, that was a little bit tricky. I normally have the guy that I normally race with. He's very good with the numbers. He's very good with the fuel numbers, making sure that we're spot on with stint timers, all that. So there's sort of new grounds for myself and Dask, but between us both, we had very good communication and absolutely just nailed it on the head. So yeah, we took full fuel in those last 4 stints, and I finished with, I think I finished with 6.2 litres. So that's cutting it pretty fine. Like like I said, we took full fuel those last 4 stints, and but obviously we could have fuel saved a little bit, but we didn't have to. So that's how close we were.
Yeah, so now that you've got Dask with you, and your previous driver's okay, but I mean, Dask has stepped up and done a pretty damn good job. So is he now, instead of the other driver being out on his back, has he been Red Bulled, sent to the sun bin?
Yeah.
And secondly, ChatGP set up your car, so when are we going to see AI driving the thing for you?
Yeah, exactly right. I kind of wish I didn't say. I haven't told too many people that I'm using ChatGPT at times. Like, I fully understand that it can go wrong. We definitely did the testing, and it worked out all right. So look, this time, ChatGPT, good work, mate. But my other co-driver, Aaron, he actually does real racing. He's actually out there in the real world doing it. He's absolutely flat out, and he's also building cars for clients as well. So he's absolutely flat out at the moment. And so Dask and myself, I'm fingers crossed we can stick together for the rest of the season. Not sure if Wilco's going to move us up a class. I don't know if that's something that he's ever done in the past mid-season. I fully understand that we're definitely quicker than what an AM class driver could be. So definitely appreciate the other AM class drivers having to sort of fight behind us. So but you know what, every track's different. But Silverstone definitely a track for us too. We definitely love this place.
Well done, mate. It doesn't matter which class you're in. You guys put in a spectacular drive, and you overcame the odds, and you put up with what was thrown at you. So congratulations on a quality drive, mate. And
cheers,
I'd like to see you in second place in class, but no, that's all good.
Yeah.
And well done, mate, and we'll see you not too far down the track.
Quickly before you go, chat saying Chat GPT clutch. So well done. You're getting comments in there that are positive. at the moment.
Fantastic.
We'll see what
At the
the
moment.
internal Discord chat is going to say after they learn all this.
Yeah,
Thank
too
you very
easy,
much.
too easy.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chipperton. Really appreciate it.
Boys. Thank you, great.
Cheers. Okay, cool. We'll now try and get Matt Danetti into the chat. We've heard that Metal is trying to get in, but at the moment he's having a few issues with his microphone. So we're going to go with Matt Danetti as the number 15 car, of course, and they got 3rd overall in the Pro-Am class. So we'll try and get Matt in a few moments' time. But yeah, Mike, really, really good to see, of course, that the AM class drivers having a good time out there. And, you know, use the tools that are available to you at the end of the day. I don't think there's any reason why ChatGPT couldn't work. It might not be the way to set up a meta, you know, car, like, you know, cars that really have to aiming for that first place in Pro and the overall championship. I think there's some subtlety there, but nonetheless, certainly a way to do it. So let's bring in Matt Danetti now in the number 15 car. Mate, welcome to the commentary box and congratulations on 3rd place in the Pro-Am standings. Overall, mate, great race. And we saw you and the number 100 car battling all the way through. The start didn't really go your way, though.
No, we had a good race in the first couple of stints. I think what really undid it for us was when the rain ended. The knock-on effect of that was that right towards the end of the race, we had to do an extra pit stop right at the end to get LJ back in the car because I ran out of stint time. So we're literally a lap short on the stint timers, unfortunately, right at the end.
Yeah, it's painful when that happens, and even the short stint. I mean, you've still got to sit there in the pit box for that 30 seconds to switch drivers, and it is a horribly painful thing to do. Was there a chance, maybe, did you have some hope at the end that you could maybe grab a position back?
Yeah, we gave it a red hot crack, but the way the tyres were all offset and whatnot, we just ran out of juice right at the end, unfortunately. But there was a lot of positives, like in that wet stint, LJ was genuinely as quick, if not as quicker as some of the front runners for a little bit there, and I think we just had a really fun race, and that's the main thing. We just both had a ball, and it was really enjoyable start to end. So
I really like that sentiment. At the end of the day, you know, these longer endurance things, it's the memories that you build with your teammates, and in some cases, the memories you build with your opponents on track as well. I'm very, very glad that you had fun out there, and, you know, you guys got a good result overall. So that's plenty of points in the bag. Another round, of course, under your belt. I'm going to throw you to Mike for some questions.
Hey, Matt, well done. I mean, we were seeing you guys quite a few times here with, you know, overcoming a few issues during the course of the day, and you were just storming through the field at one stage. I think it's about half race distance there. You were just starting to make up some really, really big gaps, gangbusters here in Pro-Am. I mean, are you sure you're Pro-Am? Because some of your lap times were really, really good, man. I mean, who's the Pro and who's the M?
So I'm usually M in the Pro class. It's just my usual entry. We couldn't get a co-driver, so I helped out filling a spot with LJ. So that's where the whole Pro-Am situation comes in. And as far as it was just sort of take the brain out a little bit and throw the car around the track, and hopefully we didn't throw it off the road. And yeah, we managed to keep on road for the most part. I think we had one pit lane penalty for track limits at one stage, but other than that, it was pretty mistake-free from start to finish, it felt like, so we're pretty happy with the race, mate.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I actually did see that you guys got a ping pick up there a little bit earlier on, but you know, again, running right towards the end, and that maximum driver time or stint time, it's a real hard one to factor in, isn't it? But I mean, you know, no, it's not taking nothing away from Isaac. He was driving the wheels off the thing as well. But is it fair to say that, you know, you're pretty good on the wet? Because again, we were just seeing you consistently being there or thereabouts in the overall scheme of things.
Yeah, I didn't actually do any of the wet driving. That was all LJ actually. As soon as the rain started coming, yeah. As soon as I saw that rain coming, I was like, "Here's the car, mate. Good luck." And he's done such a good job. Like, I couldn't be any more happy with him, man. So no, LJ gets all the props for the wet driving. I'm no good in the wet. It was a lot of you obviously doing the start and everything. We were seeing, like I say, seeing you there or thereabouts and everything. But you know, you're probably right actually. As far as the wet goes, you were kind enough to hand over the keys to him and say, "Here you go, son. You're the M. Soon you're going to become a pro, because if you don't bin it, we're going to probably do really well here." But what was your expectations going into today as far as position for Pro-Am? Did you expect to be second? We just wanted a top 10 overall mostly. That was the aim, and we got it. So we're stoked.
You should be, mate. Absolutely well done there, T. And of course, again, no one's running away with the points at the moment. It's still a fairly close little contest for you guys. And, you know, if that's the quality of driving you're going to be doing, and the only thing you're guilty of is still a little bit of a track limit thing from, you know, there was many a person that were pinged as well, then I say, you know, wacko Maryland for the next few rounds. So congratulations to you.
Thanks very much.
Excellent. Well, I'm going to bring in someone who Matt probably doesn't want to talk to again, but we'll have to listen to, unfortunately. No, I'm kidding, because the old nickname, Matt, quote-unquote, Pro-Am Donetti, is in the box with us today, but I'll hand you over to Isaac for some pointed questions.
Yes. Hello, Matthew. We meet again. But yeah, so it is the return of Matt Pro-Am Donetti, as we so affectionately call you. I think we spoke earlier a little bit about the stint timers that came into effect for you guys today. Obviously, LJ had to come into the car, get in the car with 1 lap to go, just because your timer was about to go off. Was that due to the rain? Was there a bit of strategy that just didn't quite go your way? What happened that sort of left you with that sort of lack of stint time left for your final stint?
It's just when that rain stopped, and you know, you make the decision to go, right, the rain stopped, the tyres are getting hot, let's get out of the car and we'll switch over. And that decision you're not thinking about right at the end of the race. And they got to about, I think, a couple hours left, and I sort of clicked onto it and I was like, oh no, we're a bit buggered here. So we decided to run it right towards the last minute to see if we just could get lucky, and unfortunately we didn't. So that's the way it goes.
It's very true, but I do want to just touch on, I think we've already briefly touched on it, just LJ, your teammate. He has never driven in AUSNZ before. This is his first time. He's done a bit of ACC racing, a bit of endurance racing. You guys paired up once before in a 3-hour race around Bathurst. This is the second time you guys have paired together. Would you say this time was more successful than last time you guys were in a car together?
Well, the car sat on all 4 wheels, so I think it is a lot more successful. No, I think, like I said, we're aiming for a top 10. We got it, so we're pretty happy with it. I think, like I say, the only real thing that went wrong for us was that drive-through in the stint timer, which I think, from what I've seen, a lot of people were really close on the stint timer, so I don't think we're the only ones in that situation. So, like I say, we're both pretty happy with it, mate, so no real complaints from us.
That's good. And I've got one more question. I promise this one is a nice one. Obviously, you and LJ seem to work really well, actually, as a driving pair. You both had excellent pace, both in the dry and in the wet. Is this a pairing we might see next time out at Kyalami, or we revisit for Spa later in the year? Is there any plans, or is it just see how it goes?
I think it's just see how it goes. Never say never. And yeah, I mean, if LJ wants to drive again, I'd be more than happy to. I mean, he's, as you all know, a lovely dude. No bad bone in his body, so be happy to drive with him again.
Fantastic.
Well, hopefully we do.
Indeed. Thank you, Isaac. Thank you, Mike, for your questions. For Matt, we'll let you go, but thanks very much for jumping in the comments box today. Really appreciate that, and of course, well done on today's result. We'll see you back for Kyalami.
Will do, guys. Have a good night. Cheers.
Thanks very much. Well, Isaac and Mike, it has been a long day, but it has been a very, very satisfying day indeed. I think we'll head to some final comments from each of you guys, and then we'll head to the final outro that I'll do, and then we will end the stream at that point. So let's start off with some comments from Isaac.
Oh, thank you very much again for having me. Thanks for everyone for tuning in and watching along at home. It's been great to be interacting with everybody throughout the day. What a day of racing it was. There was biffs and barges on track. No doubt words will be had in the pit lane tonight as drivers head back to their respective homes and settle in for what I think is a well-deserved rest. But just great racing all around. Congratulations to every single driver that competed today, especially the drivers that drove solo, because that's a mega effort.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, of course, Isaac, for jumping in for the commentary today. Isaac Fogarty, ladies and gentlemen, part of the TrackSpot TV team, and you'll be hearing him plenty on the TrackSpot TV broadcasts going forward into the future. Mike, let's throw to you, Mike Howe, for some final comments and your summary of the race.
George, I'm going to start off with, I'll just give you a little bit of a history. I've done MC work for the V8 supercars when they come to New Zealand through PPG Paints last year and a few times before that. And I have met both Chaz Mostert and Cam Waters, who are friends. And I'm not trying to insinuate any sort of rival or anything like that, but I think we need to have a little bit of a rivalry. And I know that Norm's a good bugger, and I know that Smitty's a passionate person. So I think it's great to have rivalries. I think I'm going to tune in next time, not just to be part of this race, but to also see how those two go, because it's nothing wrong with having a Dick Johnson, Peter Brock, Waters and Mostert moment. But I just want to do a huge shout out to Diswood and to Jimbo for the solo acts that they did today. I wish we'd been able to get them on here, because I think those two deserve. I'd love to hear what they had to say after 6 hours of driving. And you know what, we just want to talk to probably 99% of these drivers. They all deserve their share of airtime. But George, it's been an absolute pleasure. Great to have Monkey Matt on board. We can survive without Trev Byers. I'm very, very surprised about that, because he's such a stalwart of all of this. Wilco is nothing more than a legend. I mean, we can't say how much goes in behind the scenes between himself, yourself, those mentioned, Isaac as well in his role, and Nismo, of course, who was Hooncorp Esports. So I'm just so pleased and appreciated of being part of this broadcast today. I hope everyone's enjoyed it as much as certainly I have, and I'm sure you guys have as well. And I don't know about you, mate. I feel like I've only just sat down, the race is over, what do I do now? But I've just had a partner ringing me saying, or texting me saying, dinner is ready, like it's a race. She thought it was a 4-hour race. It's a 6-hour race, and I'm in a little bit of trouble. But look, guys, really, really appreciate what you put on, and thanks to all of the supporters. Thanks to Trackspot TV, thanks to Hooncorp Esports, and of course to Trev Kidbyers there, who's let us use some of his channel and his gear, Wilco, and like I mentioned, Nismo. And George, yourself, mate, big pat on the back. It's a very, very good quality broadcast, and I hope everyone's enjoyed themselves, and thanks for having me as being part of it.
Thank you very much. Our special guest tonight, Mike Howe, the father of Nathan Howe, of course, Hooncorp Esports representative. A pleasure, as always. Thank you for your analytics. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your commentary today. Much appreciated. Right, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be our stream today. Going through the housekeeping list here, massive thanks to all those who participated in the race today. We are so looking forward to going to Kyalami for the 4 hours of Kyalami on the 22nd of August. That'll be when the qualifying is, and then the race on the 24th of August. So in just over a month's time, we will be back here on the same channels, Trackspot TV, Kidbyers, and we will be bringing you the presentation again. A big thanks to those at Hooncorp Esports for taking over things in the background, for getting things sorted, and a massive shout out as well to Isaac Fogarty and the team at AGT for helping out with some server related stuff in the background as well. My name is George Cooke, and on behalf of everyone here at Trackspot TV, it's been an absolute pleasure bringing you today's broadcast. Make sure you follow on the Kidbyers Twitch, the Trackspot TV Twitch, and give us a sub on the Trackspot TV YouTube. Check out Hooncorp Esports on Facebook, www.facebook.com/Hooncorp. Go and check them out, get involved. They do so much in the world of motorsports and sim racing. Go and get involved. Big thanks to everyone at the AUSNZ. We are so looking forward to next round. We'll see you then in late August for the 4 hours of Kyalami. Until then, have a fantastic rest of your weekend. Have a fantastic week next week. Take care of yourselves, and we will see you, of course, next time.